Wait, there we go. Fantastic. Oh my god. I ought to be alright now. I might not be alright now. Maybe my computer turned into a lemon. I don't know. My CPU usage is suspiciously high still. I don't want to restart again. What the fuck did I do to this layout? Let me see if switching layouts change it. It's being weird. Yeah. I don't know. This version of OBS is killing me now out of nowhere. For some reason. With less stuff on the screen. Yeah, I'm pretty
Tell
sure
your
if I play a
family.
video, it's gonna be choppy.
Tell your mama, tell your brother, tell your
Pretty
uncle,
sure.
tell your sister, tell your
I've played the
cousins,
game 50, like 50
tell your
something
cousin's
times on
sons, tell
YouTube.
your
I still
cousin's
don't get
daughter,
it. It
Yeah,
tell
it
still
even
doesn't
give me
make
a
sense.
anyone
less
Like I
FPS.
about
still
this.
I
trying to
changed
tell
some
folks
weird
about
Praise
it.
be
ass
It's
there,
like
setting
good to hear thy
everything
and
voice and
forgot.
beats again.
That's gotta
Trolls are
be it.
dump BTW.
I like how it always sounds like you're complaining about something. I don't know, dude. Wait a second. I'm gonna see if it go down now. I think I know what I was doing. Yep, that's exactly what I was doing. Never mind. Never mind. It still wouldn't have worked with it on the. I don't know why my RAM's so high for now. Right? I don't know what that's a fucking about. But I know what I was doing. Feels bad, man. It might be all right now. It went down a lot.
Act 1 of 5 of the story yet because I keep getting caught up in other content that's so much fun.
The content. Hey, I don't torrent on this computer. I do that on my main computer. I'm an intelligent human, obviously. Well, oh well, at least I get to redo my intro, I guess. Kinda, sorta, maybe. Oh well. But if you couldn't tell by the title of the stream, this is episode 1 of the of course I'm gonna do more than one episode because I always do stuff I say I'm gonna do. Obviously. It's episode 1 of going back in time.
No, you dumb bitch, it
Where we
wasn't
go back in
fraudulent.
time and check out all kinds of
Look here,
varying
my name is
content
Richard. I'm a
from
living
varying
meme. Shout
content
out
creators.
Sean
I mean,
Ranklin.
that'll
All
be
women
the
are
SP
hoes,
nights
all
at a
women
time.
are tricks, and all
It
women
is
are
some
good
Angry
for
Joe
his
stuff I've
sucking
been
our
wanting
kid
to
and
watch,
listen.
some
All
LTG
women are
stuff I've been
stupid, all
wanting to
women
watch,
are
but
dumb,
I've
and
never
all
got around
women
to
are
it.
good for his making me
LTG
flowers.
stuff wouldn't be going back in time though. I don't know. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Something muted. I'm seeing notifications, but I don't hear anything. This is a terrible fucking start to a stream. Holy shit. Let me see here. I know what I can do. Play this again. Do I hear this? Can I hear it? Does it exist? I don't think it exists. I think it's all fake news. I think it might be. Sure, fuck it. Let's keep trying. I know how I can figure out if I hear stuff. Open up a random internet tab. And play copyrighted music. Yeah, I can't hear it at all. I don't know why I can't hear it. This fucking stupid ass Elgato sound capture. Fucking sucks. You put it on your computer and it just always start up. That's why I couldn't hear anything. Now I can hear everything. Sheesh. That was terrible.
Everyone, don't forget to donate your bacon bits to
Let me
DSP.
see.
It all
RAM
goes
look
straight to
right.
Bill's dude.
All right. I
Do it
got
before
now.
he keels over from a heart attack. Sound good?
That
You
was
bet
such
your
a
piggy
suspicious
gingerly it
opening to
sounds
a
good.
stream. I'm surprised the robot lady said all that. All right. Thank you for the $6. Turvin ate my baby 434. Praise be Turv. Good to hear that voice and beats again. No, thy voice and beats again. Trolls are dump, by the way. Oh my god. Speaking of Sidella, I don't even have my main thing. thing. That's what it's called. Desktop thing. It's supposed to be Tomb Raider lady. It's fucking cat. What the hell? My thing hasn't been cat in forever. Oh, you get to look at cat face. I actually forgot. And it might be too late because DSP deleted his archive. Yep, I can't watch it now. Ain't that about a bitch? It's like, well, unless somebody recorded it. Maybe Mr. Hunt stuff recorded it. If he did, I'll watch it whenever he upload it. But DSP entire second pre-stream was basically him being annoyed at his viewers. Because a dude that either was or wasn't third out of third sent bits pretty much asking to get unbanned, and he went on a fucking tangent about it. And in the end, it's really because he defended Sardella. Sardella been perma-banned from Twitch for literal death threats, and DSP still defends him and insta-ban people that say something about him negatively. If that ain't amazing, I don't know what is. He don't fucking feel bad for him. Get out of there. He gave him money. And he probably feel a little bit bad for him. I don't know. Like I said, give him a few months. Like 6 months from now, you'll be able to shit on him in the chat probably. Can't do it yet though. But one dude, he pretty much pointed out that Sardella was saying crazy stuff in the chat, and he banned him and said that people was being negative towards another viewer. Literally pointing out, hey, this dude was sending death threats to people and being racist. That's being negative towards him. That's something else. That's something else. And thank you for the $1. Snortorious PIG. Is this a new song? I don't know. Look here, my name is Richard. I'm a living meme. Shout out Sean Ranklin. All women are, oh yeah, it is the song. All women are hoes, all women are tricks, and all women are good for sucking on dicks. Listen. All women are stupid, all women are dumb, and all women are good for us making me come. Yeah, that's a song. People using his clips out of context to be negative. Stop doing that. And King of Gout donated $5. Everyone, don't forget to donate your bacon bits to DSP. It all goes straight to bills, dude. Do it before he kills over from a heart attack and a bunch of acts. Sounds good? You bet your piggy ass it sounds good. Sounds good to me. And this is DSP before he needed to pay bills, apparently, because he never talked about him back then. That's weird. I can't wait till the 15th of the month to get here so he can just pretend that he didn't have issues, I guess. Don't worry. You're going to be begging before the end of the month. Is this going to play? There we go. Okay, now I can actually hear everything. God damn. That took forever.
Target acquired. Destroy.
What the fuck?
All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another edition of my Hate Live podcast. Live from Connecticut for one of the very last times. We are very closely counting down to the end of content.
No, you dumb
bitch. It wasn't
Got a little bit
fraudulent.
over 2 weeks left of content for you, which I'm going to run down probably for you in this very episode of Hate
I
Live.
love this shirt. It's a
so first of all, I want to
fantastic
say
shirt.
thank you very much for being here tonight. The camera is not exactly in the right
His
position.
video
Usually I
quality
put it
pretty
up on my coffee
suspicious.
table. It's on the floor, so it's a little bit different level. Hope that's okay for everyone. I was kind of rushing to get stuff done. I'll be honest with everyone. These past few weeks have been absolutely insane. And this week in particular, it seems that I go from thing to 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 thing, and I just have no...
Wait a second, yeah.
Have been absolutely insane. And this week in particular, it seems that I go from thing to 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 thing, and I just have no time to relax. I have no time to really slow down.
I didn't even think about that.
Right now, just to give you guys an idea, I am currently trying to juggle the following. Doing all of my work like I usually do, full-time gaming every single day, giving you 2 quality streams, and uploading all of those videos to YouTube. It's number one.
There we go. I gotta
Finding
get used
out
to
and
this room being
coordinating
set
and
up
doing
this
all this
way. It
stuff with the new
confuses
home,
me
which
for
I am now the owner of in Washington State. There's been some problems and things going on with it that I've needed to take care of. That's number 2. Number 3, trying to schedule out this impending move from Connecticut, where I am right now, to Washington State, and going through all of that stuff.
It's like a
pretty
pre-stream.
time-consuming and treacherous.
Oh God.
Is going to be very expensive.
Again.
This place, this condo itself, figuring out what I'm going to do with it, how I'm going to either sell it or rent it, coordinating all of that, and I've begun work on that. And it's just basically I've been overloaded. This past week in particular, I've been absolutely overloaded. The past few days, even more so. And of course, the last thing I'm trying to do is schedule out fun stuff for you guys for these last couple of weeks of content here in Connecticut, where I can consistently give you content. Keep in mind that when I move to Washington, there's going to be a delay, a stagger between when I actually get there and when all my equipment gets there. Because it's going to be a cross-country move. It's going to take anywhere, from 5 to maybe even 10 days to get the stuff across the country, to unload it, to hook it up, to get the internet activated, and to get everything going. So there's potential that there could be almost up to 2 weeks where I can't give you guys consistent content. And I apologize for that. I will do what I can to try to get around that and get it up and running for you as quickly as I can. But again, as I said, it's really not in my control. A cross-country move, a big one, to the extent that I am working on, is going to be very, very time-consuming, very, very treacherous, very, very difficult. I'm sure we're going to run into difficulties when we get out there, but it's going to be worth it, and that's ultimately what the good news is I think it's really going to be worth it.
Holy shit, that was a loaded intro.
So, excuse me. Ahem.
Wow.
Tonight's episode of Hate Live is going to be in 3 segments as usual. The first segment, I'm going to get you guys caught up on every...
Did he fucking leave the break in? Oh my God, he did. It wasn't that long though. It was weird. It's 4 or 5 minutes. He need to take 20-minute breaks now. 4 or 5 minutes. Another one that was what? Oh, that's like 6 or 7 right now. What the hell is that about?
Everything regarding the move, so you know exactly what is going on. You're in the know. You know what to expect. I'm going to let you know about
20-minute breaks now from not talking when he play games.
I'm going to be talking about what I'm going to be working about in the next couple of weeks, so you know exactly what I'll be doing in the next few weeks as we approach this impending move, okay? I'm also going to do a mini review of Wolfenstein: The New Order, which is a game that I played last week. I very much enjoyed, but didn't get an opportunity to officially review the game simply because I've been so busy. Like I said, there's so much shit going on that I just have not had a chance to sit down and talk for 45 minutes about the game. So we're going to squeeze that and do a mini review tonight in the first segment as well. There's also, in particular, a news story that occurred this week regarding Nintendo and YouTube that I definitely want to address and give you guys my opinions on and get you in the know about it as well, because it might be good news for some of you, okay? Then we're going to take a break. Then after the break, we're going to come back and we're going to have Back in the Day. And I think this is going to be... I don't usually do this. I can't wait to hear the whole Back in the Day segment. I think this is going to be a fan favorite Back in the Day. And the reason that I say that, as you know, Back in the Day is a segment where I reminisce on my younger days when I was either a kid or in high school and how it relates to gaming. It's not necessarily going to be primarily gaming focused this time. It's going to be around events in my life at a time where I was attending school as a youngster. All right. Now, I called it elementary school. Some people call it primary school. Some people actually call it, what's the other one? Preparatory school. Some people call it regular school and then junior high.
Preparatory school, by the way.
Everyone calls it middle school. Everyone calls it something different. What I've found, since I've talked about this on Twitter a few weeks back, is that everyone around the world calls that level of school something different, which is kind of funny. But basically, grades kindergarten through 8th grade, I'm going to be kind of discussing with you.
I'm not a big fan of American football. Preparatory school
tonight in the Back in the Day segment, and you're going to find out some really interesting, fun stuff that I've never
telling us some shit they
told
saying
anyone
like Sweden
before.
or some shit.
Stories that basically have just been with me and my parents our whole lives, because I didn't share that with anyone. No one really cared about grammar school or anything. So that's going to be the Back in the Day segment tonight. I think you guys are really going to like it.
Is that Canada Dry? What is that? The fuck?
And then we're going to go on another break. When we come back from that break, we are actually going to be doing live callers, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we will be doing live callers again tonight on Hate Live. More on that as it comes. It will be via Skype. My Skype name is Darkside Phil, but I am not accepting any callers as of this time. It has to wait for the third segment, okay?
Did he have call-ins in this? I think he, I don't think he did call-ins. Yeah, this was after he was getting trolled with call-ins. You can tell by just skimming forward he didn't have call-ins. This is when he was getting trolled. So it turned into, well, I'm going to do call-ins.
No, you dumb bitch, it wasn't fraudulent.
Why?
So he always made excuses.
Wait, there is a Back in the Day segment? What?
Yeah, people love the Back in the Day segment. Come on, dude. Thank you for the $1, Scoots, and thank you for the 2 earlier Love We're World on. Thing, the 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 thing. I'm surprised Robot Lady said all of that. Thank you for the dollar earlier to
No, you
Zune.
dumb bitch, it wasn't
Oh
fraudulent.
God.
Why?
Quote of the day. My bank account has been completely drained and overdrafted. I don't know what's going to happen now. I'm pretty nervous, guys. Snort. Pig Roach.
Oh, did he
September
actually
10th,
say that?
2018.
I hope he didn't really say that. He been memeing so hard about this bank account overdraft thing. He's been doing it for almost 3 weeks now. Almost 3 weeks. Every day he'd been saying that he might get overdrafted. He'd get like $500 from Tut, and then the next day, I might get overdrafted, you guys. What? Did you you didn't expect to get a random $500? So how are you going to get overdrafted after getting a random $500? Doesn't make sense to me. Obviously, you're not supposed to think about it at all, because if you do, it's thought to sound weird. Sounds good to me.
Being said, let's get into the nitty gritty
Somebody
of
gonna
everything
come
that's been
steal his
going on
house.
with me, and primarily the thing that's been distracting me from being focused on my content and stuff like that has been this impending move that's coming in a few weeks to the state of Washington. So the good news is,
I wish Panda
since
Lee would have
last
been
we
in one
had
of
an
these to
episode
talk
of
about
Hate
moving.
Live,
We didn't.
I have
We never got her
officially
opinion on
closed
this.
on this townhouse and purchased it out in Washington State. Okay, that's the good news. It's done. I don't have to worry about verifying income anymore, proving anything left or right here.
No, he don't say it in this one. But it was he say it in a lot of the old videos from around these days, and even in some pre-streams, because some people uploaded like clips from the old pre-streams. But he was real mad about the banks not wanting to believe his source of income and making him go through extra work to prove that it was stable. And I mean, based on every pre-stream for the last 20 days, obviously the bank shouldn't have trusted him because he tell people that he's gonna overdraft his account every day. But he was so mad back then. The fucking stupid, outdated bank system, because I don't have a 9-to-5 job. They don't think my income's stable. Well, nigga, it wasn't stable. Apparently it wasn't. But he wanted to prove that it was stable, and somebody fell for it. Lucky for
It's
them, you're
all
still
set in
paying them, but
stone and
eventually
done. I
won't.
own it.
We ain't gonna be a
Now,
forever.
that could be a double-edged sword, and the reason is because now I am the owner of 2 homes.
Unless he die first.
I live here in Connecticut. I also own a house now out
I
in
own 2
Washington.
houses.
And that could be a scary thing for a lot of people, juggling 2 mortgages. Luckily for me, I'm able to do it for at least a limited period of time.
Sounds good to me.
And so right now, there's
He
3
able to own 2 houses for a limited period of time, by the way. 4 years later, he's still paying for that condo in Connecticut.
phases basically that I have to get
boy.
through. Phase 1 is dealing with
Thanks,
any kind of
Art.
crap that's happening with the place right now, including right now, unfortunately, I found out there may be a possible leak in the rooftop of this house.
He exaggerated
which I'm
about
coordinating to
this
have
roof
taken
leak
care
so
of, which
much.
I'll talk a little bit about on
It was a
stream.
leak in a closet.
Phase 2 is actually the move out there, coordinating movers and stuff to get my girlfriend's stuff
My
here.
girlfriend, by the way. If you didn't notice, you probably maybe noticed by now. He do it a lot when he talk about cooking food. Everything he describes, he lists every single step to make it sound more stressful than what it is. Instead of him saying, I had to make pasta, he would say, I have to prepare the pasta, I have to boil the water, I have to put the pasta in the water, I have to wait for the pasta to cook, I have to put the pasta on the plate, I got to put the sauce on the pasta and microwave the sauce. He explained everything, all of the steps required to make it sound like it's more than what it is. So he not just moving. He got to talk to people. He got to call the movers. He got to call these other people. He got to sign papers. He got to get in the car. He got to drive in the car. He got to, get Panda Lee to drive in the car. Or did he fly? I don't remember. He got to get the people to move the stuff. He got to get the people to unpack the stuff. He got to get the people to put the bed together. He got to watch them yelling and argue with each other in the street. Every single step. This background
all
is
of our
weird,
stuff.
by the way. For some reason, I thought I was seeing Sonic right here. Like an eyeball. I hate this fucking layout.
collectively from here out to Washington State.
But his
That's
camera
stage
blurry
2.
and funny looking,
Stage
so
3 is once we're
might as
out
well put a
there,
layout around it.
getting everything moved in, hooked up, going out and buying and furnishing the home, because the home doesn't have any furniture or anything in it right now.
Furnish
and
the
basically
home.
making it a home. And then, of course, step 4 is going to be, what do I do with this condo, this one in Connecticut that I still have in my name? I can't sell it because if I sell it, I'm going to take a massive loss. I actually had my accountant drop some numbers
the
for
accountant,
me,
the one that fucked them over?
earlier this week. And he drew up some numbers. He's like, well, Phil, do this calculation, that calculation. Worst case scenario, if your home sells for the lowest value that it's been estimated at, I could be out $22,000.
Now, wait a second now. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Phil,
Tell
no.
your family.
Wait
Tell your
a
mama,
minute.
tell your brother, tell your uncle, tell your sister, tell your
Oh,
cousins,
no.
tell your cousin's sons, tell your cousin's daughter, tell anyone about this.
Wait
You
a
gotta
minute.
eat it is a step in making pasta for Dave.
No, you dumb bitch. It wasn't
Wait a
fraudulent.
minute. Oh my God, the notifications.
Forgot the hardest part. He has to devour pasta. It's very difficult.
Wait a minute. So let's get this straight. Even with the most bare bones form of doing any kind of numbers, he say he got I think he said he paid like $1,500 a month for that condo that nobody lives in now, by the way. This is in 2014. If he would have sold it and took a loss, he would have had to pay $20,000. Of course, his excuse is, I don't have $20,000. But since 2014, he's spent $1,500 a month for the last 4 years. I think that's more than $20,000. I'm gonna assume that that's more than $20,000. Oh, come on, man. What's wrong with you? I like the little pose he's making right now. Me. Good job, Dave. Good fucking job. It's always about the short term for DSP. Sometimes it work out, and then sometimes it don't. And with this condo, it definitely didn't work out. I don't know what he could have did to just get rid of it and quote unquote take a loss, but he should have fucking took it, or he shouldn't have moved. Cause $1,500, unless you I don't know, unless you a rapper, $1,500 is a good bit of money. Well, unless you like gambling or going to strip clubs. Well, that's pretty shitty. Thank you for the $6, Ross James. You gotta eat it. It's a step in, you gotta eat and you gotta clean up. You gotta put the dishes in the dishwasher. That's a lot of fucking work. And current, yeah, come on. You could be playing games that time. Thank you for the dollar, Scoots. Forgot the hardest part. He has to devour. I like both of them in a row said the thing about eating is very difficult. Well, if it's penne, it's easy to eat.
Now, I don't know about
Yum,
you,
it's delicious.
but I think $22,000 is a lot of money. To me, that is a significant amount of money. All right, it's nothing to throw away. It's nothing that I can afford. I don't have $22,000 lying around for a rainy
Should've took
day.
a
I
loan
don't
out.
have the money, so I'm not going to be
Take
able
a
to
loan
sell
off
this
everything
condo and
else.
take a $22,000 loss. So I basically either have to rent it or find someone who wants to live here temporarily. And I'm going to talk about
Thanks,
that
Aunt.
right now as we get to it. Okay. So, first things first. I own the condo now in Washington. All of a sudden this week I get a frantic email chain from my
hate
realtor
the
out in
hand clap
Washington
so
who is
much.
currently holding all the keys and everything for my home until I get out there in mid to late June when I move. And this frantic email chain is coming not from the realtor but from my new next door neighbor who just happens to be a newly retired woman who is on the board of whatever the hell it is for this community that I'm going to be living in shortly for this townhome. And she's my next door neighbor.
Thankfully, he didn't randomly dox this lady, because in his back to school part, from the part I listened to, and I listened to a good bit of it, which is why I want to watch this again. From his school part, he randomly half-ass doxes people, but only when it's a good condition around the name. If that makes sense. Like one person, he bring up them doing some pretty bad stuff. He don't remember their whole name. But the hot teacher that he thought about, and he said she had nice boobs. He remember her name. Sounds good.
And
Nice
she
bird, by
used
the
to,
way.
excuse me, that was disgusting. She used to basically take care of things that for the people who used to live in the home and just sold that home to me.
He also said the whole
So,
name
for
of the
example,
school
she's
too,
responsible for
which is
taking all the
intelligent,
dues every
obviously.
month. She's responsible for scheduling if work needs to be done, right? In this case, the reason she's emailing my realtor is because there may be a leak in the rooftop of my new
Rooftop?
home that's leaking into the bedroom. Apparently, the sellers, and I hate to say this, I'm going to be honest with everyone, I think the sellers pulled a fast one on everyone because they signed paperwork legally that stated that when they sold the home, they knew nothing about any leaks. all of a sudden, after I close,
Yeah, I know what he
the day
uploaded. I wanted
after,
to
they
watch
tell the
that
next door
earlier.
neighbor that the roof is leaking.
If I remember, I'll watch it when I'm done watching this.
I'm pretty sure they knew about it ahead of time and they were just being dicks about it and didn't want to take care of it. But
For
it is
the law aficionados out there, you're talking about the same people, of course, that had an alleged chop shop in the garage. For the people I know about that video, when he was reading other people mail and shit, that was a hot thing.
what it is.
It was
the
a
good
mystery,
news is I'm
dude.
not moving in for a month anyway. So in my regard, I'm like, I don't really care. Let's get it taken
Also,
care
a really
of.
good part from that video is he just straight up read the mail that the people was getting, and he pointed out that he read it, and they had a letter from the IRS saying that they wasn't paying taxes. So the people that lived in his house before him wasn't paying taxes, and then he moves in and proceeds to not pay the same taxes. That's something. That is
Now,
something.
rather than move, imagine if we'd been moving in right away and we go to sleep in bed and all of a sudden there's water
But it's
coming
all right,
down
though.
on
He
our
didn't
heads,
say that name.
That would have been pretty
He
frustrating.
just told
and
YouTube
upsetting.
that he read that
So,
mail from the IRS.
Right now,
Big clap.
what's going on right now is my realtor is coordinating with my new next door neighbor to give the neighbor access to our garage. Let me tell you, our new home is amazing.
Brag.
It's got a built-in
Humble
security system
brag.
that's free of charge. We don't have to pay for it nor pay to have it maintained. It's covered by the association that, the group of townhomes in the area
mean,
already take
technically you're
care
paying
of
for
it.
it,
How
but whatever.
sweet is that? And because of that, we have a garage with a keypad code that if you know, you can get in. Now, the neighbors used to know the code, so they would do stuff. So, for example, the roofers are coming by within this week.
This is
to
like
fix
when
the
he say
rooftop, or at
Netflix
least
stuff
look
is
at it and
free.
inspect it and see what's going on. That would be a reason why the neighbor would need to know the code, because I'm not living there yet, but the code wasn't working. So my realtor is coordinated with the next door neighbor. They're going to make sure that when the roof
The
workers show up,
roofers.
they're allowed into the home and they're allowed to fix the roof if required. Okay.
Roofers.
So that's what's going on currently with the current place. Outside of that, the next steps for me and my girlfriend Leanna,
Ooh, Leanna.
is to actually schedule the
when she
physical
got upgraded
move
from Panda Lee
here
to Leanna.
to Washington, but it's not that easy.
Not that easy, by the way.
Originally, what we were looking to do is have this company called Pods,
Well,
who drop
shout
off
out to
these
Pods.
large shipping containers. You yourself go out, load them up, and then the company comes, picks them up, puts them into storage, ships them across the country, and then you get it delivered at a future date. I was actually going to pay to have movers fill up these
Listen to
spots
this
for us
dude, he
because I got a
explaining
bad
how
back
pods
and I can't
work.
be lifting furniture and such. Now, the big
What the
catch-22 here is that my girlfriend doesn't live
Oh
with me
my
now. My
God.
girlfriend Leanna is in Pennsylvania.
Well,
I'm
doxed.
here in Connecticut. So I would have to coordinate getting a pod out to her in Pennsylvania. She packs it up.
Panda
so
Lee
it
was
comes out,
something on her YouTube
grabs it
channel,
from her
and she
place,
showed
drives
it.
from
She
her
showed
place
her
to
mama
Connecticut.
and
It comes to
mail and all
Connecticut,
kind of
gets
shit. She didn't give a
delivered.
fuck.
Now I have to pack up all my stuff into it, get it out of here, ship it across the country. The problem is it's going to be too expensive. I actually did the math. It would cost me
Pads.
over $10,000 to have this
Oh
done.
man.
And I just cannot, for the life of me, see that as a viable option. $10,000 for this move.
Don't worry, you
Okay?
guys. He only spent about $6,000 or $7,000. Don't worry. He was watching his money.
Again, like I said, I'm not made of money. I'm not like a lot of people
Couldn't put
think
his
I
bed
am.
together,
A lot of
by
people,
the
oh,
way.
he's been doing YouTube for his living for years. He must be rolling in dough. No, I'm not. I can't. I don't have $10,000 to throw away.
You're
like
about
that,
to get overdrafted.
okay?
Take a sip. All right. Delicious.
So, earlier today, I called some movers. I got prices ranging, I shit you not, as high as $25,000.
Are they
I said, are you
moving
out of your
Donald
fucking
Trump?
mind? As low as $2,000, but it would take over 3 weeks for our stuff to show up. Now, what am I supposed to do for 3 weeks when I can't work? I don't think that's a viable option, right? So there's a middle ground of around maybe $5,000. The movers will come, they'll move our stuff, and they've told us that it's going to take probably around 5 to 9 days to get the stuff across the country and delivered.
Now,
Best
he
case-
can't risk taking 3 weeks to move because he can't work. But he can spend $5,000, and that was just the number he gave us back then. I think he talked about it way after this and said it was like $7,000. So I'm gonna say 6,000 to be nice about it. So he can spend $6,000 and get his stuff in 9 days, but he can't spend $2,000 and get it in 3 weeks. How much was he making on YouTube a week?
scenario, within a week of us being there, all the stuff's there, it's
Sounds good
hooked
to
up,
me.
and we're flying, right? We're rolling. I'm back every day. I'm giving you consistent streams and content, and we're moving ahead.
Yeah,
full
that's a good
throttle.
point. Take your stream stuff with you. The dude acting like he got a fucking studio. He could have put his I I honestly don't remember how he got across the country. I don't think he flew on a plane. I don't know. But however he moved, it's like an Xbox, a PS3, one computer, and a laptop. Come on, man. This dude acting like he had a studio worth of stuff, like he was running a TV show or some shit.
Chances are it's not going to be that easy. Probably there will be delays. They won't show up for 6, 7, 8 days. And so there's going to be an extended period of time there from basically when they take the stuff out of this condo and leave to when we actually get the stuff arriving in person. I'm not going to be able to do live streams, and probably I'm not going to be able to consistently be giving you guys new videos either. Now, what I will be doing is vlogging the whole thing. Vlogging the place when everything's packed. Vlogging us moving shit in and out. Okay?
I think I watched a good bit of
them one day. As long as I can, I will be uploading until the moment that we leave. Okay? And then when we leave, when I get over to Seattle area, I have to contact the cable company, internet company, and say, when can you guys come by? Here's what I'm looking to do. I don't have the equipment to hook it up to right now, unfortunately, because it's in process. But can you guys get the lines going? Can you make sure they're going into the right places? And hopefully, even if I don't have my desktop PC, I'll have my laptop and I'll be able to at least do vlogging for you guys of the new place and how it comes along during that week while we're in transition, when we're moving in, when we're going shopping, when we go to buy furniture and stuff like that. So at least you have something to watch. I mean, this is my business. I can't have it defunct for 2-3 weeks with no new content. That's literally money out of my pocket that I need right now to pay for this move, okay? So, that's what I'm contending with right now. Right now, I actually, just as soon as like 2 hours ago, I talked to Leanna on the phone. It's looking like the pods are completely out. We may actually have her and her mom be driving a U-Haul from Pennsylvania all the way to Connecticut, move her stuff in here collectively together, maybe spend a day together. My parents may even show up as well, so maybe
she didn't have anything,
my parents meet for the first time. Oh boy, I don't know how that's going to go.
This sounds really awkward.
And then once that's done, then we can say, okay, her stuff is here. Now we just have the movers show up during the course of the week, which is a lot easier than trying to coordinate pods from going here to there and all that. And it's going to be a lot less expensive to do that as well. It's looking like that's probably where we're going to be headed with this move, okay? So that's just a rough idea of what's going on with the move. Now, in regards to selling this place, that's going to be the last step. Once we're moved to Washington, I'm settled in. The business as usual. I can stream. I can do all my stuff from out there. We've got the house furnished. We're ready. You know, it's going to be weeks, if not a month, if not more, until that's
Wait
settled.
a second.
Then I'm going to consider with this.
So he couldn't risk taking 3 weeks to stream again, and he predicted before he even moved that it might be a month before he can stream normally. Okay. Sounds good.
What do I want to do with it? Because I can't keep paying 2 mortgages. Well, I can try to sell it, but like I said, I don't have $22,000 to piss away. So I'm either going to end up renting it to a stranger and use that rental income to defray the cost of the condo until basically the market turns. Maybe the value of the condo goes up.
This didn't happen, by the way.
And I paid down the mortgage enough where I can sell it and not have to lose money. Or there is a possibility that my aunt may be moving into here because she is looking for a place to stay in Connecticut. Unfortunately, she's looking for like this crazy ideal situation where it's in this location where she only pays a little bit of money, but it's a ritzy location, so it's not going to happen. She basically says she's going to look for a month to see if she can find anything, and if not, then she's going to consider moving here and taking care of the place and maybe paying me some money every month, again, to defray the cost of the mortgage. So it looks like I'm going to be a dual homeowner no matter what for a while. I'm going to own both homes. I'm just hoping I can find a way to defray the cost so that I don't pay full 2 mortgages every month, because I definitely can't do that for an extended period of time.
All right, take a sip. Big smack.
So that's the status of that. I'll have more information for you guys in the coming 2 to 3 weeks, which is all I have left.
This is when he had that shitty Samson meteorite or whatever it's called, too. So it sounds really weird sometimes.
Sure, but, you know, it's looking like give it about maybe just under 3 weeks until I may be moving. And I know that's a huge statement to say. Time is flying by with all the new games that are out. Everything's passing me by real fast. And it's hard for me to, like, slow down and realize what's going on, I know. But that's the reality of it, okay? Speaking of which, let me now let you know what I've been up to recently and let you know what I'm going to be doing the next several weeks to get you guys caught up so you know exactly what you want to see, when it's going to be available, etc. Not that you're blindsided or you miss a really cool event and stuff like that.
How much sense does this make?
So, in the coming weeks, we've got huge game releases coming out. that you're
Oh,
not
man,
going
I
to
can't
want
wait
miss.
to hear
First
about
of
the
all,
game
starting
releases.
as early as tomorrow, we've got Mario Kart
Hey,
8,
Mario Kart.
which I'm thrilled to be playing. I'm going to be playing it on my first stream tomorrow.
Wait a minute, I
I'm
thought
going to
that
be
was a
playing
Switch
it all day
game.
Saturday with John Rambo.
Hey,
We're going to be
Rambo.
doing co-op online, playing other people, playing against each other in battle mode, going through the campaign, trying to unlock stuff. It's going to be an absolute ton of fun, and I'm very much looking forward to doing that on Saturday, okay? We've got the continuation of
Hey,
Watch
Watch
Dogs,
Dogs.
which in my opinion is one of the best games of
Listen
the
to
year.
them fucking shill Watch Dogs,
this-
by the way. Listen to this guy.
The
And
continuation.
I'm gonna give you a spoiler. The reason why he's shilling Watch Dogs here is because guess what? He's currently playing Watch Dogs. At least back then he was. So he got to make the game that he's currently playing sound good, so that way people will watch the videos.
Of Watch Dogs, which in my opinion is one of the best games of the year, despite the fact that
Best
there's so many
game of
nitpicky
the
idiots.
year.
But the graphics, they're not 60 frames. Despite the fact that there's so many nitpicky idiots. But the graphics, they're not 60 frames per second. They don't necessarily look next
Listen to
gen
this guy.
enough for me.
Shut the
the
fuck
fuck
up.
up. The game, if you actually play it and enjoy it for what it is incredibly fun. It's got a
Play and enjoy this game that was super overhyped and they blatantly showed you bullshit footage. Just play it and enjoy it for what it is. Shut the fuck up. Give your $60 and shut the fuck up. Be a good little consumer, basically.
ridiculous amount of content, varied content of every open world game I've ever played.
I wish
This
somebody
is-
would have told him when Street Fighter V was relevant and he was really complaining about it, the shit to just shut the fuck up and play it for what it is.
This is the first
Stop
one, I
whining.
swear,
Just
where I'm
play it.
doing all the side content and I'm not bored. And I don't feel like it's repetitive or boring or the same thing twice. It seems refreshing and
Oh,
fun.
yeah,
The whole
whole game.
I've played
So
the game
fun.
for 50 something parts on YouTube. I don't know how many it is exactly, maybe like 59 or something like that. So we're talking like 12, 14 hours of gameplay. I haven't even beaten Act 1 of 5 of the story yet because I keep getting caught up in other content that's so much fun.
So much fun.
That's how good Watch Dogs is. So don't listen to the naysaying idiots. But it's
Don't
not
listen to the people that might make you not want to watch my footage of Watch Dogs. Listen to
60
me.
frames per second, and there's not so much detail on the face. Shut
You
the
know, everybody bought a PlayStation 4 and an Xbox One. When it was new, everybody bought a new PlayStation 4 to play games that run at 30 FPS. Even though every developer and their fucking grandma was pushing the shit out of 60 FPS when those systems first came out, and now they kind of just pretend that ain't a thing anymore. So that's exciting. I remember that.
fuck up. Stop being a nitpicking, negative
why people talk
douchebag
about it so much
and
now.
play
It's
the
their
game and
fault.
fucking enjoy it for what it is.
They
You can
created
tell
the
a
monster.
shitload of time and effort were put into the development of Watch Dogs. If you just sit there on your ass and play it and have fun as a fucking game instead of being a whiny bitch, you'll probably fucking like it. These people, these critics, piss me the
Critics
fuck.
piss me off. Critics piss me off. He was probably having dudes come to his chat saying, I don't want to watch this game because it only runs at 30 FPS. And IGN gave it a 7.5 or some shit like that. So it really makes him mad when people say they don't want to watch a game because of what somebody else say. It really pisses him off. And it's been a thing for years now.
Off. People all panning it. Oh, it doesn't look good on PC. What the fuck? Like, just play the game.
Just buy a $60 game on PC. And if it don't look good, well, fucking deal with it. Just play the fucking game. Stop being a nitpicky bitch, obviously.
Shut up about graphics and play,
Just play
the
it.
game.
Sounds
Okay.
good to me.
So,
Don't
Watch
listen to
Dogs
those
will
fucking
continue
critics. Listen to
this
me.
week. This week, two big
Read.
releases coming up next week. We've got Murdered Soul Suspect.
Now, I don't know if anybody remember this.
This week, two big releases coming up next week. We've got Murdered Soul Suspect.
Murdered Soul Suspect. Now, this is before it came out, obviously. I did a video on, I don't remember if the game was relevant then, if I brought it up because he was defending another game. Murder Soul Suspect is the definition of a game that DSP defended just for views. He was so hype about it for some fucking reason. And it came out and was getting 6s and 7s, and at best it was getting 8s. So people didn't want to watch him play it because it was getting quote unquote bad reviews. And he was so fucking mad. So mad. Don't listen to fucking stupid IGN and all of those fucking idiot reviewers. This game is good. Oh,
A murder mystery, supernatural twist kind of a game. A lot of people are equating it to things such as Heavy
yeah.
Rain. Oh God, what was the one I played last year? Deadly Premonition. Like a unique combination of stuff.
as we all know, Heavy Rain and Deadly Premonition. Amazing games to be compared to. All right.
Prophecy that may make it a really good kind of
I think I got Murder
I'm really very much
Suspect
looking
in a
forward to
bundle.
this game next week, and then paired
never
with
played
that,
it.
the release of Ultra Street Fighter 4. Finally, after years, a new version of Street Fighter 4,
Hey,
a
Street
bunch of
Fighter
new
4.
characters, tweaks to all the existing characters. I'm going to be playing this actively. Like I
Yeah, he
want to
played
check out
D4,
every
I
new
think it's called
character.
that. He didn't
I wanna
play the
play
second one,
online.
though.
I want to do everything with
second
this game.
season or
I'm really
whatever they
excited.
had.
I haven't played a new Street Fighter game.
Why is that in quotes?
years? I mean, yeah, we had Injustice, we had Killer Instinct. A few years ago we had Marvel vs. Capcom, but I haven't really covered the release of Street Fighter in years, and I'm pumped, and I cannot wait for this. I'm very excited.
Very excited.
Okay. And then the week after that is E3.
Oh.
So we've got E3 week where every day I'll be, like I did last year, once a day E3 week I'll be doing basically my recap video of everything that happened to E3 that day, covering all the important topics, giving you my take
wonder
on
what
a
got
lot of these
announced back
important
then and never
topics.
came out.
And I will split it up. If there are different topics that are specific, maybe I'll split it up into multiple videos. But basically daily I'll be doing a stream covering all the news from E3 that day, just like I did last year. People loved that I did that last year. I'm doing it again this year. There's a game called Enemy Front that comes out
What
that
the
week that I'll
fuck
be
is
checking
Enemy
out.
Front?
And let's face it, with all the stuff I'm juggling right now, there's no way I'm going to be able to beat everything. So I'll probably be playing Mario Kart 8, Watch Dogs, Murdered Soul Suspect, Ultra Street Fighter 4, and Enemy Front that whole week.
What the fuck is Enemy Front?
Also that weekend, the weekend before E3, let's skip. So not
Did he
this
play that?
Saturday, but a week from this Saturday,
never heard
John
about
Rambo
that.
and I will be doing our final, this is official, our final in-person WWE 2K14 simulation matches. And when I say that,
Last time for him to sell his friend Rambo for views, by the way.
there's potential that using some technology and things that possibly in the future
look at 'em go.
we can continue to do
Look
them
at 'em go.
over the internet. But for now, this will be the final one we do like this in person. It's going to be all fantasy matches. We are going to go
Look
all
at 'em
out.
go.
The final brawl in WWE. We're going to have crazy cartoon characters, superheroes, real
Look at 'em
wrestlers,
go.
fake wrestlers, all kinds of zany gimmick matches. You're going to not believe
Merchant
what you see.
Dave right
we'll have
now,
characters
selling the
returning
fuck
from
out
the
of this.
past to
Holy
make their
shit.
final hurrah. It's going to be amazing. I hope that you don't miss it. And if you don't ever, if you've never, ever watched WWE Sims, don't
If you
fucking miss
never watched this dumb shit, please watch it this time. Because this is the last time my friend Rambo's going to be here. In person.
this week. It's the last week I'm doing co-op with just John Rambo, okay? You don't want to miss it. And I promise you
Sheesh.
hilarity and good times.
I promise good
Okay?
times and
It's
hilarity.
not very often that I do that because, as everyone knows, you barely ever get entertained by my content. It's all very stoic and serious stuff.
His Dark Soul streams of that because he don't talk.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So, don't miss that. Then, after E3 week, the final showdown, I'm calling it the final CT Throwdown.
Time to sell everybody.
On June 14th, I'm going to have people here who I have not seen in years, including, yes, of course, John Rambo, the possibility of
He's
OJ,
gonna
I'm not
sell
sure
everybody.
Yet. I've invited Howard. He says that he may stop
He
by.
even
but he doesn't know
invited
if he can
Howie.
Make it. We'll see what happens with that.
Oh.
My friend Justin, remember Mayor
Where's
McJustin?
the Howie
Possibly our
clip?
friend Joe. Possibly,
I got it.
And what do they get? Gugats. That's what they got.
my friend Drew,
Shout
who
out
used to
to
play
Drew.
Street Fighter with us. Possibly my friend
And
Walter, who
Walter.
used to play Street Fighter with us. Basically, I'm trying to get the gang back together, and there's a strong possibility we may have people
The gang,
coming
by
from
the
all
way.
the way
These
up in
dudes I never hung out
Massachusetts
with
and
again.
Rhode Island, people who I used to play Street Fighter with competitively. They call themselves, well, I used to call them the TGA crew because we all played at an arcade called Tokyo Game Action, but really they used to call themselves, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, Team Hate. That's what they were called. Team Hate. That whole hate mentality and everything kind of came from them, even though I was part of it as well. So kind of
All
funny,
the group of white dudes call themselves Team Hate.
right? But they may be coming, including my friend Nestor, my friend Ed, a few people who I haven't seen in years. My friend Tony
Hey,
B,
Nestor.
my old friend Smooth
Nestor
Cat, who I
is,
used to play Street
I
Fighter
think,
with.
Nestor is a dude. I don't know if it's P-Dog or Corichado or whoever the fuck, but it's definitely a dude. He got like 2 names. For some reason, DSP always called him Nestor.
All the time, and
I
our
know
old
it's
friend
a dude,
Ernest,
though.
who we used to play Street Fighter with all the time, may all be coming. That would be amazing if they can make it
Shout
for
out
this
to
final
Ernest.
Connecticut Throwdown. What can you expect on June 14th?
Ernest.
How about a stream, live streaming here on Twitch all day
Shout out to
long?
Twitch.
And I mean all day long. I'm not going to stop it at all. It's going to consistently be streaming. You're going to see gameplay of Ultra Street Fighter 4. You'll probably see gameplay of other fighting games that people want to play. You're going to see
Now
live...
this actually did happen. It's a series of like weird videos. It just really sound like just a bunch of like stone dudes around each other. It kind of remind me of two best friends play, a super best friends play, a combo best friends play, whatever the fuck it's called. The one that has the most people and it's just a bunch of dudes and you only care about it if you like the dudes. Now when DSP did it, nobody cared about the dudes. So it was DSP and Rambo and extras pretty much.
Stream
Shout out to
webcam where I'm going to show all the
Ernest.
people who are here what we're doing. We're going to have beer, we're going to have pizza,
Ernest.
we're going to have fun, we're going to be shooting the shit. If you want to see Ultra Street Fighter 4 on a marathon, that's the weekend to do it. If you want to see us throw everything down for the final gauntlet, that's the day. And I'm going to be doing some stream exclusive stuff that I can't do on YouTube. I'm probably going to be showing on stream.
Yeah, Nesta did a lot of
I can't
stuff.
explain
I
to you what
forget
it's
what
going to
his
be right
other
now,
name
but I have a
was,
few
though.
special things in store for you. It's going to be
But he got
one
another
day,
name.
one night only. If you can be here, you want to be here that day. I'm telling you that you will not
Merch
regret it. It's
inside
going to be
Phil.
something you're probably going to remember
Please
for a long
show
time.
up. You're gonna remember it forever.
Okay? So there you have it.
Big sip. All right. Sounds good to me.
No, not a live sex orgy. Someone just said, sick fuck. Okay, and then literally after that's over, that's pretty much it for consistent gameplay and streams. Because starting that week of June 15th, that's the week. That's
Hey,
it. Everything's
Juneteenth.
getting packed up. Everything's getting ready to go across the country. And that's going to be pretty much the end of consistent gameplay until I get moved into the new place. And until I finally get settled in, we got the internet on, and then I can set my office up, okay? So that's kind of it. That's the last hurrah for major streaming and gameplay in
legally it's
Connecticut.
an
It's going
office
to be
command.
June 14. Now, of course, if I'm doing a streaming marathon, I'll probably upload those videos over the course of the week on YouTube. So those of you who cannot absolutely be there, but it's going to be great, okay? Now, the last thing that I want to talk about is, even though I just told you about all that stuff, right? And I know for some of you it sounds good, okay, Phil, last couple of weeks. There will or may be some things that happen that aren't exactly 100% planned.
We got to check the phone
I've
for
actually
this.
talked to a few people who I have not talked to in quite some time who've expressed the interest of coming by. One of them might actually be here this Saturday. So
Who
we'll
is
see.
it?
I don't want to say anything just in case it doesn't come together. But people who
Oh,
basically
never mind.
I used to be friends with a lot. I used to hang out with
Wait
them
a
all the
second.
time, and then I kind of fell out of friendship with them. Not because we hate each other, but just because that's life. I got busy with stuff. They got busy with stuff. We kind of drifted apart. But there's a few people. One of them is actually
He already
Howard.
mentioned
I didn't say
Howie in
Howard.
this
I
video.
would really love it if he could make it either this Saturday or next Saturday. If
And
he
what do
cannot
they
make
get?
it on June 14th, please come
Gugats.
by one of the other Saturdays. So he, me, and Rambo can kind of sit here on the couch and do a special stream where we want to just sit here and shoot the shit and reminisce about stuff.
Yeah,
Maybe our
reminisce.
favorite stuff we ever did on YouTube.
Let's talk about the time
and
you
stuff
came to
like
my house
that.
and I was
That'd be a
playing
great
Call of
show,
Duty, Howard.
But I need to get Howard out of his house and over here, and that's the problem. Increasingly these days, he's not available ever
I wonder
for
why.
anything. It was a miracle when we actually got him to show up for the Winter Olympics stuff back in, February or March. So, fingers crossed, everyone, for the return of Howard. But from time to time, every couple days, you may see someone coming by to be part of gameplay that normally they wouldn't have been, okay? I just want to warn everyone, what the hell Phil was doing a playthrough, all of a sudden there's someone here and they're playing with him or they're doing co-commentary.
It's
It may
just some
happen.
random
I'm not
asshole.
saying
Yeah,
100%
what's going
it's
on?
going to happen. I'm saying there's a strong chance when, a lot of people, when they got wind that I'm finally leaving Connecticut, they're like, damn, we kind of want to hang out for, if we could one last time, and that may be coming up, okay? All right.
He got to look at the
So-
script. No, some no stuff.
All that being said,
Rare vintage no stuff.
I want to especially thank every one of you, whether you're a newcomer,
Wait a minute,
whether you're a
Phil,
longtime
no.
viewer, whether you've watched
we're
every
not going
single
on break
stream,
yet?
every single video I've ever put out, or whether you've only watched one and you just came here tonight to see what the hell I'm all about. I want to say thank you to you.
if you only watched one Phil video, because everybody call him Phil, it's the name he loves to be called by. If you ever watched one Phil video, shout out to you. Feels good, man. Feels good, man.
What is Glow Game?
Sounds good to me.
Because sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, I mean
loves
this.
you
You guys are
from
the
the
ones
bottom
that
of his
made
heart.
this possible. Yes,
Humble
I worked
brag
hard.
time, by the way.
Yes, I was kind of incredibly lucky when a time when the internet was burgeoning with YouTube and YouTube videos, and people wanted to play games on YouTube and see people play games on YouTube, and I was just part of that wave of
When
popularity.
the internet was a burgeoning, he talked like he was uploading Let's Plays to AOL or some shit.
Hit.
When
And
the
yes,
internet
things are
was
starting to die out,
burgeoning.
and the market is oversaturated, and things have changed. But because of you guys changed my life, and I hope that you understand that, because I was at a point
Hey, we
in my
about to
life
cry.
where I really was in a
Oh.
rut. I had a job that I worked at where I wasn't being appreciated.
This is good.
My back was killing me. My back injury was a lot worse back then. Day to day, I didn't have positive reinforcement. I didn't really even feel that many people even gave a shit about me or
He was a legitimate grown man, and he wanted positive reinforcement from strangers, like he was in kindergarten. Oh.
my opinions or anything that I did at my job or anything in my life. I didn't have a girlfriend. I didn't have, a healthy relationship.
Healthy
really
relationship, by the way.
with many people. And when this whole thing happened, where all of a sudden just a guy who's dicking around and started playing games for fun on YouTube took off the way it did, and the fact that all of a sudden people wanted to see me every day. People cared about what I was doing. People were telling me overwhelmingly I was entertaining, and I was giving them free fun every day. I was changing their mood. I was giving them a positive look and a positive perspective and a big positivity boost and laughter.
A positivity boost. So if you wonder why you show up to a Dave stream in current year and you see him stone face staring at the TV at a little angle and he look like he just want to kill himself, that's why. Because he don't have random people on the internet telling him nice stuff all day and giving him positive reinforcement. That's why he's depressed. And I mean, he got a soulmate apparently, but I guess that ain't good enough. It's almost like money was tied to it or something, but I don't know. I might just be a hater when I talk about that.
Time in their lives when they were really suffering, it made me feel so good about myself to say, wow, I am capable of doing good. I am, people do care that I can do positive stuff, and I do mean something, right? And then since then, it's just been a crazy, wild ride, whether it was, on YouTube itself, then
He
going
needed YouTube views to think he meant something in life.
around the country vlogging.
Which explains why he's so sad every day now, because he's definitely not getting 2 million views a month. He's not even getting 1 million views a month. So that explains that.
doing stuff like that, going on Blip, coming back to YouTube, being partnered with Machinima, going to E3, going to gaming conventions and meeting a lot of you, doing panels, being guests, doing amazing, cool projects like Project 7, something I wanted to do my whole life, and I actually got to do 4 episodes of a series that I never ever thought I would ever
How did Project 7 turn out?
be able to do in my life. Having fun playing so many games, I never fathomed in my wildest dreams that I would be doing something for a living that I love to do and I have fun doing. I'm so incredibly grateful
So
for
grateful.
it. I want to say especially thanks to all of you. You guys made it possible. As much as I could kiss my own ass and say, oh, it's because I put in hard work and it's because of this and that.
Hard work.
The bottom line is if you didn't watch, I wouldn't be here. And I know that. You guys are the reason that I am able to leave Connecticut finally for the first time in my life, take control of my life, leave this state that I don't like, that I don't want to be in because it's too expensive, go somewhere where I think I'm going to be more well accepted.
He thought he would be more well accepted living in hipster land. Now, every time he talk about Seattle, because he liked to pretend he lived in Seattle, every time he talk about Seattle, he talk about how it's hipsters there and hipster this, hipster that, stoner this, stoner that. Everybody smokes weed and everybody's a hipster. He don't fit in with those hipsters. But before he moved out there, man, I might actually be able to fit in Washington. I'm going to get along with everybody. He actually, according to this, he thought he would get in real life friends from moving to Washington. He blatantly left his in real life friends that liked playing Street Fighter 2 to move to Washington with a bunch of hipsters. What the hell is this?
welcome, feel more into be that I'm in the right place.
The
I
right place.
feel so out of place here in Connecticut.
He
No one
feels out of place in Connecticut. Well, all of his friends play Street Fighter 2. He felt out of place. What the hell?
here around here is into the stuff I'm into.
Into the stuff he into.
I just feel like the odds.
Nobody out there is into the stuff he into. Who in Washington plays Street Fighter 2? And if they do, they don't know DSP anyway. Oh. I bet you if you brought this up now, he'll say, I'm too busy working, man.
Ball out to finally go to a
Hey,
place
yeah,
where
it did
there's a
buffer for
younger,
a second.
you know,
I
a
think it's
younger
all right,
base
though.
of people, and there's going to be people who are into the kind of stuff that I'm into. I'm going to live
It might be all right.
like
It should be
45 minutes away from Seattle, where I could drive into the city and attend tons of conventions and things that are of people of like mind for me. This is like the dream come true, city and attend tons of conventions and things that are of people of like mind for me. Where I could drive into the city and attend tons of conventions and things that are of people of like mind for me. Where I could drive into the city and attend tons of conventions and things that are of people of like mind for me.
You see that obviously happen.
This is like the dream come
Dream
true,
come
and you
true.
guys made it possible. So thank you so much for all the bullshit, through all the high highs, the low lows, the trials, the tribulations, the successes, the failures, the fact that, yes, I know that I am a fallible person. I am at sometimes a weak person, and a lot of people say, Phil, you should just ignore all negativity and continue on, and I would love to do that, but I'm a fallible person, and, you know, I
This
make
doesn't make sense because I'm literally a human. I can't ignore stuff that piss me off. When you say this, it sounds like a dude that like cheated on his wife a lot, and he trying to weasel his way out of it. So instead of saying my bad, he'd be like, "Baby, I'm just a man. I'm just a man, baby. Sometimes I mess up, you know. Sometimes I mess up, but I could be better. I'm just a human. I could be better though, baby." That's what he sound like. I'm a fallible human. Should I feel bad for you because of this? Because you was born? Do we have androids living on the world? I don't know. Maybe we do. Maybe DSP knows a bunch of androids and they didn't. Maybe Howard is an android. Maybe Rambo is an android. I don't know. A fallible human.
Mistakes, and I do unfortunately mention haters more than I should, and I the weakness of mine is that I have anger issues and I get angry about stuff or emotional about stuff, and I have to talk about it because it
I'm
makes
a
me
human.
feel better to vent. Okay?
Okay.
You guys stuck in there the whole goddamn time, and with this whole ridiculous mentality on YouTube from people, not people who know
Uh-oh.
me, not people who've watched my content over the years, but this new group of people who know nothing about me and bought into this stupid, almost not a mob, but almost a cultish
Cult, by the
mentality
way.
at this point, that I am the worst gamer on the internet. I mean, you guys who stuck in there, you made all this possible. You were making a major
I
positive
like
change.
this hot meme. Everybody that don't like him, they didn't even watch him. They didn't give him a chance. They just joined the cult to not like him. Sounds good to me.
Change in my life.
Thank
you.
And fuck you.
Okay? I hope you understand that I am so grateful. There's nothing that I would do that I would change anything, right? To make it that I don't have this relationship with you guys anymore,
Relationship, by the
because
way.
it's such a great thing. It's a positive thing. I hope that you, on your end, feel that you're getting enough out of this relationship that we have, because
They got to give more now.
I do as much as I can to entertain you, and really, you know, that's as much as I can do for you. Your views have shown me that I am worth something, and that I'm.
Your views have shown me that I'm worth something. That is the quote of the year. Your views have shown me that I'm worth something. Oh.
I do as much as I can to entertain you, and really, you know, that's as much as I can do for you. Your views have shown me that I am worth something, and I can do for you. Your views have shown me that I am worth something, and
So his life didn't mean anything to him until he was getting more than 2 million views a month, probably. I don't know, 4 or 5 million. How many millions did it take for him to become worth something? And then he needed to get a girlfriend too, because if you don't have one of those, you're worthless. And he also needs to be making a lot of money, because if you don't make a lot of money, that makes you depressed. Sounds good to me.
that I'm entertaining, and that I
Your
can
views
help
have
people.
shown me that I'm worth
So
something.
thank you so much for that. Thank you for letting me move into this next stage of my life. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
can't be any more grateful. And again, only positive stuff from here. Once we get to this
Yeah, if
new
you don't have a
place,
YouTube
new
channel,
office,
and
new
no,
layouts, new filming
if you don't
locations,
get
new
at
series.
least however much views he was getting back then, because if he was getting 2 million a few months ago, he was definitely getting way more than that back then. If you wasn't getting millions of views a month, or if you're not getting millions of views a month now, you apparently worthless. And if you don't have a girlfriend, worthless. And if you don't have a good job, worthless. Can't change who you are.
He's new everything coming very shortly. Thank you.
Prayer hands.
All right. So now we've got one news story in particular I want to talk about, and then we're going to go on our first break for Hate Live tonight.
All right, take a sip. Tasty.
Okay, excuse me. So, the one big news story that came out this week, and there were a few. Oh, Vince McMahon lost $750 million.
He didn't play music during his breaks either, so it was even worse.
The biggest news for me this week is both positive and negative, depending on your perspective. If you guys remember,
And it's
back in
this
December-
2014, so what, 32? Yeah, 32. Your YouTube views when I play other people's games show me that I'm worth something. As a 32-year-old man, your views show me that I'm worth something. I really hope he was exaggerating, but based on how he talked in this video and how he said before that about his, he was teasing depression. I don't think he was exaggerating.
YouTube made a huge across-the-board shift in their copyright policy.
That's pretty rough.
They fully launched what was called a new content ID system.
Oh shit, time to shit on
made it so that
Nintendo.
regardless of if you were behind a partnership company or not, whether you were just a little guy doing stuff on your own or if you were signed with someone like Fullscreen or Machinima to make videos and make money based off of ad revenue on your videos.
Anti-gamer practice,
regardless
by
of
the
any of
way.
that.
Because everybody
Across
that
the
buy
board,
Nintendo
YouTube had
games
this
play
content
them on the
ID
internet for
system
money.
go out, and quite literally, every video
Literally,
of Nintendo content ever was flagged under content ID
Oh
system.
no.
And advertisement rights for every Nintendo playthrough video were taken away.
Oh, no.
So whether you were just a little guy,
What am I gonna
I have
do?
my own YouTube channel. I'm not part of any big affiliate, but I have ads on my videos. I make a little bit of money here or there. It's not a big deal. Whether it was you or if you were under Machinima or Fullscreen or any of these big partnership companies, all of your gameplay videos of Nintendo were flagged, and all advertisement revenue was taken from you. Period.
Oh, no.
There was no recourse. If you tried to, strike back against that, counterclaim it, and say, I don't think it's valid,
It's not
it
valid.
didn't matter. It stood. No one got anything released. And basically, anyone who's ever done Nintendo playthroughs
you.
lost their advertising rights on them in December.
Oh no.
Now-
What am I gonna do?
Afterwards,
I know what I can do.
What ended up
I can
happening
bend the rules and get a
was
managed
Nintendo
partnership with Machinima.
YouTube came out and said we're gonna change the policy. If you're under a managed partnership, okay, you can continue to do Nintendo content and it won't be flagged, because managed partnerships means that company like Machinima or Fullscreen vouches for you and says you are using that video content within fair use. So if Nintendo were to sue, they couldn't sue me. They'd have to sue Machinima or whoever, because
Fuck
they're the ones
somebody
getting the
else
ad
over.
revenue
Sue
on
Machinima.
those videos. Okay. So because of that, I became a managed partner under Machinima, and I'm able to post up Nintendo content from now on and make ad revenue on it, period. No problem.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. However,
no.
anyone who did not get under a managed partnership, which was probably about 90% of the people who ever uploaded Nintendo videos,
DSP, of course, is special. The special boy. Well, I have a managed partnership, and 90% of everybody that ever did a Nintendo video, they can't get one because they're not as cool as me. Phil, obviously.
we're shit out of luck. And basically, if you wanted to continue making Nintendo videos, you just had no legal right to advertise on them.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Now, this is a very controversial topic, and let me explain
Big
why.
sip. All right.
The way that Nintendo sees things is this. Listen. It's our IP. It's our characters. It's our intellectual property. It's our game. We created all of it.
I really hope one day that DSP, I'm surprised he didn't talk about wanting to do it. I guess it'll be way harder because they don't have a partnership company anymore. But I really want DSP one day to be like, you know what, if you make a video using my footage, fuck you. I'm going to put ads on your shit and make the money off it. That'd be great, because then everybody can just compare him to Nintendo for all of those years. I didn't compare him to Nintendo before, though, because a lot of the stuff he say about them apply to him in a lot of different ways. That'd be pretty fucking
play
sweet,
it.
though.
Therefore, we own everything. And
Imagine
if you
how
make a
to know
video
what
of it, it's our
DSP
legal
riding in
property to
yachts
put
and
ads
shit.
on.
Because
We're
he
not going
put
to
ads
sue
on other
you.
people's videos.
We're not going to take your video down off of YouTube, but we're going to take any ad revenue that could possibly be made from it, because we're Nintendo and we own those characters and we own that game. Okay. The other side of the coin the Let's Players, the people who are just playing the game, saying, now wait a minute. First of all,
Wait a
out of all the
minute,
companies on the
Nintendo,
planet,
no.
Nintendo is the only, I'm going to repeat that, Nintendo is the only game developer on planet Earth who have made it known that they want to take ad revenue from Let's
wanna
Players.
steal it.
They've said it. That we're taking the revenue. They've said this publicly in statements. They're the only
That
one. Every
fucking
other
piece
gaming
of
company
shit
is like,
Iwata.
okay, if
He
as long as
hated
you're not
Iwata
bashing our
so
game,
much.
unfairly or saying stupid shit
still
for doing a
hated
Let's
Iwata.
Play, go right ahead, put the videos out and do whatever you want. It's free
Now,
advertisement
this is
for
before
us.
Konami
Win-win
and Atlas did it.
situation. But Nintendo is the only one who doesn't see it that way. So immediately, all people who are considered Let's Players or play games on the internet are saying, now, wait a minute. Why the hell is Nintendo such a bunch of stingy dicks? We're giving them free advertisement like we're giving to every other company. Why is Nintendo better? Why are they different? Right? That's number one. Number two, there's a whole legality issue here because, let's face it, watching a movie that never changes versus playing a game, which is an interactive medium, they're two different things, all right? It would be like saying this. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to publicly paint a picture.
Oh boy, artist time.
Now I'm going to do it in
we
public on
go.
a stage, and I'm going to be doing it artistically. I've seen this on TV, like on America's Got Talent. These guys.
Yes,
do it,
the
right?
SPL
Speed
Let's
painting
Player
or
should be on
whatever.
America's Got
It
Talent.
would be like saying, well, that's fine, but guess what? Since you used that stage, since you used that paint, since you used all these tools to create what you created, well, guess what? It's our property because I'm the paint company, so I'm going to take a cut. I'm the old guy who owns the stage, so I'm going to take a cut. I'm the guy who made the paper and the canvas that you painted on, so I'm going to take a cut. How is that legal?
How is that legal?
And the answer is it's not in that realm.
Nintendo,
It seems
stop
that
breaking
the
the
reason
law.
right now is because it's a gray area
Greedy
with the
pieces
internet.
of
This
shit.
burgeoning
Stop being
technology of the
xenophobic,
internet and
Nintendo.
YouTube, that all the copyright, IP law, it's all gray area. What's covered and what's not. No one seems to know, and no one's actually pushed it so that it would go to court so we could find this out. There are a lot of Let's Players. I'm one of them.
I don't think we want this to go to court. I don't think we want this dumb shit to go to court because a lot of people might get fucked up if that happened. That would not be a good move.
Who will go out there and tell you, I fully believe that when you create a Let's Play of a video game, that is your legal property. Because guess what? Yes, Nintendo made the game. Nintendo invented Mario. Nintendo invented the Wii U. But
Look at this dude. Look
when
at
I
this dude.
physically
Look at
lift
him.
up my controller,
PS4 controller to move
and
Mario.
I choose to press the start button, and then I choose to move Mario in a certain way, and I choose to do this and this. These are all my decisions. I'm
wanna turn the
controlling.
controller on too to prove
Nintendo
the point
didn't
more?
make me do that stuff. Sure, it's within the realms of confinement that maybe Nintendo put on the game, but I'm the creative person.
I'm the creative
I am the
person.
artist.
I'm the
who is
artist.
creating that transformative work by recording my gameplay. In addition, I'm providing live commentary that even further
And this also
diversifies.
makes a good point. But this is how you don't play as stealing content. He also calls these streams stealing views. See, this is the thing though. And DSP always in the back of his mind, he always got a way to finesse the situation to work for him and to not work for anybody else. See, it's me stealing views because I'm not holding the control and moving Mario, like he says. And the people that make the This Is How You Don't Play, they're stealing footage because they're not holding the control and moving Mario. Therefore, in order to not steal views, you have to just play the game yourself, which would defeat the purpose of a lot of stuff. We need to get some dude to play an entire game, get DSP commentary, and put it over their footage, and just do. You could just get generic comments like, "Ooh, I was fucking blocking," and put that over the footage. I wonder how he would respond to that. Some guy uploaded a fake This Is How You Don't Play of me. I wasn't even playing, and he put my fucking commentary over it. He'd probably get mad about
is
that
the
too.
content. So for Nintendo to say we fully own a video that you make of one of our video games, in my opinion, doesn't have a legal leg to fucking stand on. And again, the only reason that Nintendo is able to do this on YouTube is because no one ever has taken this to
Yeah,
court.
take Nintendo to court.
So, I just gave you a shitload of background. Let me explain why I just did that. Because this week, Nintendo came out, and Nintendo said, guess what? We got an announcement. We
They
are
said, "Guess
partnering
what?"
with YouTube. We are going to make it that you can become a Nintendo partner on YouTube. What does that mean? That means that if you would like to create content that's Nintendo games, Nintendo footage, Nintendo related, you will be able to, and you'll be able to monetize it. You'll be able to run ads and make ad revenue.
Wait a
on it.
minute, I thought
What's
Nintendo
the
was
catch
stealing.
in all this? Nintendo is going to take a cut. So Nintendo has basically gone from, if you're not a managed partner, we're going to take all the ad revenue of everything on YouTube, and they've said, well, maybe we realize that that's kind of a bad approach. We do kind of admit that, yes, the gameplay and the commentary are not ours. That was yours. It's not our legal property. It's not within our rights to say we're going to take all your ad revenue. So we're going to meet you halfway. Maybe we'll have a program where we share the revenue, okay? Now, no further details have been released. No one knows, is this a official partnership like you would have with Machinima or Full Screen? Is it the Nintendo partnership?
Nintendo
so no one really
partnership.
knows anything
Gonna
else.
be
No
like
one knows
Chip
what the
Cheese.
revenue share is going to be. No one knows how it's going to work. No one knows anything. It was just a general announcement that YouTube and Nintendo are in talks to have this happen, okay? Now,
Sip? No, what the hell was
there's
that?
positives and negatives, all right? First of all, immediately, if you were anyone who loved Nintendo, who's making Nintendo content, there's some people out there who are making Nintendo content for years, since YouTube started, never had this problem, and all of a sudden they got hit with it in December, okay? If that's you, and you're not a managed partner under a partnership company, this is actually good news for you, because you may have potential to make money doing what you love to do, playing Nintendo games, okay? So for some people, I can see that they see this as a positive, wow, this is great, Nintendo listened to the gamers, and we're going to jump right on that partnership when it's
told
available.
Nintendo
Hopefully
to
get
do any
accepted
of
and start
this?
making money right away.
Listen to the gamers.
Some people kind of see it as, all right, it's not an amazing positive, but it's still better than the alternative, okay? Previously, you were making no money on the Nintendo videos because they basically claimed them all. Now, at least they make some and you make some. Okay, so there's some people that are like, fair enough, even Steven. It's not a major positive, but at least it's something. And there are other people who think it's a fucking joke, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm probably mostly one of them.
There you go.
Because here's the bottom line of what's gone on with Nintendo over the past decade. Nintendo went from being the #1 game
Here we
developer,
go.
the #1 gaming company in the 1980s, 1990s, basically decided to do whatever the fuck they wanted to do at the end of the 1990s into the 2000s, completely ignoring technological
He always make it seem like Nintendo, quote unquote, fell off because it was their fault. And I'm sure some people will say, but Tevin, it is Nintendo's fault. But bruh, when the original NES came out, what fucking competition did they have? Floppy disk computer games and the Sega Master System? The Master System was ass. And then when the Super Nintendo came out, everybody wanted to put games on it. And then by the time the Nintendo 64 came out, you had the PlayStation doing stuff, and Sega was dying. And then the Xbox and the PS2 came out. Did anybody expect Nintendo to always be #1? I don't know.
shifts, ignoring what the gamers told them they were looking for, and Nintendo went for a series of stupid gimmicks. Sometimes it worked, like the Nintendo Wii and the Nintendo 3DS, and sometimes
3DS gimmick,
it
by the
didn't
way,
work.
'cause the 3D
For
do.
example, the Nintendo GameCube didn't sell as big as Nintendo wanted it to, and more recently, the Nintendo Wii U is a fucking huge goddamn flop.
Well, everybody could be right
Nintendo
about
is
that.
losing millions upon millions of dollars every single year, and yes, they have enough surplus money that they won't go out of business, but they can't continuously bleed money. That means they would have to
Does Nintendo have a
downsize, they would have
second
to lay
condo?
people off, they would have to restructure their company, and they don't want to have to do that. So what Nintendo is doing is called a desperate cash grab. It's called, well, there were these things out there that we ignored earlier when we were fist over fist, hand over fist making money. Now we're not doing it anymore, so rape the gamers. And I'm sorry to say that, that's really, I really feel it is.
Rape the gamers.
What it's doing is called a desperate cash
This is the
grab.
business
it's
term,
called,
by the way.
well, there were these things out there that called a desperate cash, and they don't want to have to do that. So what Nintendo is doing is called a desperate
That's the
cash
business
grab.
term.
It's
A
called,
desperate
well,
cash grab.
there were these things out there that we ignored earlier when we were fist over fist, hand over fist making money. Now we're not doing it anymore, so rape the
Rape
gamers.
the gamers.
And I'm sorry to say that, that's really, I really feel it is. Let's blindside these fucking poor people.
Poor
Who are the
people?
people who, by the way, are directly supporting Nintendo by buying Nintendo content, playing it, and giving free advertisement for it on the internet. They're some of the few people who actually bought a fucking Wii
Shout out
U.
to all of those poor people that bought a Wii U, apparently. I guess it was selling out at homeless shelters. But I like this period of YouTubers talking about Nintendo, mainly DSP and Angry Joe. Angry Joe really pushed the fucking narrative of Nintendo was anti-gamer And it still annoyed me because it's not anti-gamers. You can say it's anti-YouTuber and anti-streamer, but anti-gamer, the normal person going to Walmart and buying a Wii U that's never going to upload a video to YouTube, they don't even know this shit going on until people like DSP and Angry Joe complain about it. And they try to paint a picture like, well, Nintendo's doing this so they don't like you. Nah, they don't like you, the person that's telling me about it. Nintendo don't give a fuck about what you do at your house with your Nintendo, as long as you're not trying to make a YouTube video of pirate stuff, I guess. Anti-gamer, though, dude. If you buy any Nintendo product and just play it for yourself at home, Nintendo is apparently raping you. And they hate you. So there you go. Never buy a Nintendo product because they hate you and they will rape you. So you're going to have to Me Too. Hashtag Me Too Nintendo.
And are playing
Bunch
it
of fucking
actively.
rapists.
Nintendo's saying, fuck you to you.
See?
I'm taking your
Nintendo's
money.
saying, fuck you to you. I'm taking your money. So every time I play a Switch game that was overpriced, Nintendo is taking my money and saying, fuck you. And they're raping me too. Wow. That's it's pretty rough.
Tough
shit.
It's bullshit. It's incredible corporate greed. It's called the upper levels of Nintendo management, including, yes,
is the
I'm going to
business
point the
term.
finger straight at fucking Iwata,
Fuck you, Iwata.
who's the creative reason why that company is in the fucking toilet right now. Ever since he took over, the company went, woo! Except for the luck that was the fucking Wii, which is incredible luck and a fluke.
Let me tell you about how much DSP hates Iwata. Even when he died, DSP, his opinion was pretty much like, let's see who Nintendo gets in charge next. That's the first thing he brought up when Iwata died. He fucking hates Iwata. You swear the dude like punched him in the face. That's just how mad he get when he lose $5 over somebody. Imagine if I die. Well, fuck it, well, I didn't really like the guy, but, well, I'm glad he's not taking views from me anymore. He fucking hated Iwata
Okay.
so much.
Basically saying, I don't give a fuck about our customer base. It's all about money in the bottom line. And right now,
Man,
we're
he hated
pissing away
Iwata.
money, so we need to save face and we need to make money again. Let's steal the
steal
money
money,
from the
by the
games.
way.
It's ridiculous. It's a joke. They have no fucking right to do it. It's disrespectful to the
stole
people
it.
who have been the dedicated fans of Nintendo since day one. Now, the sick part about all this, they're Nintendo fanboys. Oh, I don't care. Nintendo can do whatever they want because I'm such a fucking dumbass fucking fanboy. I don't care. I always kiss Nintendo's ass no matter what they do. If you can't see how desperate this company is
Yeah,
at
they
this
raped
point to be
me.
taking money out of the pockets of the people who paid them the money to exist, I don't know
Apparently,
how I
Let's
can
Play
help
has
you.
funded
you-
Nintendo
a
the last
logical
100
mind
years.
thinking about this can know that this is fucking wrong, okay? The only way that you could basically say that you don't agree with this is if you just hate Let's Plays. You don't think Let's Plays should exist at
Yeah,
all.
somebody
You think
watching
that
this video that hate
recording
Let's
a game
Plays.
and putting commentary in your gameplay
Some
is
people
legal.
do hate Let's
If that's
Plays
your
after
belief,
watching DSP
okay,
do
maybe
it for
then
so
I can
long.
understand why you think that Nintendo should get the ad revenue. But unless that's the mindset you have, who the fuck could defend Nintendo? And so,
Japanese
well,
people.
Nintendo sound, we're
Those
still losing
xenophobic
money.
assholes.
The cash grab that we tried in December isn't
It's
really
called
working.
fuck the gamer.
So now let's act like we're going to
It's
be
the legal
friendly with the
term.
gamers again. Too late.
Too late.
Too late, Nintendo. You fucked up so
Nintendo.
bad. It's like, of all the things you could have done, right, to make up and to try to get more people
You should
interested in
stop buying
Nintendo, the
Nintendo
last thing would
games.
be to
Just
steal
stop
money from
supporting
the
this
people who
bullshit
bought
that
your
they do.
fucking system. Are you loco?
loco?
And the answer is yes. Iwata is loco. He's a fucking moron.
moron.
He's a bigwig who sits in his fucking chair, doesn't sit here with the gamers, doesn't know what the common gamer wants, comes up with lame brain, stupid, gimmicky ideas, or pushes them ahead in his agenda for the company, and he doesn't know what the
I
fuck.
like that the way he looks at it is that Iwata literally did everything. Every single thing Nintendo thought of. And every practice that Nintendo has ever had. Iwata thought of it. Are you fucking loco? Get out of here, Iwata.
He's doing. He's an asshole.
You an asshole.
And I hate that shit because Nintendo is a creative company. They're a fun company. If they had proper direction, they could be successful and they could be number one. But when you get idiots at the top who don't want to fucking listen to anyone, they go, we know better than you do. We don't listen to criticism. We don't listen to anything because we have so much money from the 80s and 90s. We don't have to
That's
listen.
what they say?
Well, guess what? Hundreds of $millions of loss year after year after year after year after year.
That's not the right
All of a
amount of
sudden,
years.
Nintendo now has to fucking start panicking because they can't do that anymore. All right? So enough.
You could tell
Enough
he
with
took a
these
break
idiots.
after this.
All I have to say
He
is
was
this
so
program is a
mad.
joke, in my opinion. It really is. It's a joke. It's a slap in the face to gamers. Oh, we want to have a program where we make some revenue and you make some revenue. Is it going to be fair? If you're under the Nintendo partnership, can you still make gameplay videos from other companies? Can you still make ad revenue on those? Who knows? And again, this is just the initial announcement.
Didn't he just tell us
There's
that
been
he
no
can make money and
further
other
detail
people will be
given,
able to make money?
But from the initial announcement, it looks like a fucking
How
joke.
is it? Who
At
knows?
least in my opinion. And again, if you're a Nintendo fanboy, well on you, good stuff. You go become a
See,
Nintendo partner.
the thing
but for all of
is,
us,
you point out that he wearing Nintendo clothing. He do this shit on purpose. It was in his, I think his video when he threw the Wii U in the trash. It might have been that video. He had the Bullet Bill thing on. And he liked to bring up, well, people would have said I'm a Nintendo hater. But look, I'm wearing Nintendo clothes. This fucking third party fucking from China bullshit. Nintendo ain't getting no money for this trash. This is just a made up fake wannabe Mario and just a Bullet Bill. He act like he bought the product directly from Nintendo. It's like if I wear a DSP shirt, and then if somebody say, Tevin, you hate Phil, I can say, no, I don't hate him. Look, I'm wearing a DSP shirt.
we're just shaking our heads like, what has happened to this once great company who loved the gamers?
He do that.
who was
He
hand in
always
hand
do that when
successful
it comes
with
to
the gamers?
Nintendo. He
Where
probably
the
wish he
fuck-
still had that Bullet
When did
Bill
this
hat.
happen? Where did they go wrong? And how the hell are they ever?
I don't
gonna come
hate
out of this
Nintendo.
trouble
Look at
when
my
they're
hat.
Making these ridiculous decisions.
I love Nintendo. I'm a huge fan. I liked them in the 90s.
All right. That's it for the first segment of Hate Live. We'll take a short break here. When we come back, we're going to be talking about back in the day, my early school years, and then we will have some time at the end of the show for live calls. So I'll be right back, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. I will see you in a few minutes. If you're watching this on Twitch TV, please stick around.
Please stick
Don't go
around.
anywhere during the commercial
Sit through
break.
6
if you're
minutes of
actually
ads,
watching this
Twitch
on
viewers.
YouTube, you can go ahead and click on the timestamp in the video to jump right ahead to the next part, okay? Thanks, everyone. See you in a few minutes.
Yeah, he didn't even run music during this. This is legit just silence with a picture that some fan made. I don't know. DSP might be stealing this person's picture. You need to pay them for it, dude. He being greedy like Iwata. Oh, well. I got to go to the bathroom anyway, so I guess I can let this sit here and play my favorite song again. Not, well, I guess it's going to be Sonic R. Back in Time is not here anymore. Give me a couple of minutes.
Can you see the sun is shining on me? It makes me feel so free, so alive. It makes me want to survive. And the sky, it makes me feel so high. The bad times pass me by.
There we go. Fantastic. I like he's still on break. I wonder how many viewers he used to lose back then during break. Because he loses shit ton now. But now he go on 20-minute breaks but have music. But it's the same music on the same loop every time. I don't know. Destroyed, by the way.
Destroy.
He's playing? Yeah, it's playing.
I goofed up. I gotta do this.
Anybody remember when he used to do that? That's vintage Dave. He was being a fun, cool streamer, dude. He used to play as a You Blew It clip. It was great. It's hilarious, don't you see?
Fair enough. I screwed that up. Okay, so we're back. Sorry about that, everyone. Welcome back to Hate Live. Before we progress on to back in the day,
Nice snort.
very quickly, I want to talk about Wolfenstein: The New Order, which I did not get a chance
You
to
know,
do
it
in that
wasn't
first.
editing. It was the equivalent. Get him out here! It was the equivalent of doing that. He pretty much would just click something and XSplit and never play with a video clip. Nothing to go crazy over. But it's something. He wouldn't do that now because of a copyright. I don't know if he did it during playthroughs, though. I don't think so.
Segment, I went on mass about Nintendo. Okay.
I don't know.
Wolfenstein: The New Order.
Shout out to Wolfenstein, by the way. I did
I
not like
played
this
it on
game.
PS4, as you can see, and boy,
I think it's too
was
long.
it a breath of fresh air. At a time of the year, this year in particular, where there's
$60
really
first
been not
person,
very
single
many
player
great
only
games.
shooters.
I could, on one hand, probably count the games.
No, you dumb bitch. It
South
wasn't
Park: The Stick of
fraudulent.
Truth,
Was
Dark
there
Souls
from me?
2.
Today I asked Phil's opinion on the Jewish question.
Parentheses,
At first he
parentheses,
didn't
parentheses.
respond to my tweet. When I threatened to turn him into a lampshade, he blocked me on Twitter. I found that anti-Semitic, so I reported him to Twitter.
Parentheses, parentheses, parentheses. Thank you for the dollar. Moonman 1487. DSP loves Jewish people. He was friends with Howard. He might have not been Jewish, but he had a big nose.
One or two indie games here or there were pretty
Sounds
good.
good.
But there's nothing that's like a standout. This game was
Slay the
great. Did
pig.
you enjoy it outside of a very few? Okay.
Okay.
Wolfenstein comes out of nowhere. Literally comes out of left field. A game where if you
I probably
played
would like
the
this game
one
now
from a
if I
few years
pirated it and
back,
played it on
the
PC.
reboot of the Wolfenstein series, it was a decent game. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't anything like amazing. Knock you on your ass.
It's a
blow you
DSP review meme, by the way.
away. Wow, this is must play. It
Let me see if I can get this.
wasn't anything like
Yeah.
amazing series. It was a decent game, don't get me wrong. But it wasn't anything like amazing, knock you on your ass, blow you away, wow, this is must play.
For
It was
some reason, one of his criticisms is that a thing wasn't the best thing ever. Well, it wasn't like amazing, blow you off your ass, amazing, fantastic, but it was okay. Isn't that every game pretty much, besides like maybe 2 or 3 every generation? Come on.
more like, if you like first person shooters, you'll enjoy it. It's kind of fun, but it's nothing groundbreaking, okay?
Nice not.
Wolfenstein: The New Order completely blindsides you by being an original, fun, creative,
Buzzwords.
lengthy, immersive, diversified
Buzzwords.
single-player first-person shooter experience.
Diversified, by the way.
Okay. First of all, I played this game on the FS4.
Diversified.
I played it on the FS4, and on the FS4, it does have a steady 30 frames per second. In some parts, it actually
30 frames.
runs at a higher 60 frames per second, but for the most part, it's kind of a hybrid between the two. The graphics are incredibly detailed. The characters look very realistic. This really, is it super groundbreaking? No, but it's definitely, you can see the visual improvement.
Is it the
from
best
last
thing
gen
ever?
to
No,
this
but
gen.
it
When you play a
exists.
game like Wolfenstein: The New Order.
7
Wow, look
out
at
of
the amount
10
of detail
IGN.
on the walls. Look at the immense amount of lighting effects versus last gen, where a lot of that stuff just kind of got hashed over, rushed through. You go up to the wall and it looks pixelated as hell.
What?
That really doesn't happen here.
PS3 games
on
walls look
Wolfenstein:
pixelated.
The New Order
Apparently
on the
rushed
PS4,
through the games
okay?
back then.
So you
That's why the
play,
games look
once
so bad.
again, resuming the
Okay.
role of BJ Blazkowicz, who is the hero of the series Wolfenstein. It is a what-if scenario where the Nazis have won World War II.
Oh, no.
And because
It
they
sound
won
like an
World War II, the
SJW
world is
game.
now taken over by
You
Nazis.
can't play this shit.
Everyone is basically
Get 'em outta
subjected
here.
to them. They
Get
do all
'em
kinds of
outta here.
genetic experiments. They do technological experiments and they have mechs and robots and mutants and monsters and all kinds of stuff working for them. You, as BJ Blazkowicz, start out back during World War II with your squad trying to break in, trying to take over and defeat the Third Reich. You fail. You wake up years later and find out the Nazis won. So now it's your job to effectively
Yeah, I
form
feel like
up a
this game didn't run at 30
resistance, fight
FPS on the
against them.
PS4.
The game is pretty neat. It is, first of all, for the
30
first time that I
FPS
can
sound
really
kinda
think of in a
suspicious.
first-person shooter, there's a critical story point
But it
in
is
the
BSP,
game
so he
that,
could've just
depending
been
on the
straight up
choice that
wrong.
you
He
make to either
streamed it
save
at
one
30
person or the
FPS
other,
probably.
actually changes certain things in the game, including critical cutscenes, critical plot points, and things near the end of the game in particular. It's not too much of a big change. Like, for example, yes, you'll still end up generally doing the same stages. You will kill a lot of the same enemies, but the cutscenes apparently become really effectively changed depending on what choice you make.
Apparently.
Okay? And so, the game itself
That's a good
alternates
review. Apparently
between
some shit
you
happened.
being
I don't
in this
fucking know.
resistance hideout and interacting with all the characters who are part of the resistance, learning about them, about their personalities, their pasts, and combines that with fun, varied gameplay. Whether you're going through the sewers, sneaking around, trying to find a way into
Sneaking
an
around
underground
in
facility,
Wolfenstein.
whether you're going to certain missions to try to take out Nazi power sources,
Killing Nazis in
or to
Wolfenstein.
steal a U-boat, or to do different kinds of stuff like that.
It
It's
sounds
incredibly
terrible.
fun, and
I don't wanna
again,
play this
like
game at
previous
all.
Wolfenstein games, it's a unique combination of like classic
why is
military
Antifa
FPS
members on the front of the
combined
case?
with this futuristic technology. Because in the world of Wolfenstein, the Nazis somehow were able to get this
Somehow.
crazy futuristic tech. So it's really fun in that
They went
regard.
back in
A
time,
wide
dude.
variety of weapons. Of which you can do things such as use stealth combat to actually stealthily sneak around Metal Gear style and take out a
Metal
bunch of
Gear.
people without ever being detected.
Okay.
Or you can actually choose to have the game mostly be run
Metal
and gun,
Gear.
where all you care about is the actual physical combat. You could play the
could've
game in
been worse.
different ways, a la
Allah.
games such as Deus Ex Human
Praise
Revolution.
Allah. Gang, 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 gang. I love the Metal Gear reference randomly, but it could have been worse. I always think back, I forget what Angry Joe review it was, but he made sure to point out that you can sneak around and get headshots, quote unquote, like Metal Gear. And then when Metal Gear Solid 5 came out, he was like, I never played a Metal Gear Solid game before. I hated that so much. That's one thing I really, really fucking hate about Angry Joe. He reviewed games for a living, but when it come to big fucking franchises like Metal Gear Solid and Devil May Cry and God of War, he never played the other games before he played the new one. Like, what? I don't know. That's
But
really
the game
weird
at
to
its
me.
core really is
What
more
the
of
fuck?
a
Yeah, Kingdom
first-person
Hearts too.
shooter than
You're gonna do it
anything
with Kingdom
else.
Hearts.
The game has 16 stages. Each stage can vary from a half an
Just
hour
don't-
to an hour or
Holy
longer.
shit. Like,
When I
just don't
actually beat the
review the
game, I
game.
believe I had played it for some
Oh, well.
12 to 16
Oh, God.
hours.
I'm
For a
knocking
single
everything
player
over now.
game campaign that's an FPS that's incredibly long, and it's welcomed in this
I'm
day and
used to
age.
sitting in this
When a lot of these
position.
first-person
It's
shooter
weird.
games, you buy them, the single player campaign
Oh
is 3
yeah.
hours long because it
And
was
his
after
first Zelda game was Breath of the Wild. I never played these other huge fucking games. Listen to my review and take it seriously somehow. Sounds good to me.
thought. All they focused on was the
Oh my
multiplayer,
God.
which I actually have to say, Wolfenstein has
I gotta set the
none.
mic up in a better position.
Has no multiplayer. Now there is replayability because once you beat the game, first of all, there's all these collectibles, these audio logs, memoirs,
multiplayer in this
article
game would have been
clippings
ass
that you
anyway,
can collect,
probably.
and obviously you get rewards for collecting them all, but also it
Oh,
flushes
man,
out
yeah, it probably would've been ass.
parts of the story that maybe aren't happening on screen. But in addition to that, you may want to go back and replay the game, making the decision to save the other person, so that way you can see the different changes, the alternate timeline, how things were different because you saved one person over the other, the different characters that you actually meet up and have time with in the Survivor hideout, and
Mustache
things like
stuff
that.
randomly.
So, pretty neat.
Pretty
and then
neat.
in addition to all of that,
In addition to all of that.
the game has some unique mechanics when it really comes to certain weapons, including a gun that's more of a tool
Whoa.
that you can actually use to cut through fences.
Whoa.
I've never played an FPS game like this where there's destructible fences that you can cut through to sneak around and find alternate methods to beat stages. You don't have to go straight forward gung-ho. Maybe you can be more stealthily
Yeah, I played
behind people by
Wolfenstein to
cutting
be
through
stealthy.
fences and stuff. And
That's what
also
the
you
game
can use it
about.
to cut
It's like
certain
Metal Gear
chains
Solid.
and go to another hidden area or alternate area with lots of collectibles and additional items. There's upgrades that you can find that can make lasers bounce off walls. You get amazing bounce
Whoa,
laser kills
bounce laser
during the
kill.
course of the game as you complete
Let me
certain
hold up
tasks,
the game
such
case.
as
People don't know what I'm talking about.
looking around a corner and shooting like this and getting a kill and getting a certain number of kills that way, getting a certain amount of kills with certain weapons through certain methods, stealth kills, grenade kills. You unlock challenges, and as you unlock challenges, you get perks. So, for example, okay, so you peek around the corner, you're killing people behind cover. After you kill, say, 50 people, it might say, now you get increased reload speed,
Whoa.
or you get increased clip capacity for that particular gun, okay? So there's actually hooks, even though
This
you're
sound
playing
pretty
a
fucking
traditional
revolutionary,
FPS game,
TBH.
there's hooks to
I
try
need
to
to
get
check
certain kills
Wolfenstein
certain
out.
ways. And I actually found myself during the course of the campaign challenging myself to get additional kills in certain ways to complete challenges so that I could actually get that challenge and get whatever that perk was. Now,
Think Bloodborne.
admittedly, the game has flaws.
Oh, no.
All right, it's a first-person shooter game. Once you play it once and you know the
I
layout
like that being a first-person shooter game is a flaw. Is this Reddit?
of the map, you can pretty much find a way to skip a lot of the content. So, for example, there was this one part where, I got pretty far. And by the way, the checkpoint system is well done. Usually, when you die, you don't have to replay too much gameplay to get back to where you were. But there was this one part of the game, the only game bug I really ever had that was a serious game bug. The game effing crashed during the final boss
no.
fight, which really pissed me off because the game didn't save a
Wow,
checkpoint,
thanks, Sony.
and I had to replay the entire final
Fucking
stage. It's a
lazy-ass
really bad
developers.
game bug. But the good news is, once I had beaten the final stage, I knew where all the enemies were on the map, and I literally was able to maneuver around them, run past them, and what had taken me 45 minutes to beat on the first attempt took me about 10 minutes to beat on the second attempt, so it wasn't that big of a deal. And that is going to be a design flaw of Wolfenstein, is like most first-person shooters, once you know what to do, you can pretty much just rush through and
A
get...
design flaw is that you can play the game better if you played it before. Interesting.
Get through it without worrying about, oh no, I have to stop to kill every enemy or anything like that. Of course, if you want to be a completionist, you want to get every collectible and every item, you're going to do that. But if you're not and you just want to get through the game, you can get
People
through the
buy
game
$60
relatively
games to
quickly
get through
once you
them. All they
play
Let's
it
Players
through
do.
once, okay?
Nice, not.
So overall, Wolfenstein: The New Order, incredibly refreshing, incredibly fun, incredibly
Refreshing.
interesting. I was very much
These
surprised
buzzwords.
by how good it was, okay? And I didn't expect it to be that good. I actually thought that it was going to be more like similar to the last one, where it didn't have much of a story, didn't have creative characters that you cared about.
Does
For,
it
like,
mean a
the people in
PS3
the
game that
Resistance,
everybody
who
forgot
you found
about?
out their backstories, and you see how they
Oh
they
my
do
God, I think
during
you
the
do.
course of this revolution against the Nazis. And I was really expecting not much from this game. I was pleasantly surprised during a year that so far has
Damn,
had a
those
lot
buns.
of duds and games that were disappointing. I actually give Wolfenstein: The New Order an 8.75 out of 10.
8.75. We got the meme IGN Doctor tier score. 0.75.
If you like Wolfenstein, if
Ugh.
you like futuristic first-person shooter combat, if you like great character development, if you like great graphics
It's like
on
basically
PS4,
you're too scared to give it a plain 8 because then somebody in the comment section gonna say the game's way better than an 8. But then if you give it a 9, somebody in the comment section gonna say it's not that good. Grand Theft Auto 5 was better, or some weird shit like that. So you say 8.75. Sounds good.
all those
Sounds
reasons,
good.
this is your reason to get the game. The only reason I can't
got to
give it
kill a
a
Nazi
better
dude,
score
that's
than
the
that,
0.75.
after you play it through once, you pretty much know the game. Yes, you can replay it once to try to get the alternate cutscenes, but really, there's not tons of replayability. And again, the fact there's no multiplayer. Is it a negative? No, I'm glad they focused on the single player, but there's no reason to go back to it really once you beat
It's
it.
not a
and
negative, but I brought it up as a reason why the score is lower. Just say you think it's a negative. Nah.
That is a little bit of a negative as well.
Come
of
on,
course,
man.
also that one game crippling bug that I had at the end of the game. 8.75 for
Jeez
Wolfenstein:
Louise.
The New Order. Okay. So
Does he want
That's the
Wolfenstein to be
review.
like procedurally generated? I played through it once and it's the same. 8.75. Okay, I guess. Thanks.
unfortunately, we're running out of time tonight. I started the show late, and I only have about a half an hour left. So I think what we're gonna do for tonight, I'm gonna go on a quick break right now.
Really?
Come right back, and we're gonna do Back in the Day, and that's pretty much
Wow.
gonna be the end of the show. Unfortunately for Skype callers, I apologize to you guys. It looks like we're probably not gonna have.
Yeah, I brought it up in the beginning of this video. That this is when he started to meme his way out of doing call-in segments, and then eventually he just didn't bring it up at all. That he was gonna do one or not do one. So this was some of the origins of that. This might have not been the first time though, but he did it in a lot of the old hate lives. Like, oh, I can't do a call-in segment because I started late, or I can't do a call-in segment because I gotta do this after the stream's over and all of that. This dude really took a break, did what, a 10-minute review? A 10-minute review, and then took another break for 10 minutes. No? About 5 or 6. What the hell is that? Okay.
Back in the
Back in
day,
the day.
I apologize. We do not have time for live Skype callers this week. Next week, we will return back to a normal schedule where hopefully I'll
You
be
sure?
on time. We'll be able to do it. But today, I want to reveal to you some stuff about my past that I've never really talked about in the past, which is my grammar school, elementary school,
boy.
primary
I hope you're
school,
excited.
grade school, whatever you call it. I found, around the world, everyone seems to call it something different.
I hope you're
Preparatory
excited.
school, middle school, junior high. I want to talk to you guys about that time period in my life. And what I'm talking primarily about is
roaring
around
20s
kindergarten,
in
first
caveman
grade,
school.
all the way up until, say, about 8th grade.
Are you looking at the
okay?
walls during this?
And so, let's talk.
Let's talk.
When I was growing up, I know it was a big a thing of contention and debate amongst my parents what I should do for school. Should I go to public school? Should I go to private school? What should it be? And eventually, it was determined by my parents that they were going to go the extra mile. They were going to spend a ton of money.
Ton of money, by the way. He liked to pretend he grew up and didn't. Well, at least he liked to pretend he grew up and his parents didn't have money. Ton of money. Sounds good.
To dump me into a
ton.
private school called St. Ambrose School.
Dox the school.
Now, St. Ambrose
Twice.
School was located actually pretty close by to where I live right now. I'd probably say it's within 10 to 15 minutes driving distance.
Have
It was
doxed the
right up
location.
the hill from where my parents used to live.
Nice, not.
And it actually is located in Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Okay,
At the very, very
finish the
top of the
doxing.
hill, the name of the hill is Mill Hill. Okay? And this hill, it was funny because the top of the hill had the school, this giant concrete building, right? Huge, 3-level,
Oh, is this a
multi-tier
stage in Dark
concrete
Souls?
building with a huge parking lot around it. And directly across the
Oh,
street
God,
from
don't
the
bring up
school
the
was a
mundane
church
Matt
called
story.
St. Ambrose Church, which incidentally was of that, the Catholic school,
Hold that
Catholic
knife,
church had a
point
church
for
that tied in.
kisses.
There was a fully staffed rectory with a guy who was in charge. I think he was called a Monsignor.
Wait a
and then he had the
minute,
two
Matt,
priests that were
no.
side by side below him, kind of like his right-hand man. There was a deacon, and there were a
Swagons?
bunch of nuns who
Shout
also
out to the
lived there in
nuns.
a rectory. And I know for a lot of people, this just talking about this, you're like, wow, this exists. Yeah, it does. A lot of people know about it. A lot of people don't. If you're not, part of Christianity, Catholicism, you may not even understand. But these are people who
You have to
call
be a Christian to know what a nun is. Okay.
themselves holy people.
Holy
They are
people, air
supposedly
quotes.
supposed to
Those fucking liars.
you may not even understand, but these are
They're probably gonna
who
steal
call
my ad
themselves
revenue.
Holy people. They are supposedly supposed to be chaste. I say supposedly because it's kind of funny. The person who was our Monsignor ended up not being so chaste, which I'll talk about actually later.
That's funny,
But,
apparently.
But yeah, so it was interesting because the purpose of the school
Hopefully he
was
doxed who
twofold.
that
It was
person
number
was.
one, to obviously teach you the stuff you need to know for your education so you can go out there, eventually go to high school, get a job, etc. But they also tried to teach you all of the religious side of stuff. We had religious classes.
Interplay, he at least know part of this. Child abuse equals entertainment now. Well, it did in this video.
Teaching us about the Roman Catholic Church, about the Bible,
It's all right,
about
dude. It was
Jesus
the
Christ, about
20s.
the
They
Old
was able to
Testament
do
and
it.
the New Testament, about the sacraments. And yes, I did receive many of the sacraments over the course of time that I spent when I did go to this school. And
Shout out to my sacraments.
let's get started. Like all places, the best place to start at the beginning.
Crosses on me everywhere. Like, shouts out to my pastor now. Gang, gang, gang.
So when I was 5 years old, I went to kindergarten at this place. And I remember back then, what you may consider kindergarten now is pretty much not what it was back then. Okay, back then it was very much about learning. It was very much about making friends. What you may consider kindergarten now is pretty much not what it was back then. Okay, back then it was very much about learning.
What is kindergarten about now? When I went to kindergarten, they tried to make us learn stuff. Is kindergarten now like just playing Fortnite?
It was very much about making friends, about, yes, having fun, but learning while you have fun. I will never forget my kindergarten teacher. Her name was Sister Anna May.
Nice generic name, by the way, Anna May. You can listen to like 100 rap songs from 100 different rappers and you'll hear an anime reference. It's just like the grandma or some shit. So shout out to Anna Mae.
Old school woman, very old, elderly, had the habit, the full nun's habit.
Nun
going
habit.
Back. She always wore the very conservative uniform of a nun, clothing, right? And she was very nice to you if you listened and you did what was told, and she was like hell on wheels if you disobeyed her. I remember there were a few kids in the class that would always act up, not listen to what she was saying, not pay attention, talk over, to have side conversations when, or make fun, joke and stuff.
Wait.
My God, she.
Wait, they had side conversations. Is this like his chat when he played Dark Souls and Swaggin's talking about police brutality? They was having side conversations. All of those fucking kindergartners talking about politics and shit during school.
Would go off the she would, and this is this is when I was a kid. Keep in mind, this is a long time ago. Corporal punishment was still kind of accepted in schools. This woman beat kids with rulers. This woman will put you in the closet.
Oh shit!
This woman will make you stand in the hallway, in the corner.
Yeah, she was fucking people up.
Basically, lots of ways to humiliate you to make you behave. I saw kids get slapped like this, backhand to the face. I saw people like real hard. Boom! Rulers to the leg, to the arms, to the leg. I saw rosary beads. We'd be saying the rosary, and some kid would start acting up. She'd whip them with the face with the rosary.
It's funny, by the way, those kindergartners getting beat. It's fucking hilarious. Look at him. Look how much fun he having right now. He laughing it up. You're like, man, that shit was funny as fuck.
I saw all of it. Now, for
It was
me,
hilarious.
I don't know what it was. I didn't act up. I wasn't one of those kids that acted up. In fact, I was one of Sister Anna Mae's favorites. She
And
thought
here
that
we go. DSP is always the star of every story. Every story. He always the cool kid, the special kid. Everybody liked him. Everybody called him Phil. Like, well, what are you doing here, Phil? You don't get in trouble. Everybody loved him. The teachers loved him. The hot blonde teacher probably liked him. Everybody liked him. It's fucking Dark Side Phil. Look at him. With his little Bullet Bill hat on. Everybody liked this dude. How could you not like him?
the nicest kids. I listened
See?
to what she said.
He was one of the nicest
Not that I
kids.
was overdoing goody two shoes, but I just didn't understand why
By
would
the way,
I want
I wasn't a goody two shoes, but I was, I was a favorite student. Sounds good to me.
to be contentious with this woman who I know if I'm contentious with her, she will beat the shit out of me. So it ended up being actually, my report cards. I always got high grades. People were saying, "Oh, Phil's really, he behaves himself."
Phil
it's funny because
really
I still
behaves
remember
himself.
to this day.
Everybody loved him.
When you sit and you fold your legs like this
I like
across
this part.
each other, like this, I forget what they would call it now. Back then, they used to call that sitting Indian style, and it was in kindergarten where I learned sitting Indian style, which is funny because it's incredibly politically incorrect. First of all, they're not Indians; they're Native Americans. But this is way
He
back.
makes sure to go out of his way to tell us that it's not Indians, it's Native Americans. And he was 32, and him as a 35-year-old, maybe 36-year-old, he called the chair company Indian Givers. Indian Givers. Those fucking assholes at the chair company, they wanted to give me a check, they took it back, fucking Indian Givers. But way back then, man, Indian style. That's politically incorrect. You can't talk that way. That's ridiculous. You should be ashamed of yourself. Indian style. Shout out to all my Indian givers out there.
When before any of that went into effect,
Oh,
so
yeah.
sitting Indian style.
That is a
you'd sit
good
there-
point. He 2% Cherokee. I don't know if you bringing up what DSP said before, but Dave told us that he's part Cherokee. He's part Native American. So there you go. Polish, mostly Polish, but he claims Italian. Polish, Italian, and Native American. If you don't know the actual DSP law that he told us himself, is that he's part Native American.
There on carpets on the floor. We would have like a time where we could relax. It wasn't necessarily.
I wish I
nap
knew
time,
what
it was
video
time
that
to
was.
relax,
I was listening to it at like
and I made
2
some
in
of
the morning
my
one
first
day
friends in
when I was
kindergarten.
streaming. Part
Ended up
Native
being
American.
friendly with me for several years
Of
afterwards.
course.
And
Yeah, a lot of people probably part Native American though.
that was kindergarten. And then finally, when I started hitting
Realistically.
first, second grade,
It was getting
that was
around, dude.
when the grades started to become dual.
Sitting
And what
Native
I mean by
American
that
style.
is there were enough kids that you wouldn't just have one classroom for each grade. There were 2 first grades. There were 2 second grades. There were 2 third grades. Okay, and so
Was
you
one
have
for
different
Sardellas?
teachers who were teaching each grade. And I still remember this. So first grade, I had another nun. I forget.
Oh,
her
you
name.
forgot her name.
She actually didn't wear the big crazy full habit. She was just an older woman who had like curly gray hair. Second grade also was a nun. Sometimes she wore the habit, sometimes she didn't. I think her name was Sister Richard Mary.
Shout out to Richard
Third
Mary.
grade, oh boy, wait do you guys hear that? You guys will get a kick out of this. You are going to enjoy this one. All right, get ready.
Get ready.
Third grade,
This is the hot blonde.
I had a teacher. I think her name was Miss Barrett,
Miss
if I remember
Barrett.
correctly. She was in her mid to late 20s, and she was a young
Listen to this.
blonde, hot. I mean, a very, very attractive. She was skinny, right? She had decent, not huge, but decent sized
Decent
boobs.
boobs.
Pretty face.
Pretty
Always wore
face.
makeup to school, so she looked like she was like made up to go out on the town
Now,
every day.
this is something that a kid saw. He telling us about when he was in the third grade. He remembers this from a teacher that he had in the third grade. I don't even remember a set of boobs until I was at least the fifth grade. So DSP is like Duke Nukem or some shit. He just a man's man. What's the quote? I'm just a fucking a dude. I'm a man's man. I'm a heterosexual male.
When she went to school, my God, she was fucking hot. I mean, if I could describe her, the best way I could describe this teacher, she looked like a Barbie doll. Like, I'm not even kidding. She looked like a made-up Barbie doll. I don't know if that's what she was going
Did
for.
she look like Kat?
But that's, and I had a fucking crush on her like no tomorrow. Oh, of course, I was in third grade. I didn't understand what it was. I didn't know that it was because I was a heterosexual male.
Who talks this way?
Of course, I was in third grade. I didn't understand what it was. I didn't know that it was because I was a heterosexual male. Oh, of course, I was in third grade. I didn't understand what it was. I didn't know that it was because I was a heterosexual male.
I didn't know because I was a heterosexual male. Me as a third-year-old, a third grade, I'm like, man, those boobs are fucking sweet. Wait a minute, why am I thinking this way?
And my testosterone was pumping.
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't
Those
know
third
why I
graders
liked
with the
her so
testosterone
much, right?
pumping.
In fact,
As
I
you
don't
can
think
tell by the amazing physique of Dark Surfer Phil, his testosterone has been pumping since the third grade. That's why he's so buff.
she really liked me in particular more than anyone else in the class, but for whatever reason, that was it. I was
She
hot
was
for
hot,
teacher. And I remember
This is funny, by the way. Let me tell my teenage to boomer viewing audience about this hot teacher I had when I was in the third grade. That's what the kids want to show up for. This was the good story. He wanted us to prepare ourselves for this. Let me tell you about this bitch when I was in the third grade. She had some amazing boobs, dude.
I actually remember something that had happened. Here's what
Big
happened.
sip.
So, if I remember correctly, I'm trying to remember this. I lived with my cousin actually lived with us at the time. She was kind of like my big
What
sister.
the
She's
fuck?
5 years
we get
older than me.
cousin-in-law here?
And I remember there was I don't know if it was for Valentine's Day or Teacher's Day. There was
What's
some
going
day
on
coming
here?
up where you would give your teacher a present.
How did this turn out?
And I told my mom, I love Miss Barrett so much. I want to give her a great present, but I'm not sure what to give her. So my cousin who lived with us, who was 5 years older than me, was going to go to a dance in 8th grade. But she had misbehaved and got
Did the
grounded, and her
cousin
mom
have
told her,
big
you're no longer going to the dance. And in fact, my mom had gotten special stuff for her for this dance, like a nice dress, had bought her perfume and stuff to go to the dance. And she had basically done this really
he
bad
steal his
misbehavior
cousin's
thing. So my
stuff?
mom said, it's all off. Fuck that. So my mom said, I know this is so stupid. She says, here, you should give her this. Now, of course, this is my mom's idea, not mine. I didn't know anything about it. I didn't even understand the implications of it at that time because I was a little kid, right? I was, third grade? I would have been 8 years old, so I didn't understand why I liked Miss Barrett. She gave me this giant, this bottle of perfume, expensive name brand perfume that I had seen
This
advertised
is mom idea, by the way. Blame her.
on TV. Give this to her, right?
What a story. He can't even finish it.
I know it's embarrassing,
It's like
but
a
it's
South
fucking
Park
hilarious
story.
to look back at what it was. It was that, imagine being a teacher. You're like 27 years old. You're a hot
Did she
teacher,
look like
and
Kat?
from a 8-year-old kid hands you a box. Oh, you think it's going to be, could this be some kind of a little thing, maybe a cheeses or something, the
Cheeses?
things that kids give their teachers, little inexpensive things. I hand her like a $50 bottle of designer perfume, and she
What?
opens the fucking thing up and she looks and she's like, like, what the fuck? Like, where did he get
And then she pulled the boobs out.
this from?
Sounds good
Like,
to
her
me.
face was just like confusion, happiness, because obviously you could tell she actually wanted it, because she definitely took it. I'm sure she had a boyfriend. She probably wore it that night and got laid. But
None, by the way. She probably wore it that night and got late. Shout out to all my nuns out there that wear perfume they got from third graders and use it to go get laid.
Fuck Ken.
It was just like, you know, so funny. Funny as hell, right?
Okay.
So,
All right.
so that was third grade. Fourth grade, unfortunately, was no cakewalk. Fourth grade was probably in my entire academic career the worst year.
Yeah, this don't fit with the rest of the stuff he's saying is because if I remember right, later in this, he go out of his way to say that nuns don't have sex. I think he say that in this. But apparently this third grade nun teacher lady that looked like a supermodel, and they let her teach third graders looking like a supermodel, wearing makeup and hair looking like whatever it looked like and all of that. And she wore cologne perfume she got from him and got laid apparently. So shout out to nun lady.
My life. And the reason
You
I
get
say
you,
that is
sis.
my fourth grade teacher, I still can tell you her name. Her name was Mrs. Murphy.
Mrs. Murphy.
She was about probably between 50 to 60 years
Fourth
old.
grade was a
She was
sewer
one
level.
of those women who was just the most unpersonable woman
Hashtag
you would
sewer
ever meet.
level.
You couldn't really have a conversation with her. She was uptight. She was stingy. She was stuck up, right? She was one of those hoity-toity, you know, you got to be perfect people. First of all,
How come this law went unnoticed all of this time? Because this dude has thousands of hours of fucking videos with him just talking. That's how.
she was a horrible teacher.
And this is before
Yet
everybody and
she
their
taught
grandma
her
made
whole
DSP
life.
videos.
Yet she was a horrible
So
teacher.
nobody was clipping
She
this
would try
shit
to
to
teach
make it
you
its own
something in
video.
class and forget how to explain it and be like, I
Nowadays,
couldn't
this
explain
is
it
like
in
a
class,
pre-stream
But then
story.
she would give
A
you
bunch of
work that
people
you
know
needed to
about
do it on a test. You're like, but you didn't explain this
Mrs.
properly in class and you
Murphy.
never went back to it. How am I supposed to know how to do it? That was number one. Number two, she gave us, and I'm not exaggerating, you can ask my parents. They will, I'm sure they remember
How
her.
am I
They
going
will
to ask your parents?
Nation.
MS Murphy, the original detractor.
MS Murphy robot lady? Is she a gang member? I don't know, maybe. Thank you for the 420. Take a sip.
concede this. She gave us no less, I shit you not, than 3 fucking hours of homework a night.
Oh no.
I'm gonna say that again. 3 hours of homework a night. Every fucking subject.
I like he remembers
do
this.
4 pages in your workbook. Do 40 math
Fucking
problems.
bitch,
Do
Miss
these
Murphy, giving
1,000
us too much homework.
sentences. Do this. Do it. And I would
I wanted
get
to
home
go home
from
and play
school,
DOS games.
and I would sit there, work for an hour and a half, 2 hours, have dinner, sit there again. You know, it's getting dark outside. I should be getting ready for bed. I'm still
You
fucking.
notice his voice he using, by the way? When he talks like this, and he talks like that, and he says stuff like that, and he says stuff like that, I hate it. It's his whine voice, and he do it for so long. He never finished it when he started somehow. It was really weird.
doing homework.
I was
it
doing
got to
homework,
the point,
and I
it
didn't
got
want
to
to do the
point.
homework,
Now keep in
and I was
mind that
doing
I
homework.
was one of the students. My parents always tried to motivate me to do well, be one of the best, and I was. In my school, I was always one of the best. Not I wasn't always.
I was
necess-
always one of the best in school. DSP being special part 2, always the special kid. He wasn't a nerd, but he was top of his class. He was one of the best. And he wasn't a goody two shoes, but his teacher liked him. The teacher that beat everybody else, and it was funny when she beat him, she liked him because he was one of the best. I mean, look at him. It is Dark Side Phil. Not that. Get out of here.
necessarily number one, but I was always one of the best.
One of the
when it
best.
came to grades wise, because I did the extra effort. I put in a lot of effort to make things turn out well. But I still remember I was doing so much homework that I had no time to even spend with my parents. It was I would come home, do the homework, dinner, do the homework, sleep.
You couldn't spend time with your parents while you did homework? When is Street Fighter 2 and all of this? Was Street Fighter 2 out yet?
And the thing, here's the catch. Here's the real catch. None of the other kids did the fucking homework. What the other kids would do is stand in
Him being
half-ass.
special again. None of the other kids did the homework. Just me. Just me. Why do we do
Turvin,
this?
Plaza restream Dave more often.
Plies?
My life is in shambles without you. Hope you doing well.
Why does robot lady say plies? PLZ turns into plies? Plies? Huh. I don't know. But I think the next time I'm going to watch DSP stuff is when he play that PUBG Call of Duty. I think that's, well, tonight because it's past midnight for me now. I think that's tonight. I'm looking forward to that because I don't have a way to play it. And the trailer looked good. Air quotes. And I'll probably never be able to play it because Call of Duty costs $60 and I'm not spending $60 on Call of Duty. So it sounds good. And if you wasn't here earlier, I'm going to be doing a music pre-stream thing. That's if it don't rain, because if it rain, I can't fucking do anything. Sounds good. Thank you for $15. Plies.
Past homework, and they would get the easy C, you know, the C, B minus, and that would be good enough, right? That would be good enough for them.
Maybe
The
this is
parents
why
just-
he graduated at the top of his class, because nobody else did homework. They didn't have the nuns that liked him, and what else? Oh, and it was like 7 people in his class or some shit. I mean, being number one still counts as being number one. It don't matter. Well, sometimes it don't matter how many people try to be number one, as long as you got number one. Sounds good to me.
let them say, yeah, fuck it, this teacher's out of her mind.
Apparently
Just
the
do
teacher was
whatever. As long
crazy.
as you're passing, I don't care. My parents, of course, wanted me to be, they kind of pushed me to be better, to be near the top of the class.
Oh
So to
yeah,
see
one
me,
thing
I was-
about the new Call of Duty though, it's gonna be on PC. It's gonna be on the Blizzard app. And Destiny 2. I think Destiny 2 might be free to play now. I don't know. It had a really ridiculous like sale, parentheses. If you get it through the bundle, people, it was like $15, I think. And for PS4, it was on PS Plus. So maybe 6 months from now, Call of Duty will be a free-to-play game, and they just put a bunch of microtransactions in it, or they'll realize nobody buying it, and they'll give it to everybody for like $10. I'm thinking that's gonna happen.
for 3 years, you know, first,
So
second,
that's
third grade,
something.
I always was doing all my work. I would never just do it to do it.
Just
and
wait
get the
6
C
months and
pass
you'll
by.
be able to
It
get
was
it for
that
cheap on
mentality.
PC.
So me putting in the hard work to get good grades was so time consuming. My parents went and complained to the principal and told them, I don't know how this fucking woman taught her whole life. She's an asshole and she doesn't know what she's doing.
Wait, what?
And we had this fucking was so time consuming. My parents, so me putting in the hard work to get good grades was so time consuming. My parents went and complained to the principal and told them, I don't know how this fucking woman taught her whole life. She's an
Wow.
asshole and she doesn't know what she's doing.
Parents to say this
And
bitch
we
is
had
an asshole.
parent-teacher conferences.
She's a
we had
terrible
all-
teacher.
It did no
She can't
good.
teach fail.
Basically,
She's
my
a bad
parents said,
teacher.
just get through this year. This woman's out of her fucking mind, and we'll just tell everyone we ever meet that she's horrible, and hopefully she'll get fired. I don't know if she ever
They
did.
slandered the teacher? Well,
Um,
yes, parents
fifth
are
grade, I
toxic.
had another nun, Sister
This bitch is
Sister
an
Teresa-
asshole. Terrible teacher.
Sister Teresa Petz.
Teresa
I had
Petz?
fifth grade. She was a very elderly
Petz?
woman, and then Sister Teresa Colton.
See, it's all right. He could dox the old bitch because she probably dead now.
I had in sixth grade.
Give a
Now,
full
this
name
is,
for her 'cause
This
she
is
probably
what
dead
gets
now.
me. I mean, I'm talking out of my ass right now. I need you guys to understand. What convinces young women to become sisters or nuns? I don't know, because she was probably, I'd say, late 20s, early 30s, and I'll tell you, if this woman had actually made herself up and or dressed nicely, or you know what I mean, nice hair, she would have been a pretty young woman. And
Didn't he tell us about the other lady that used this perfume to get laid, though? Did he not go to nun school that year, and that was a regular teacher, and then after that he went back to nun school? I don't know.
for whatever reason, she decided to be a nun. Now, if you guys don't know, in the Catholic Church, when you are a nun, you can't have
Yeah,
sex.
why does young chick
you
want
can't
to be
get
a nun?
married.
She should've waited
you
till she
can't
got
have any
old.
kind of relations with a man, any kind of a romantic relationship. Period. The whole thing is supposed to be you are in love with God and you are servitude to God, and that's your whole life. I certainly could never choose
I
that
could
because
never do that. I had a panda at this time, dude. My girlfriend looked like she looked like Lara Croft, man. She's hot.
I'm not a
Days,
strong
by the
enough
way.
person to abstain from sex my whole life. I don't know how on earth or why on earth this woman did, but she did. But anyway, I remember, I'm trying to think, some things that in particular that stood out for that year, sixth grade. I remember there was a science fair And for the science
this gonna
fair,
go?
I had become infatuated with The Lion King, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
shit.
The Lion King at the time had come out. It was the biggest fucking movie ever. The
That
books
explains why years later, as like a 30-year-old, he bought a sealed copy of Lion King for the Super Nintendo because he liked it so much as a kid. And then he grew up and was like, oh my God, Lion King, I love Lion King as a kid. So he bought a sealed copy for like $100. That explains it all.
highest grossing animated movie ever made. I went and saw it 3 times in the theaters. I bought the soundtrack. I sang. I played the video games. I had the t-shirts. I had a mug that was the Lion King. I had all
It's
the
like
Lion
if I
King
was to
toys
buy
from Burger
Pokemon
King.
cards
I
right
had
now.
Lion King underpants. I had Lion King toilet paper. Everything was motherfucking Lion King.
Everything was Lion King.
So I was infatuated with lions, and I actually remember that for the science fair, I did a full expose on lions. Oh my
I
God.
really wish I could see this. Young Dave, little baby Dave, showing as what a 5th grader, a 6th grader, telling everybody about lions. Oh, little baby Dave, like this is how lions work.
hand drew. I had a picture, and I used crayons. I
Oh,
hand drew
man.
lion faces for it, and I had
I
all
wish
the
this
things
was a
about
thing I
lions.
could
And let me
watch.
tell you something: lions are not nice creatures. Holy shit! Do you guys know the real story about lions? The male lion,
I like
the
he tells us this like he talking to a class of 3rd graders, by the way. Do you guys know how lions work in real life?
alpha male, the king of the pride, does nothing. All he does is fuck the women.
It's just like you.
I'm not kidding. This is what the alpha male does.
Did he cuck
fucks all
people as
day.
well?
The women come, he fucks the women, and then the other women who aren't fucking go out and do all the hunting, all the raising of the family, get all the food for
Shout out to
everyone.
my
They do all
lions
the
out there.
fucking work, and the king of the pride fucks his way to the top. Holy shit. What the hell kind of a life, man? So anyway, that was 6th grade. And in 7th grade, I remember I had this teacher who I didn't necessarily not
Oh, we
like
don't have
her,
her name.
but for whatever
She might
reason,
still
she
be
always had a
alive.
bug up her ass about kids. Like, if a kid rubbed her the wrong way, or if she was PMSing that day, you better stay the fuck out of her way. It was
If
funny.
she was PMSing that day. All right.
Some days she was very, very nice, and all of a sudden one day she'd be like fucking ripping pissed at everyone. You're like, what's going on here? Her name was Mrs. Golias. I still
Oh,
remember.
never mind. Remember the name.
Like I said, throughout my early school career, I was very well behaved. I was trying to go for good grades. I was trying to be at the top of the class. Very rarely would I get into any kind of disciplinary trouble or anything like that. And I actually remember this one
Why is he holding
particular
his forehead?
time
That was kind of weird.
when I was in class. I said nothing. I swear to God, I was paying
Swear to
attention. I
God,
was
dude.
reading my book, and she looks at me. She says, "Philip, what did you just say?" And I go, "Excuse me, Mrs. Golias, I what?" And she said, "What did you just
As
say?"
we know, this is how Dave responds to what they call those people? People that are over you? Authority. This is how Dave responds to authority. Wait, what? Excuse me? I didn't do anything wrong. Of course. Obviously.
I said, "Excuse, I'm
You
sorry,
probably
Mrs.
flipped
Golias,
off and
I
did the
didn't say
DX
anything."
cross
Yes, you
chop.
did. I was like, "Yes, I know. Really, I didn't, Mrs. Golias. Don't know what you're talking about. How dare you? I heard you, and you are in trouble." And she like ripped me a new asshole, and I was like, "What the fuck
What
is
the
going
fuck?
on?" Like, I was sitting there behaving, doing
I
nothing,
did nothing
wrong.
wrong.
She just like lost her mind, and she was like going nuts or whatever.
She developed depression that day because that explains why she shit on Dave. She lost her mind. Of course, for a teacher to call DSP out for doing something wrong, she had to have lost her mind. You should have gave her a pill and left her somewhere.
And I think if I'm trying to remember
Trying to
if she
remember.
actually sent me to the principal or not. And
I
if
gotta
remember
look at
correctly,
God
I went
for
to the
this
principal,
story.
and the principal was like, "What the hell are you doing here?" I was like, "I have no idea. I don't know what you." Went to the principal, and the principal was like, "What the hell are you doing here?"
DSP, of course, being a star of the show again, he went to the principal office. What the hell are you doing here? You a good kid. You never do anything wrong.
Gout, gout, gout,
Oh,
gout, gout,
God.
gout, 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 gouty, gout, McFisting, gout, unicorn, butt, rainbows, farts, gout, gout, gout.
Wait,
Kappa.
what word did she change? Oh, shit. She actually changed her word. She replaced fucking with the word rainbows. So let's get this straight here. All of the bad words robot lady say, she replaced the word fucking with rainbows. Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you for the $20, Dave. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a setting in the Streamlabs thing. I know that. But I feel like she said a lot of bad stuff. I don't know. She said parentheses, 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 Jewish. That's pretty triggering. What if you like Jewish people? I don't know. Maybe she did it before and I never noticed.
I was like, I have no idea. I don't know what just happened.
The principal liked them.
I don't know what's happening. I really don't. And I actually remember there were a few times that she did that to me. And I don't know if there was someone who she thought sounded like me and she always thought that it was me. And I remember that
Hike.
one time.
Test.
She even say, look at that shit. She say kike. What a piece of shit. This robot lady is fucking, I don't know what this bitch is. She all kind of stuff. Thank you for $5, Dave Bennett. She says that.
You know, you have parent-teacher
What the
conferences,
hell?
and most, you know, every year. She told my parents that I must have had some kind of attitude problem.
I think she
and
said
that I was,
nigga,
I was
too,
getting
but
into
not
arguments
nigger.
for her in class. I wasn't.
Maybe.
What are you talking about? Arguing? I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. It was nuts. I don't know. I honestly, I think that she had some kind of a hormonal imbalance, and
So
she
let's
heard
get it straight. For a teacher to send DSP to the principal office, she has to have a hormonal imbalance. Are you kidding me? She has a hormonal imbalance. What? That's just how perfect he is. If a woman does him wrong, she has a hormonal imbalance. Oh,
shit or something. I don't know.
Wow.
Really weird. So,
That's something.
some really quirky things about the school. Number one, we didn't have a playground. What we had was a concrete fucking parking lot.
was he at a concentration camp? Kids were being beat. You're getting sent to the principal office for doing nothing wrong. A bunch of nuns walking around. I don't think nuns is at concentration camps. What the hell was going on here? The concrete area. That's like a prison. Did they have basketball goals with no nets?
That's right. Oh, it's recess time, everyone. Go
Hey, go play
outside.
on
By the way, if you
concrete.
fall, you're probably going to lose a fucking limb or scrape your face off because you're playing on
Also, remember he told us that his parents spent a lot of money for him to go here, and they didn't even have a grass field.
concrete. Yeah, we played on hard-ass fucking pavement. That's what we played our playgrounds on. We had no
On
grass at all.
pavement. The mean streets of Connecticut. Wow.
And traditionally, I remember we would do different things. We would play softball. We would play dodgeball. We would do football was big. It's between 6th to 8th grade. Football was
shit.
big. Touch football, of course.
That's how you mess your back up.
It was also real weird. Early in the morning when you're lining up for school, they wouldn't let you in the building. Imagine if your school in the morning wouldn't let you in. They wouldn't let us in until a bell rang.
kind of
and then they
fucking
would
school is
corral
this
us
that
in like
costs a lot of
cattle
money to go
into
to?
our little classrooms. I don't
This
know why
sounds
they would not
terrible.
let us in the building at the beginning of the day. They always made you wait outside and then rang the bell and then everyone went in at once.
That's a
It was
fire
very
hazard.
confusing to everyone. I don't think they ever had an explanation. So in the summer, you better not wear too much clothing because you're going to sweat your fucking balls off. In the winter, you better have 7 layers on because you're going to freeze your ass off. And very rarely would they let you in
Wow.
before this bell. Really odd.
Okay.
Another weird, quirky thing about our school, we didn't have lockers.
No lockers.
That's right, the school had no lockers. All you had was very limited
This school
storage
is
in
terrible.
closets where you would put your coat, your lunchbox, your book bag, and stuff
treated
like
them
that.
like
So
slaves.
99% of the time, you ended up walking around the entire school with your entire day's books on your
Wow.
back, and it really fucking hurt. There
It
were days when
hurt.
I came home, my back was fucking hurting.
It hurt to go to his school. Okay.
And I said to my mom, why do we do this? I know everyone else
It
has
hurt.
lockers. Why the fuck doesn't this school have lockers? And they could
How did
never
he know what a
explain it.
locker was? Did he watch Saved
I
by
don't
the
know.
Bell?
Really weird. It was also
I don't
really
know.
weird because being in a Catholic school, it's like 90% of your time is on academics, but that 10% of the time you're doing religious stuff is just weird because you can tell there's kids there that
I like the term doing religious stuff. A bunch of kids walking around with prayer beads.
percent of the time you're doing religious stuff is just weird because you can tell there's kids there that don't practice. There's
They're
kids that
doing
could give two
religious
shits about the
stuff.
religious stuff. and they're like glossing over, yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus,
yeah,
that guy.
Saint
Get him outta
Peter.
here.
Who gives a
Who
crap,
gives a
right?
crap?
And then sometimes they
Get him
make you
outta
go to
here.
mass
Get
for
him
holidays
outta
and stuff. You'd have special mass.
Shout out to
where you have to
Jesus.
sit in mass during the day, which is very odd. Like, I'm here for school, yet I'm sitting in church. Shouldn't that be on Sunday and not when I'm in school? But yet they did it.
Okay, you was
it was a
questioning
weird
this, DSP?
mishmash of stuff that happened at this
Yeah,
school.
sure.
One of the things that stands out for me that I remember from all the years that I was there, they had a DARE cop. The DARE cop came. If you don't know what DARE
shout out
is,
to
it's
DARE.
drug abuse resistance education. It's in the United States, the program that law enforcement
Does DARE
use
still
to
exist?
teach
They
kids
probably
about
do.
drugs and that they're bad and you shouldn't use them. To which I very much thanked that officer because
The shout out to the officer, apparently. And we learned today that drugs are bad and you shouldn't use them.
until he had shown up, not only didn't I know about drugs, I didn't know what they looked like, and then after then I knew exactly what marijuana,
Oh, shit.
what PCP, what all
So
that
he
shit
knew what to order. Nice.
looked like, so I knew
Thanks,
exactly
Dare.
what I was getting later on.
Exactly. Well, he made the joke too. All right. It worked.
That's pretty funny.
I knew what to order.
A couple
Sounds
other
good.
quick things before I run out of time here. A lot of people I'm sure are going to want to know
Run out of
about
time, by the way.
bullying. Bullying right now is a hot topic on
Bullying.
the planet. Everyone is getting bullied. I was not, immune to my share of bullies, okay?
Come on,
I
Dave.
remember
You're
there
like
was this
6
one
feet
kid.
tall.
This one kid who he just loved bullying everyone. He did. He loved bullying everyone.
I ain't
He
seen
would
his
just run
name
up
in a
and
long
kick
time.
you for
Sounds like a reform school, or one of those alternate schools. Butterfly kike love nignog sing song.
Butterfly. Shout out to all my butterflies out there. Feels good, man.
Tell your friends.
Sound good?
Sound good. Thank you for $15. Cuck session. Butterfly.
no fucking reason, laugh and run away or whatever. If you ignored him, unlike the other kids, other bullies, you ignore the fuck out of them at that age.
God.
Usually they go and they try to bully someone who they get.
Stream is hilarious tonight. Shitty puppy bunnies unicorn balls.
What the hell? Puppy bunnies. Unicorn. Balls. I think, I feel like my sentence might have got messed with. I definitely remember Robot Lady saying shitty before. No, she said, I don't know. Let me play this again. Let me see. Is it going to play again? I don't think I want to play again. Sometimes it's hard to get it to play again. Yeah, I got good guys. Can I play something else? I can't play anything else. I got fucked. Feels bad, man. It should be an easier way to do this. I think I got to go to the website to get it to play again. What the hell? But thank you for the $5 lost in Technicolor.
Attention from. If you ignored this kid, he would bully you more because he would just want to keep annoying you. So I remember
Wild
this one day I
birds
said I had
outside.
enough
What
of
the
this
fuck?
kid. I'm going to teach this kid a lesson. Because he was about my same size, too. It
one
was
in
like
the
he was
morning.
bigger than me or anything. So, as I told you, we had recess in a parking lot. And the way it was a huge,
These birds
giant,
would be
rectangular
over here.
parking lot on one side of the building.
Get outta
And then
here.
it kind of curled around the back of the building to a more narrow rectangle down here that was kind of out of sight from everything.
Oh, that's where he sold
I know
the drugs
exactly
at.
what I'm going to do this fucking punk. So I
Whoa.
walked all the way down, sight from everything. So I know exactly what I'm going to do this
Yo, he
fucking
gonna fuck
punk.
this dude
So I
up.
walked all the way down, and I went around the corner. We were the only two over there, right? Because I knew that if I did anything when people were watching, I would get in trouble. So he hit me. I said, leave me alone. Hits me again. I said, kid, I'll tell you one more time, because I only say myself.
He called them kid.
I give you 3 chances. Leave me alone. If you try to hit me again, you're going to be
Oh,
sorry.
shit.
Ooh, I'm going to be sorry, huh? Yeah, we'll see about that. So I still remember to this day, he went to do a straight kick like this, like a straight
Oh,
up kick
I
to
saw
my
this story
chest.
before.
And I grabbed his leg,
Listen
and I
to this
said,
shit.
last chance, are you going to leave me
Nice
alone? He
foot,
said,
by
no,
the way.
his leg, like this, like a straight up kick to my chest. And I grabbed his leg, and I said, last chance, are you going to leave me alone? He said, no, let go of my leg. I said, okay. And I pulled him, and he fucking flew back. He busted his fucking ass so hard on the hard concrete. He was like destroyed. Oh,
Did he have
my
a back
God.
injury?
He got up, and he looked up, and he was just like, oh, shit,
shit.
I just got fucked up. and he ran the fuck away, and he never bothered me again.
Oh yeah, this totally happened.
He busted his
busted his
ass.
ass.
What a dumb shit.
What a dumb shit.
So anyway,
Fucking detractor.
that was just a fun story. And then the final story that I'll tell you, which was kind of funny, was when it was about, I'd say between 6th to 8th grade. You know, this is the time when the guys
This
are
guy shall be eradicated. This guy will come no more. So try me, bitch. Try me. Try me.
Get him out of here!
starting to little beef up a little bit. They're starting to get more masculine. Some of them are getting facial hair. I, incidentally, in 6th to 7th grade, started growing
Wait a
my
minute, I thought DSP had a beard in the 3rd grade. Didn't he say that's when his testosterone was pumping?
mustache. That's when I started growing it for the first time. The girls, yeah, they start to get
Boobs?
titties, and they start to get a little, you know, they look more feminine, more
I
attractive.
always make sure to go on the internet as a 32-year-old to tell my various age viewing audience of viewers about when the 6th graders and the 7th graders used to get boobs. That's what they show up for.
And they're starting to get horny, you know what I mean? That's the age
Let me
when
tell
all
you
the
about when these
hormones
teenagers
start
was
to
getting boobs and
rage,
was getting
okay?
horny.
And there were some girls,
What
well,
the
admittedly,
fuck?
I thought were pretty hot in my school, but I never really
Oh, the Latinas
took
gonna
any
come up now?
action or anything against them. Because at that age, I was like, I'm young, I'm focused on school, that's all I really care about.
Wait, what? What? He was focused on school in the 6th grade, but in the 3rd grade, he was horny for his teacher.
But of course, then 7th, 8th grade, they start to have dances, right?
Oh my God.
And if there's going to be a dance, but of course, on more feminine, more attractive. My mustache, that's
This
when
is
I started
advertiser
growing it for the
unfriendly.
first time. The girls, yeah, they start to get titties, and they start to get a little, you know, they look more feminine, more attractive, and they're starting to get horny, you know what I mean? That's the age when all the hormones start to rage, okay?
What the fuck?
And there were some girls, well, admittedly, I thought were pretty hot in my school, but I never really took any action or anything against
I never
them.
took action.
Because at that age, I was like, I'm young, I'm focused
never
on
took
school,
action.
that's all I really care about.
But you never tried to rape him. He never
But
took
of course,
action.
then 7th, 8th grade, they start to have dances, right? And if there's going to be a dance, more than likely there's going to be some dancing with women and yada, yada, yada. I remember one dance I went, and it was funny because we had done a talent show that year. Myself and we were actually doing
Butterflies, shitty shit poopy unicorn butterflies. Hard concrete as opposed to soft concrete. What a pedo Jesus.
Okay, so she says shit. At least she said shitty. And butterflies is in there by default. No, she didn't say pussy. That's it. That's it. That's the key. Thank you for the $10. Cuck session. What a pedo Jesus. Oh, you mean him. I was like, wait. Angry Joe? For some reason, when I saw Jesus at the start, I thought Angry Joe. Was Angry Joe Jesus? Angry Joe might be Jesus. I don't know. He's been around a long time.
women and yada, yada, yada. I remember one dance I went, and it was funny because we had done a talent show that year, and
Latina
myself and
girls?
3 of my classmates had learned how to do the two-step. And so we were actually doing the two-step during the dance. Dun,
I wanna
dun,
see him do the
dun,
two-step
dun,
as a
dun,
6th
dun,
grader.
Dun, 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 dun. It was
That'd
cool.
be
Someone pulled out a
sweet.
video camera and recorded
And
it. It was
somebody
really nice.
recorded
You know,
it.
back then, it was like a cool, friendly dance. No one hurt each other. No one was being
They should
dicks.
upload that.
Then 8th grade hit, and it was all about everyone wants to fuck everyone. okay?
Everyone wants to
So when
fuck
8th grade
everyone in
hit, it
8th
was
grade.
funny because there was this one girl who everyone knew that she had kind of been messing around with this guy who was considered like the stud. He was a black kid.
Uh-oh.
He was real tall.
Uh-oh.
He was like he had definitely matured more than anyone else. He looked like he was a football player, okay? And he was good looking, and he wasn't overweight or
Yeah,
nothing.
this is from a video. It's I think it might be on the Secret Life of DSP channel, a really old video. I'm might be right about that. Yeah, I think that's the right channel. It's a really old video though.
It was like he could have. I mean, I'll be honest. If he could have been like a model.
I
it was
heard
ridiculous.
this story a lot of
and
times.
the girl, I still remember her name. Her name, I believe, was Vanessa.
Oh
I
boy.
think, yeah, I think it was Vanessa. And she was a hot Latina girl. She was the only girl in school who really had grown big boobs by then, and she had a big ass, and she had a pretty face, and she was, you could tell the ones who were going to grow up to be the
You
hotties.
could tell
It was
the ones
eighth
that would
grade,
grow
so,
up to be the
young
hotties.
teenagers, she was starting to be attractive to
Oh
everyone.
man.
And I
This is a
remember
way
that
to
everyone
talk on a
kind of
YouTube
knew
video.
that they had been making out and maybe or doing something else or whatever. But then apparently they stopped for whatever reason. Okay?
He was cucking
And,
people way back then.
And then it was like
Big
people were like,
pig,
"Oh,
big
fair
nuts."
game." Everyone could try to get with her. And I remember dudes would like make comments to her in class and ask her out, and she would shoot them down and make fun of them, and everyone would laugh. Ah ha ha ha! That idiot. He got the courage to ask her out, and she turned them down. Ha 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 ha. So I was the kind of guy I didn't give a shit. I told you through my whole school career, I really didn't give two shits about any of that stuff. I did. So in eighth
Cocktail
grade,
of medicine.
I remember there
Depression.
was this one day when, for whatever reason, it was like dress down day, and I dressed up nicely for the time. I have no recollection right now what I wore. I remember I had a baseball cap. I don't remember how I wore it. I think I wore it backwards or something. I don't remember anything else about how I dressed. And it was dress down day, and we were doing a outdoor physical activity. Once a year, they would usually do this special event. Oh, look how physically fit our kids are. We're going to show off for some thing that our kids are physically fit.
fuck is a
So they had
slave
this
trade?
event. And I remember during the event, I was doing very physical things. Back then, I had no weight on me at all. I was a string bean, right? Very athletic, very skinny. And at the end of the event, I remember the girl was on my team for whatever event we were doing, some kind of athletic event, and we were
gonna show off how in shape
tagging,
our
and we were
boys
having
are.
fun and doing stuff, and she was,
What
kind
the
of almost a
hell?
little flirting with me, which is kind of funny. And after the event, I remember we had a dance later on that week, and at the dance, so here I am, I'm out on the dance floor, the girl out of nowhere comes up to me and says, "Let's dance," and she pulls me out to the dance floor. I swear to God, this happened. She was grinding
Wait a
all
minute.
on me. I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, I
This
didn't
is
expect.
sexual harassment. He should Me Too this bitch. She might have a good job right now. He might be able to get some money out of her. You need to find this chick and call her out.
And everyone, all the dudes looked over
That's
there
sexual
like,
harassment.
like they didn't know what was going on. And then it was funny because the next day, when we all went back to school, actually I don't know if it was the next day. I think that was a Friday, so it probably would have been Monday. The kid who used to, go out with her, who was kind of the big dude, the head dude,
The alpha
of
male.
all,
He was
the
like a
alpha
lion.
male of the class, was hanging out with all the dudes, and he's like, "So did you guys, did you see what happened on Friday?" And they were all like playing off. No, she didn't dance with Phil.
Phil.
She didn't do nothing like that, right? And he goes, "No, you don't understand. Like, I still talk to her. I'm friends with her, and she wants to go out with him. She thinks he's hot and all
She
this."
thinks
And the
he's
guys
hot.
are like, "What the fuck, bullshit?
man.
No."
He
It was
was
so
hot.
funny. Like they wouldn't believe
Phil's
that I
a
was the
hottie.
guy who got the girl, who the girl found attractive, because they thought they were all the in crowd, the big masculine dudes who had been trying to get with her. Quite honestly, you want to know the truth? I think it was because I was the guy in the class who didn't try to get with her that she found attractive, someone who was hard to get, right? And I actually remember, I got her number, which back then again, 8th grade, I didn't care about girlfriend.
Shakery. Watch
It's
your
really the
E,
end of the video,
shakery.
too.
Watch
Him
your
telling
E,
his story.
shakery. Watch your E. I came in the stream with a detractor in my hand.
Oh, I thought the name was Juan Cena. Juan Korea. Thank you for the $5. This is actually the end of the video. Him talking about the girl that wanted him. She didn't want the alpha males and the cool kids. She wanted Phil. Phil, a true alpha male. Stealing people bitches since, 1947?
I got her number.
Got a number. Lost it, by the way.
Which back then again, 8th grade, I didn't care about girlfriend back.
I'm in the 8th grade. I didn't care about girls. But remember when I gave this lady, that was my nun teacher in the 3rd grade, $50 perfume? But as an 8th grade, I didn't fucking care about girls. All of his hormones apparently ran out in the 3rd grade. All of the hormones and all of that shit that made him a dude, a heterosexual dude. All of that ran out by the time he was in the 8th grade. He didn't care about girls anymore. He cared about girls as a 3rd grader. By the time he was in 8th grade, he was like, what the fuck? Girls, what is this? When was Street Fighter? I thought he was playing Street Fighter during this time. Did the Latina know how to play Street Fighter? Maybe she did. Interesting.
Then I was so young, right? I got her freaking number, and I actually called her once or twice during the summer. Nothing came of it.
from it. I didn't
Nothing
get to
ever
smash.
came of it, unfortunately. And I remember I called her a few times. We never really got together, got to do anything that summer. I never saw her again
Never saw her
anyway
again, rip.
because I never saw her because I was going to a different high school
She
or
was
whatever
a
than she
turtle
was.
DJ.
And then later on, a few years later, I saw her walking through the mall and she had a couple kids, and I was like, oh boy, well.
Wait
at
a
that
minute.
point-
The hot Latina chick turned out to have a bunch of kids years later? This story sounds so realistic that it might be fake. Interesting. A couple years later, by the way, she like in 11th grade, she got 7 kids.
I was like, what, early 20s? I'm like,
Wait,
I don't want to
now
have
he
kids
was
now, so
early 20s. Damn, he aged fast as fuck.
glad maybe,
All right.
whatever. But I just thought it was funny that out of all the people in this, the one guy who doesn't
aged fast
try,
as fuck.
the one guy who literally is like the guy who focuses on his grades, and I was kind of, I don't want to say the goody two shoes, but I was the guy who never got into trouble or
Years later,
anything.
you saw,
I wasn't
wait a
part of the
minute,
cool
I know
class,
you.
the cool kids, the clique, who all were friends and all tried to ask out the
clique,
hot
shout out
girls
to
and stuff,
NWO.
and I was the one who got the attention. Don't worry, that doesn't happen any other time in life, but at that point, that was pretty funny to me. So, all right. Well, everyone, that is it for
What a
Hate Live
fucking
tonight. I thank you
story.
for joining me. I apologize we did not have
What a
time
story.
for call-ins. Next week, we'll do another edition of Hate Live where I promise I will do everything in my power to make sure we do have time for call-ins, okay? And that is it.
Oh, man.
Thank you very much for
I
watching.
really wish you still got back in the day segments. Because eventually they turn out to just be such bullshit. The worst one is when he basically retold a South Park story. I think he said he smoked weed and he had diarrhea and he was puking, so he was like puking into the toilet and then getting back on the toilet to poo. He basically retold a South Park story. And then you got the amazing quote, and the crackers were moldy. Because weed make you get diarrhea and puke. Obviously, it was laced, to quote him, it was laced with something. They gave him weed with AIDS in it. Sounds good to me. And shout out to Howard Stern, apparently. Robin quits the Howard Stern show. Why the fuck? I mean, I know I'm not signed in, but still, Howard Stern? What year is this? In a prop hunt video. I don't know how I feel about any of this. Teens react to Nirvana? That's just dumb. Hey Live, we can preview Ask the King, Hateful Truth. What is this dude calling out? DSP tries to pull the cooking with the King Smart Guys. Game day, that never happened. I know TV channels with less programs. It's a good lineup and enjoy. Let's go over what exists now. Hey Live still exists, but he barely do it. Weekend Preview don't exist. Ask the King still exists, barely do it. Hateful Truth don't exist anymore. DSP tries it is dead. Pull the cooking with the King dead. Smart Guys dead. Game day never happened. So, yep, he called that a little bit too early. And hey, Last Rambo, 31341. Wait a minute. Phil, didn't you agree in the past that if Nintendo took a cut instead of taking all the revenue, that that's a good idea? How come you changed your mind? Correct me if I'm wrong. Also, in regards to Nintendo not listening to gamers, did you miss the latest Smash news that just came out? Did you miss the Miiverse demand for Earthbound? What? And a game getting released digitally. Did you miss out on the demand for voice chat in Mario Kart 8? The Wii U was still selling weekly and Mario Kart 8 is getting sold out. How was that a flop? As for Iwata, this dude being a Nintendo fanboy. Get him out of there. As for Iwata, he is not the only one in charge. It's a collective of people and flow of information. And he didn't even reply to that either, huh? Well, Last Rambo wasted his time saying stuff that actually made sense. For some reason, I actually thought DSP was informed about anything he talked about. It's kind of weird. I just love listening to Phil's rants. I wonder if this dude's still around. Love the video, Phil. Just want to thank you for creating this content that makes me laugh sometimes. Sorry I didn't watch your gaming videos as I find your vlog videos better. I guess you're not around anymore. Hope that's okay. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Feels good, man. I wish I was logged in to like this comment. Sam Oliver, what a nice guy. I agree with Phil. Watch Dogs is an amazing game.
Get him out here!
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yes. Watch Dogs, game of the year. Obviously. Well, I'm about to go on another break. Holy shit, this video 2 hours. The only reason why I really want to watch this is because it's from September 11th. I don't know what happened in this video. And it's called Apology, Big Changes. So that means he didn't do any of this. And back in the day, Rebellion. So this sounds like a winner. For some reason, they got 121 dislikes. And this is before everything DSP uploaded got a shit ton of dislikes. And these comments are long. So I might watch some of this. I don't know. I'll be back. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah, one in chat if you would give your hot third grade teacher $50 perfume. I would like to point out the fantastic content YouTube give you if you watch one DSP video and have another one in the second tab. I get a Team Ardenaz video. That's from when DSP was playing Street Fighter V for the first time. I get the Review Tech USA video with him talking about, I think that might have been when Lose My House might have first started. I get a new Memology video, a new Secret Life with DSP video, Last Week Tonight video. Is that some, I ain't gonna open it because it's some weird copyrighted shit. Is this another dude that do a late night TV show? How are these shows successful? I don't know, I guess because people stay up all night. Listen to a DSP's theme song. So a really old Tevin video. Some DSP videos, a Soma video. And something in Spanish, I guess. Sounds good to me. Big news. With hardship and challenge comes change. Support needed. That's a fantastic begging video. Because of course he didn't end up doing anything and he didn't change anything. He always want to change stuff when shit going bad. And then he realized, wait a minute. I don't have to change shit. I can just kind of complain a bit. And people will donate money. Then they go back to being the same old good old Dave. DSP is a genuinely good guy. And I wish more people would see that. Well, I mean, the nuns liked him. I feel like I spent more time around him the last 5 years than I have with some of my family, and I don't regret it. All right. Hey, took a couple years, but Phil is finally gonna stop mentioning views. Wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. That didn't happen. And he apologized for being so negative. Not too shabby. Also, 2130, I play League of Legends a lot, and I can safely say yes, this is true. One of the worst and toxic communities out there. This dude must be trash at League of Legends then. That's what the game does to you, lol. It warps your mind and turns you into a raging dick. I think if a video game warps your mind, you probably need to stop playing it. Or at least if you want to look at the world that way and not blame anything on yourself. The unfortunate reality is that the primary motive behind this impromptu apology seems to be fucking paragraph, by the way, seems to stem from Phil's current financial predicament and future outlook. Well, he knows that his viewers are declining at a significant rate, as seen with the ongoing Destiny playthrough, resulting in his collective income being reduced, blah, blah, blah. He just saying he's sorry because his views low. Yeah, no shit, it's DSP. Thanks a lot, Phil. You apologizing for mistakes and also just admitting that you sometimes have to take a step back and reflect. You need to reflect on his footage now, when he don't fucking talk and when he just yells. Matter of fact, we can reflect on some DSP footage now. So for a short field trip, it'll take like 5 minutes. Hello everyone. I don't even have to go out of my way to pick a video.
Hello,
It's
everyone.
2 things I can show you that DSP needs to reflect on to see how great he is as a fucking content creator. Street Fighter 5 footage. Let's get a loading screen. His loading screens are great. Might be a little hard to find one though. I mean, to be honest, you don't even have to find a loading screen.
I can't do
You
anything.
can just find general footage of him playing.
I didn't do that. Whatever he's doing, I didn't do.
This is his commentary, by the way. Button sounds and him saying he didn't do something.
I'm dead now. That's the whole round. Yep. Just because I guessed.
Sounds good.
I stupidly guessed. Like,
I want to get a loading
is it?
screen. Is this
Yup,
is this
Dice
one?
Tomato, same person.
Look how interactive he is with his viewers.
Same stage.
You don't fucking say anything to him. And when he doing a training mode, it's the same thing.
Kick to the music. Kick to the music.
That's his content. He wants to get paid for this. He wants to get paid for checking his phone and not talking when he stream.
Kick to the music. Kick to the music.
I mean, I got an arcade stick with Hori buttons in it.
All right.
If y'all give me like $20,
Yes, rest in peace to Burt
$25, I
Reynolds.
can
We
pull it
talked
out
about
and
that
just smash
earlier.
buttons and not say
Yes, he
anything
did pass away today.
and talk about
Yes,
dead
rest in
people.
peace to Burt Reynolds. We talked about that earlier. Yes, he did pass
Shout out to
away
Burt
today.
Reynolds. And take a sip. Sounds good, but at least it's in 60 frames. So I guess it could be worse. What's another hot piece of footage that he needs to watch himself to see how good he is as a content creator? Dark Souls. Was a
All
boss fight. That showed his peak performance when he fight a boss. Did he kill it? Oh, he killed it. That means he didn't have anything to say until he beat it. You can literally go back to the beginning of the boss
Here
fight.
he is.
Watch the whole boss fight. No commentary. Nothing. You get to listen to the soundtrack when he fight bosses in Dark Souls. Isn't this what people watch streams for, to hear a dude not talk? There we go. He said what?
Okay.
Yeah, people chip. Well, one person at least I know of chip about Mac Miller. His response was, "I don't know who that is." So fuck Mac Miller. I didn't know who he was. He only care about when old people die. That way he at least knows who they are. Some pretty good footage right now. It's why you watch streams on Twitch, by the way, to hear a dude play a game and not talk. But he got his face cam on for some reason. He could just put a JPEG there at this point.
Still getting hit. The dodge. So annoying.
I used to watch some streamers when they would be lazy that day, I guess. Or maybe they were streaming without clothes on or some shit. They would just put a JPEG up. Or put it like a little GIF up. It's weird. I don't know why you would just not have the webcam at all, but the layout had a webcam for it, so. He could put a fucking PNG up at this point. You wouldn't miss nothing. Just put a PNG up of him like yelling at the camera or some shit. Or flipping the camera off.
Not done.
Because this is kind of worthless.
One more floor.
All right.
What?
There you go. Sounds good. That's his Dark Souls footage. That. If you ask him to watch his own videos, he'll say you don't have time. I think if he saw this is what he puts out, 4 or 5 minutes of him saying 3 words, it's kind of trash. And then he get annoyed when people don't watch the whole video and they skip around because they get less ads that way. That's kind of bad though. It's kind of bad. Oh well. You can't change who you are, I guess. I can't wait to hear him apologize for the same stuff he apologized for 17,000 times. I'm a fallible human. I make mistakes. Please, 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 Brenda, please take me back. I know I cheated on you, but I'm gonna be a good man this time. I got a stable job now. I can take care of the kids. Please, baby, take me back. Wow. Oh shit, look at the background.
Hello,
He
everyone.
in Connecticut.
Good
I mean,
evening.
Washington.
And welcome to Hate Live. I'm Darkside Phil. Duh.
All right.
And tonight is Thursday, September 11th, 2014. I welcome you very much to this episode of
Oh
Hate
yeah, I
Live.
forgot about the Mr. Hot Stuff video. Whoops. Also, a specific thing to point out is that Darkside Phil has a CM
So
Punk
there is a lot
plaque.
of-
He has a very, I guess, rare because they didn't have him sign a lot of them. He got this weird CM Punk plaque when he beat some kind of record or did something. Won't sell it though. Probably don't even have it on the wall. Oh, it's just the rocking thing. I'm sad. I wanted to hear him shit on third out of third.
And your lower back. I'm going to do the whole routine.
Beast mode on, by the way.
If you're ready to feel better, let's get started.
Oh, I know what this is. Look at him. It's so awkward. And look how deep he is into it. But if you don't know what this is from, it's one of his pre-stream slides. And I guess it's kind of transparent. So you can see him behind it through the webcam, because for some fucking reason he can't just turn his webcam off because it's DSP. As a matter of fact, let me show how easy it is just to turn a webcam on or off. There you go, webcam on. You can see A paper towel here. Webcam off. He can't do that apparently. Leave it up the whole time. That's how we got caught jerking off. So when it gets to a certain slide in this pre-stream, you can see him like rocking back like this. Is really weird. And that's when he do his pre-stream. So he talking and rocking back and forth constantly, like he got a condition. I think he blamed this on his back being messed up though. Like him doing this make his back feel better. That's not something we should try to fix, by the way. Let's just keep doing it. Just like his shaky leg syndrome. But he could just turn his camera off, but fuck it. Leave the camera on. And if somebody pointed out, say, well, I know. He role playing as a sausage on a frying pan. Just transparently rolling around. Poor Dave. It's our,
So there is
be
a lot
nice
of
to him.
positivity
We got a
going on
back
behind
injury.
the scenes. The problem is all the work that I put into this entity. It's not a business.
Not a business, by the way.
I'm still experimenting with lighting and with different things. The lighting is different yet again this week, I know. I can't find like the perfect lighting scheme. And I actually do have some lights in the closet that I'm eventually going to set up better lighting, like a light up here and stuff, but I just haven't gotten around to it. I promise you I will eventually once things slow down a little bit, okay? So welcome to Hate Live, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you very much for being here, whether you're live on stream on Twitch TV or you're watching on YouTube. This is going to be a very eventful night, a very news.
You know what his hairline remind me of?
Regarding,
I'm gonna see how he. It's probably really easy to look it up because people made memes out of this. His hairline remind me of Soulja Boy hairline. I hope that picture is exaggerated, but this one definitely isn't. Look at that slant. That's what Dave hairline remind me of. Soulja Boy hairline. It's just permanently slanted.
me and my
It's
content
never gonna
in the
get
future.
fixed. Just shave all your hair off,
But
man.
before we get to any of that, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to any of that distracting stuff, we do have to take a moment to reflect. I myself, especially as an American.
Ooh, as an American,
as
you
today
like Duke
is
Nukem.
September 11th. Today is the anniversary of one of the most shocking,
Shout out to
most
pretending to
awful
care about
events
9/11.
in American history, at least when it comes to like modern history, terrorism.
Because that's what he doing.
9/11. September 11, 2001.
Get over it, by the way. Move forward
the Twin
positively.
Towers and the
Wait a minute.
horrible things that happened. I'm not going to go into detail about what happened because I think we all know, and we, at this point,
I still, one of my favorite specific DSP things is when that school shooting happened in Newton or Newtown or whatever the fuck. And this dude did a video either the same day or right after it. And it was him complaining about YouTube revenue. That shit was great. It's still on YouTube too. You probably have to do a little bit of effort to find it. But it's such a weird video. Because it was like, oh, a horrible thing happened. It's such a bad thing. I might not be able to do YouTube full time. Wait a minute. Thanks, I guess.
13 years later to reflect back and say, man, it was that long ago. Yeah, I mean, and my life was
I like
so
the little
different back then.
sigh.
I still remember on that day.
Man, dude, it was
I was
terrible.
at home with my mom because I lived with my parents at that point. I was actually commuting to and from college, and it happened to be my day off from school. I didn't have any classes that day. That semester, I somehow had made the schedule so that I didn't have classes on a certain
Did the
day.
nuns let him take the day off?
And I remember it was my day off, and my mom and I used to like to go out and do stuff. Like we would go out to the mall, we would go get something to eat, maybe see a movie together on days off every once in a while. And I actually remember that
Oh, the camera's on. I keep pure grade alcohol in here. It splashed and got on my hand. Nothing I could do. Shout out to Lion King.
Think of the $5 lockside chill. If you didn't notice, with certain amounts, one amount you get this person that's totally not the lady that shot up the YouTube headquarters with a mustache on. Another one you get wheelchairs, and I forget what one of the other ones is. Is it Panda Lee? I don't remember. I like the wheelchair one though.
I turned on the TV and I was like, wow, what is going on? And it was like terror, but it was also not fear for me, because I lived in Connecticut and I didn't think, that anything was going to happen to me or my family, because luckily for me, I was one of the lucky ones who I didn't know anyone or wasn't related to anyone who was directly affected by the 9/11 terror attacks, but just
that's probably why I told people to get over it, because they didn't know anybody that was
what
affected.
is going to happen next? If they can take out the World Trade Center and then they can attack the Pentagon, they could attack anything. And what are they going to go after next? And is this the big change that everyone's been talking about? Revolution? Or
what?
Because at that point we didn't know what was happening.
Revolution?
Who had done it or anything. I didn't know what to think. And I remember my mom and I were just kind of so shell-shocked, and we were like, well, we can just sit here and we can watch the TV in terror, or we can go out and live our lives.
I feel like his mama didn't say this.
Normally, because that's really what
this is literally the same thing that DSP would say.
What they wanted to do with those attacks was disrupt our way of life.
Does his mama have a warped version of reality too?
Going out to the mall, if you can believe it.
Did she tell everybody to get over it?
A friend of ours, my friend, his name's VJ,
Shout out to
and I
VJ.
worked for him. He's the owner of a fast food place. I've talked about it before. This health food place that he had in the mall, and we went and we're just kind of talking to people.
I remember when I was in school for
'cause
this, they had us do this weird thing, where we would write. I guess they wanted us to be like pen pals with somebody that was affected by it. When you think about it, it's kind of awkward. Like, oh, I'm sorry, your cousin or your brother or your sister or your daddy died during 9/11. Here's a letter. But that's what they had us do in elementary school. No. I was in middle school. I think I was in 6th grade or 7th grade. And I still remember I got a letter back in I guess she wasn't too affected by the fucking situation. The letter was like, P.S. I'm a girl, by the way. Right back, winky face. I never wrote back. Feels bad, man.
In the mall for 4 years. I knew a significant amount of people in the mall about what was going on, and everyone was kind of like, wow, shell-shocked, what's happening? And then incidentally, they closed the mall. They closed all businesses that day because it was just such a crazy thing. And I don't know, for me it was just like a surreal moment. I don't have any direct things to tell you about. I certainly was in the lucky ones. Like I said, I know a few people, more than a few people who I personally knew at the time had people who were directly affected, some who lost people in those terror attacks. And obviously, our hearts and minds go out to anyone who was directly affected. I thank goodness that our American way of life wasn't so much changed.
I was in middle school. I didn't care about girls. Yeah, I had lost all of my testosterone in the 3rd grade.
Different now than they used to be, because it used to be airport. You just run right through the security check. You're on the plane. No, now it's so different. With
well, thanks, terrorists. It'll take me longer to get on the plane now.
And all kinds of stuff, and in many ways, our way of life in regards to travel has changed because directly as an effect of that horrendous attack. So it's worth it.
Why would you do this on September 11th if you got to force yourself so much to pretend to care about it?
Be in people's hearts and minds today.
Just fucking wait till the next day.
My sympathy goes out to anyone who was affected by those attacks. I mean, we all were affected, but anyone who maybe lost someone in those attacks. And, and there you go.
I don't know if anybody, I'm sure somebody know what I'm talking about at least a little bit. When he pretty much said that I don't think he said helicopter companies. I think he might have said the airline people or something, that they should have predicted 9/11. They should have been prepared. You should be prepared for a terrorist attack. Obviously. You should be prepared. I forgot I wish I knew what clip that was from. He was really mad. It might have been, I think it was around the time when Ket was coming to see him. Because it definitely wasn't that long ago. It'll be hard as fuck to find that probably. But yeah, he pretty much said that they should have been prepared. The same way he would say, I don't even know. It's weird because everybody else in the world needs to be prepared for everything except him. He lose 1,000 views and make $5 instead of $7 one day. And he act like his fucking house got a terrorist attack on it. And then something else crazy happened. They should have been fucking prepared. That sounds good.
All right. We got it out of the way. So that
we got it out of the way, by the way.
because I was feeling a little
I'm
tense
glad I
today
got it out of the way talking about those fucking assholes during 9/11. Now let's talk about me.
about it as well. So let's talk, because tonight's Hate Live is going to be a little
man.
bit different than usual, because I got some
He
really
is something.
serious stuff
He
to
is
talk to you
something
guys
else.
about in regards to a few different things. In particular, some stuff that's been going
I'm glad
on
I got it out of the way,
in the
pretending to
past
care
couple
about
of
this
days,
stupid
I
shit.
guess. I actually didn't even know too much
Sheesh.
about it until this morning, and next thing I know, people were contacting me about, did you hear that this happened? And I was like, no, I had no idea. In fact, when I had done this particular video pre-stream that I had done, I had no idea that people were going to take it in a way like that, and basically
time to
it was gonna blow up
apologize
into
to people?
something that I didn't intend. So I'm going to talk about that today. We're going to talk a little bit about myself. I'm going to, for those of you who maybe in recent years have started watching me and my content, or maybe just recently, this is one of the first things you've seen. I don't know. I don't know how often new people
How
jump
would
in
this
and
be
watch
the
my
first
stuff,
DSP video you see?
or how often that you would even know that I
Something
talk about
called
certain things.
Hate
I'm gonna give you
Live.
a very basic understanding
What?
of who I am and what that moniker that everyone gives
Oh.
King of Hate,
The
what
Bunny's
that means.
airline
I know what we're gonna
overbooked the
talk
cat's
about.
flight, dude. They should have predicted 9/11 so they wouldn't have to do this.
Thank you for the $5, Razzo. The fucking airline overbooked Cat's flight. They should have predicted 9/11 so they wouldn't have to do this. He was so mad trying to fly Cat around to come see him. That was some weird pre-streams. Him ranting about how shitty the airlines are and how they should have predicted 9/11.
A lot of people misinterpret that. And then we're going to talk a little bit about some upcoming changes that are coming to my content. Some are coming right away as a direct response to feedback that I'm receiving, that I think that immediately these could be positive changes that people would want. Some of them are going
like how
to be
bad the audio
kind of
quality is in this,
mid-range,
by
and
the
some
way.
of them are going to be in the long
It's a
run.
very suspicious
okay?
sounding video.
So all that, we're going to talk about all that tonight on Hate Live. We also are going to talk about, obviously, what's going on with gaming. All this week I've been playing Destiny. I'm going to
Hey,
give you my honest
Destiny.
feelings on
Oh
Destiny
boy,
as a game
I get to
and
hear
tell
him
you
talk
what I
about
think
vanilla
it so
Destiny
far.
1.
I am going to talk about
That's
what's
gonna
going to
be
be
hot.
coming up later.
At least he can't be wrong
this
shitting on
week
Destiny.
and next week and in the next couple of weeks in relation to gaming and new content
Oh no, it
coming
is
out,
DSP.
and what to expect from me. And then we're going to talk about the one big news story of the week, which everyone's talking about, this, Microsoft that, Minecraft this, Minecraft that, and I know a lot of people
When they
don't know
bought
the whole
Minecraft?
situation. So we're going to talk a little bit about that and what it could actually mean for Microsoft and Minecraft.
Yeah, I guess when they bought Minecraft.
And then we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. There will be a back in the day segment on this episode of Hate Live, where I'm going to be talking about my high school years, the rebellious years. That's right,
Wait a
ladies and
minute, when he
gentlemen.
was on a
Years that
cocktail
a lot
of
of people
drugs?
are a little ashamed of and don't like to talk about too much. I at least could say they weren't so bad, although I would like to tell you about some of the crazy stuff that I used
Yeah,
to do with my
cocktail of
friends. I'm going to
drugs.
be talking about drinking and
Drinking and smoking?
Yes,
Oh,
I am
shit.
going to be mentioning marijuana. Yes, I will admit that I did inhale. Unlike Bill Clinton, I will be willing to
I
admit
did
that I did
inhale.
inhale. And we're
So,
going to talk about some of that.
At the
So,
same time, he was depressed on a cocktail of medicine, stalking girls. He was also partying, doing drugs and alcohol, and graduating at the top of his class. This dude is a fucking sim. He is legit a sim. He can do everything, and he can do everything well too.
a lot of that stuff, that's going to be
Sounds
the back
good.
of the day segment, and I think that's going to be a pretty unique one that people would pretty much like.
Big sip. And it smacks too nice.
And then we will have live callers at the very end of the show. I can't guarantee you how long that
Did you lie to me, DSP? You fucking lied to me. You didn't have live callers. I don't see a Skype window on screen. I think you lied to me. So I might be wrong, but this still might be going with him saying we're gonna have live callers, and then when they get like halfway through, whoa, you guys can't do live callers because they started the stream late, or he can't
segment
do
will
them
be
because
we
of
have to see how
whatever
long it takes to
reason.
actually get to that. And being that
I
we
don't
have a
think he
lot of
did live
serious
calls on this.
content to talk about tonight, there may be potential that that gets squished to the end, but we'll see. That will be near the end of the show. Okay. So, all right, everyone, let's talk Turkey. I'm going to give you very briefly, and a
banished money?
very brief and summarized
briefly,
explanation
very
of
brief,
who I
very
am,
brief.
what I do, why I do it, how I fell into this, what the King of Hate moniker means, and then I've got something to say in direct response to some stuff that's been said and that's going on, okay?
I'm gonna
My
need
name
to
is
get something
Phil
else to drink
Burnell,
for this.
and my whole
I
life
am
loved
Phil
being
Burnell.
games. I was a gamer.
Thank you for telling me.
I started out with the NES, the Super NES, and everything through the 90s, but then I got hooked by Street Fighter and became this real hardcore Street Fighter player during the late 90s into early 2000s, and then so much so around, I say, 2005
nuns
to
play Street Fighter?
2007, that it's all I did. So even though I was a big fan of games, and I have a lot of information in relation to games because I grew up during that era when games were becoming huge, at the same time, there's a lot of stuff from the 2000s that I have a gap in my life because I didn't really play the games then. I was playing Street Fighter, okay? In 2007, I was diagnosed with a serious back injury. Basically, the fact that my
God.
back, I had a severely
We're gonna get the
herniated
Lord
disc
of
in the
why
lower
he
back.
exists.
Doctors gave me a diagnosis that you have two options. You can either have very risky surgery that literally it's like a
Yeah, I
50-50
like the
chance
Sega
you get
Saturn
much
and
better,
current,
you
yeah,
get
because it's
much
a weird
worse,
system and
it
it's
might
kinda
not work
shitty.
at all, or you could change your lifestyle
In its own ways.
okay, to basically adjust
Back in the
for
day,
fact
I
that you're
had a
gonna have
Sega
back pain
Saturn,
for the
but
rest
I
of
couldn't
your
really
life.
get games for it.
And
though.
at that point, that was 2007, I chose to
Because
just
nobody sold them,
adjust
'cause nobody
for the
bought 'em.
back pain. And I said I needed
And all
to
of my
start
games
doing
came from
stuff
a
that was
pawn
less
shop.
physical. At that point in my life, I actually I was playing football a lot, basketball, different things, physical things with my
He was
friends.
playing football.
And I had to stop doing it because I couldn't do it
So I
anymore.
got his
because
back
I couldn't
injury.
have risk of damaging my back further, including long drives I couldn't do anymore, all kinds of stuff that I used to do, carry heavy objects. You know, I'm a big guy. I'm 6 feet tall, so for me it was like, man, to not be a physical guy was
He
a
should have
big
called it
change in
American
my life for me,
football.
a shift. And so I decided I wanted to get back into console gaming, not so much Street Fighter, but console gaming in general. And so that year of 2007 to 2008, I really got heavily back into video games. And at the end of 2008, just on a whim, I grabbed a camera, I recorded myself playing a video game on my TV, I uploaded it to YouTube, and within 6 months, all my videos had
It's
gone
like a
viral. People
nostalgic
absolutely
moment
loved
for
what I
him.
was doing. We're like, wow,
I
here's a guy
remember when
who's
I
playing
first aimed the
games,
camera at my
and
TV, it
he's
was
doing
great.
full, sometimes
6
full
feet
playthroughs,
tall, by the
sometimes
way.
just footage. He's doing live commentary, which a lot of people weren't
And
doing at the time.
heterosexual guy.
And he's playing the new releases, and this is fun. And for me, I saw it as a hobby. And so through 2008, 2009, and even somewhat into 2010, my popularity on YouTube grew for being
Bro, he
the
tell
kind
his
of the
story
Joe
like every
average
2
gamer,
weeks.
The guy who wasn't very good at the games, but
There's
he could
so
play
many
the games,
pre-streams, he
and
tell
they
his
were,
story.
It was entertaining to watch him play and fail and rage at the games.
I just
and do
fucking
playthroughs
aimed the
of
camera
games.
at my TV,
I never
man.
took it
It caught
seriously
on.
until I lost my full-time job in 2010. I was
Uh.
laid off. And there were no job prospects back
No
in
jobs, by the
Connecticut
way.
for anything that I was
Am I
doing. And I
streaming?
said,
I
well,
hope not.
I need to find something that I can do. And I said, well, right now, the only big thing I got
don't
going
think
for me
so.
is YouTube. And at that point, I hadn't made any money doing YouTube or anything like that. So I actually got some of my channels partnered on YouTube. Eventually, I got partnered with a third-party company named Machinima. Machinima slaps their ads on my videos, and I'm able to put out video content every day. I make money. They make money. We're all happy. And it's been great since 2011 when Machinima
I don't know
signed
why
me.
he tell people
There's been a
this.
few bumps along the
And
road.
this was
I'm not
4
gonna lie.
years
There's
ago.
been, you know,
4 years
all
later,
kinds
he
of stuff
still
going
tell
on
his
that has
story.
hindered me, that has not allowed me to maybe
It's
grow
not an
the way that I
amazing
wanted.
story.
In fact, I'll be honest, you know, those
I was
golden
bored and
days
aimed the
of
camera
back
at my
when Let's
TV.
Players were huge are
And
kind
because
of
it was
gone. It's
2008,
kind
I
of the
became a
old
Let's
thing
Player.
to be a Let's Player. Now things are going on
Congrats.
to more heavily stylized, edited videos and stuff like that, and I understand that, right? But I think that over the years, there's been some misconceptions about me that really
Congratulations.
have unfortunately negatively affected me because people either hear it and it sounds like one thing and it's not, and I completely understand that, or you've got a group of people who say things that have a nugget of truth in them, but then they blow
Nugget
it out
of
of
truth, by the
proportion,
way.
and people don't understand the real me. All right. The first thing that I want to address is the moniker, the King of Hate, because I get this all the time. People saying, "Oh, you can't."
I think my favorite is when he bring up how people call him a pedophile, and then before that he say it's a nugget of truth. Like it was one video he said everything these people say has got a nugget of truth behind it. People calling you a pedophile is a nugget of truth. That ain't a nugget I would like to have, to be honest. I want 6ix9ine to say that one day.
You can't take criticism, but your name's the King of
All these
Hate and
people
all this.
calling
And
me
I'm
a
like, that's
pedophile,
not what
it's
the
a
King of
nugget
Hate
of
means.
truth,
Doesn't mean that
man.
I sit here and I
It's
hate
not
on
true.
people all
You
day,
can
or I
look me
hate
up.
on a game, or I
My
hate
name
on this.
is
That's not
Daniel
even at all what it
Hernandez.
means. What it means is very much this. Before I ever went on YouTube, I was an outspoken person. I've been an outspoken person my whole life, all right? A lot of the times, my opinion is not
He
in
always
line
call
with the
those nuns
mainstream
out.
opinion. In fact, a lot of the times, it's out of alignment with the mainstream opinion for different reasons. Maybe because I'm cynical, because I'm a lot more apprehensive than a lot of other people, or because I think that I tend to have a way to see through things for what they really are. And back
Really?
when I was part of the competitive Street Fighter community, I got into a lot of hot
The
water. 'Cause people
whistleblower.
would say he's too outspoken. He talks, you know, he talks all this junk, and
Bring up
basically,
SRK.
He's a rabble rouser. I rouse up the rabble, which means the common people who don't know these things that are happening behind the scenes. I was almost like a whistleblower in the Street Fighter community. I was highly involved in tournaments where people were it was rigged and people weren't getting paid what they were supposed to. When people at Shoryuken.com were basically generally lying to everyone about things that they were doing, I would call them out on it.
Well, let's go with something I was annoyed about a couple of days ago. He brings up SRK, and he got, well, I don't know if he said it in this, but he got banned from the website because he called him out, and he was telling the truth. And he got banned to the point, and he was so honest and truthful. The dudes even messaged him and said, well, we know you're telling the truth, so we had to ban you, bro. But a couple of days ago, when Popsicles was in this chat, no, it was Kekken. Yeah, it was Kekken. Popsicles don't care about fighting stuff. When Kekken posted an SRK article about Street Fighter V having bad netcode, he was like, guys, go read the article, see it's true. But I thought they banned you because you told the truth. So why are they posting articles that tell the truth? I thought SRK only lied. Okay.
And I got into a lot of trouble for it, and basically a lot of people hated me, but at the same time there were
Everybody
people who
hated me 'cause I was
respected
keeping it real.
for being the one who was going to be the outspoken individual who was willing to step up and take that hate because he wanted the truth to be known. And
Just
so
keeping
people
it 10
call him,
times
he's the
10,
king of
dude.
hate. He gets hated
King of
on by
hate.
everyone, but he owns it, and then he goes and he plays in tournaments and he still does well, even though he's an outspoken individual that a lot of mainstream people don't like, okay? And so when I went on YouTube and I started this whole thing and I became Mr. Popular on YouTube,
Mr.
that was
Popular.
like so out of the ordinary for me. Seriously, like those years, what was it, 2009 to 2011, I would say. Remember I used to say I'm riding the wave of popularity, the wave of success, because
Wait, was that when the views made him feel like he was worth something? Based on what he told us in the other video?
that was so out of the ordinary for me in my life because I had already in one community, this Street Fighter community, people had said, oh, we don't like that. We people who are more mainstream and they just agree with everyone and they go along with consensus and they don't try to
So I guess his
rouse
life
up
stopped
people
being
or
worth
anything
something
like
when the
that.
views
And
went
that's
down.
never been me. Any of you who watch my content on YouTube over the years, you know that's not me.
Can't
That
change who
is
you
so
are, I
like
guess.
not me to be that kind of person. I am the person. I will call bullshit when I see it. I will try to rouse up people if there's issues that people need to know about. I am that kind of person.
Nice.
So, you know, a lot of people have issue with that, and a lot of people misconstrue that King of Hate moniker. They think, oh, it's because he hates on everything. No, it's because actually people hate me for being such an outspoken individual, and I take that hate and I kind of hone it, and I use it as my fuel because people say I can't succeed at something. I succeed at it.
You know what? Donald Trump should call himself the king of hate. A lot of people hate him. He succeeded, air quotes, parentheses, at a lot. Donald Trump, king of hate.
And in
I'm
life
sure
so
that'll get
far,
a-
that's worked.
people will
Street
love that
Fighter, I
name.
succeeded when I was serious about
Come
it. I wanted to
on.
be a tournament level player. I went and I placed high in the tournaments that I
That'll
went
go by
to.
perfectly
and on YouTube,
fine.
when
Donald
I
Trump
damn
called
well,
himself
what
king
are
of
you
hate.
doing? Just playing
People will
games.
love
You're
it.
not editing your videos, and you're not doing this and that.
They
and
won't
guess
look at it
what?
the wrong way
I was
at all.
successful at it. And you know, now I
The
live in
president of
Washington
hate.
in a nice house
There you
with
go.
my girlfriend, and it's such a different experience from where I started.
The president of hate.
So I want you guys to understand that I am so appreciative of the fact that it was you who watched my videos, that it was you who made all this possible over the years. Whether or not you are a current fan, whether you're a former fan, whether you're someone who doesn't like me anymore, you guys made this possible, right? I made the content, but you watched it. I could have been making the videos and they went
Remember, you guys, even if you don't like him, you made this possible. So shout out to you.
into oblivion and got 2 views, but you were the ones who said, I like this guy, I like his personality, I like that he's outspoken, I like that he makes fun of the games and he rages during his playthroughs, I like
When
it.
people like
And
that
that's
he
how I
make
got
fun
to
of
where I
games,
am.
do they go away?
Okay? So that's a little
They need to come
preface
back.
of what we're about to talk about.
And I really enjoy this guy's Let's Plays. He shits
So
on everything.
basically,
It's great.
There has seemed to be this
That's those people that
consensus
watch
now
the
on
negative
YouTube,
videos.
Okay? And I'm not even going to just say on YouTube because I think it's also on my forums on thekingofhate.com and various other places that apparently I can't take criticism.
Apparently,
and
by the
I
way.
don't like it when people criticize me, and I take all criticism as hate, regardless of if it's meant
Apparently.
to be constructive or not. And the fact that basically I
Apparently.
mistreat people and I'm very bad with my fans and I'm like this
Apparently.
horrible person who does not appreciate his fan base. To which
Apparently.
I say this. All right. First of all, if you feel that way, I'm very sorry.
I'm sorry
Because
if you feel
obviously
that way,
people
but you're
just
fucking wrong.
overnight don't feel
Apparently.
that way, all right? Maybe there was some kind of a growing thing that happened that just built up over time.
Yeah,
all
it's
right?
just the
because I
meme.
never
It's not
addressed it, or because maybe there was a direct interaction where you got banned from Twitter, or I called you out on stream chat, or something happened in particular that put a stick up your butt about me, right? And I apologize for that because
I'm sorry if it
I know
pissed you
there's
off if I
tons of
called you
people
out. I don't
who
know.
apparently are in that boat. Now, on the
apparently.
flip side of this, there are other people who basically are just immature
And you
did
immature,
do
too.
nasty stuff. Like, for example,
So
we
shout
go
out
on
to
Twitter
you.
and say something really insulting to me. You're an asshole.
You're an
Fuck you.
asshole.
And I blocked them. Oh, he blocked me. Now I'm going to make videos about it and shit like that. Okay. And there's people out there who are, slandering my name. We're not going to address
Slandering
that
my
tonight because
name.
this slander and the bullshit is stuff that's always going to happen. It's always going to be there, and that's not the people who I care about. I care about people who care about me, or at least cared about me at one point. Okay. What it's become
That's a really weird way to
apparent
say
at this
that.
point is that people feel like they can't reach me, that they
What?
don't know if they think that there's something that's a positive change that I can implement, or there's
What?
care about is stuff that's always going to happen. It's always going to be there, and that's not the people who I care about. I care about people who care about me, or at least cared about me at one point. Okay.
But if you hate him, you
What it's
whatever.
become
Fuck it.
apparent at this
I
point
can't-
is
he
that
care
people
about
feel like
everybody.
they can't reach me, that they don't know if they think that there's something that's a positive change that I can implement, or there's something that really is bugging them, or something that I did wrong and they really feel strongly about it. They don't feel like there's a way that they can reach me anymore, because it seems that there's just so much of it that people Phil's just going to block me, or Phil won't listen, or whatever. The first thing I have to say is this. I said this before, but it does need to be brought up again, all right? I'm one person, and
Oh
you
my
guys are
God.
thousands of people, all right? And I say that because I'm going to say, on average, Hate Live gets, a couple hundred
He gonna pretend like thousands of people criticize him every day.
viewers. Right now, we've got about 600 viewers on the stream, and with,
Come on,
thousands of
man.
people who watch it on YouTube. I'm
Damn,
one
600
person.
people,
I
his
don't
view
have a
count was
filter
already going down on the
by
stream.
which, when you tell me things that I can tell,
Because when
this
he
is
was
someone
living
who
in,
actually cares about
I mean,
me.
this is living in Washington. When he was living in Connecticut and streaming on Twitch, he had 800 people for a stream, and he was like, "Ooh, we got fucking 800 people here." And when he played stuff like Dark Souls, he used to get legit more than 1,000 people sometimes. And after moving 600, it was already going down. And now, if he gets 600, he'll probably do backflips. If it's not a new game, he wish he could get 600 people live for a stupid fucking vlog video.
An asshole who's just swearing at me
Oof.
and has no actual intention to help me.
And the
right?
funny
That's
thing
problem
is,
right
his
now. If I had a
sub, well,
filter,
his follow
a way
count
of
went up
means
so
by
much,
which, these people who
and his
actually
view
care,
count
and
went
here's
down
real
so much
productive
with it.
criticism that they're trying to
'Cause he
help
got a
with,
bunch of soccer
versus
accounts
here's
following
people
him.
that just don't really give a shit and they're just trying to be malicious and nasty. And I don't have that.
Sheesh.
Okay, so I wish there was a filter by which I could edit out the crap and get to the quality stuff. What I will tell you is this: the past day at least that I've been on thekingofhate.com, okay, I've been having some discussions this
Wait,
afternoon.
what did he just say?
Nasty. I don't have that, okay? So I wish there was a filter. You actually care, and here's real productive criticism that they're trying to help with, versus here's people that just don't really give a shit and they're just trying to be malicious and nasty. And I don't have that, okay? So I wish there was a filter by which I could edit out the crap.
I thought he meant he wished it was a filter to make his videos look good. No, he wanted it to be a filter to get rid of the people that just call him a faggot, and to listen to the people that say, well, Phil, you should do this, and they give him like a pamphlet on what he should do. Okay.
And get to the quality stuff.
I was
What I
a
will
little
tell
lost
you
there
is
for a
this: the
second.
past day at least that I've been on thekingofhate.com, okay, I've been having some discussions this afternoon in particular with some people, forum users who have been around for a while, some of which haven't been around for a long time, but have been watching my content and basically are giving me constructive feedback. And they're like amazed that not only am I reading it, but I'm directly responding to it and listening to it and not getting angry, all right? Because that's kind of a misconception about me.
Misconception,
that
by the
I'm
way.
going to go flip off the handle and freak out and embarrass you on stream if you give me something productive. That's not the case. The
He
problem
does that
is
every
I don't
day.
know what's being serious and what's not, because I've got all this white noise.
Why is he still using the Kuma? Is he gonna pick a different character? Oh, look at this fucking guy being a fucking troll. I said I don't have time to pick a different character. I'm gonna ban this idiot. Hey, that doesn't happen.
Out
Dude.
there. So if you
He
feel
listens
like
to
I've
everybody. It's a
slighted you,
misconception.
if you feel like I've ignored you, I apologize. I
It's
wish
fake
that I could
news.
directly talk to each person one-on-one and find out what the concerns and issues were with me or my content or my behavior, and get it sorted out, okay? What I will say is this. I am fully aware that over the years since 2008, first of all, many people don't know this, I've made about 40,000 videos. If you actually add up all the video content that I've done on my DSP gaming channel, on my vlogging channels, on my old alternate channels, on everywhere, I've probably done about 40,000 videos. And if you add up the amount, I couldn't even possibly add up the amount of time, amount of hours that I've shared myself with you guys, whether it was through vlogs, through gameplay, whatever it was, all right? And the bottom line is that I am a human, and I do realize that I do have some anger issues, right? And sometimes...
I'm human, by the way. I'm human. Of course, he brings up 40,000 videos like it means millions and millions of hours. It's 40,000 10 to 20 minute long videos. Come on. If you was to combine everything that even somebody like anybody that been a full-time Twitch streamer or full-time YouTube streamer as long as he been in existence, I don't fucking know. Look up Dan's Gaming. He probably did the same amount of stuff. He just didn't upload it in 10-minute long videos to YouTube and try to pretend like it was prestigious. If you play a lot of games and upload everything in 10-minute clips, congratulations, you're going to have a lot of YouTube videos. It's not the most amazing thing in the world to be proud of. It's kind of silly, TBH.
when something's really important to me or I'm really emotionally upset about something,
I
go
chopped
off the
everything
hill
up and
I
give
say
you a bunch of
absolutely
different
ridiculous
videos.
things,
Praise
like
me.
all League of Legends players are brainless morons. Or, Minecraft, who would play Minecraft? That's a kiddie game, and why would you fucking play that? You have to be an idiot, alright?
Wait a second. So this comment agreed that all League of Legends players are mindless, brainless morons or mindless or whatever the fuck? What the fuck they got to do with them being toxic? Why did 41 people like this cuck comment? You're right, Phil. I am fucking brainless. Wow, thanks.
Over the years,
up.
I've said stuff like that. But you have to understand that I'm a human and I don't actually mean that as Bible truth. That maybe it's a situation where I'm mad.
I'm a human, so I don't mean what I say. Oh my.
At something or I'm upset. And you say things that maybe you don't necessarily mean. You go overboard, right?
I'm human,
and
so I don't mean anything
I've
I say.
apologized for a few of these things over the years. I can't apologize for every single one because sometimes I don't even realize if and when I'm saying it, okay? The bottom line is there always is an actual meaning or intention behind the things that...
32-year-old during this, by the way. 32 years old. And he says stuff and he don't know if he's saying it or not. Like, did anybody take this seriously? I guess people did take it seriously based on the comments of this video. Are you fucking kidding me? It's not like you're 12 years old anymore. You could just not say something sometimes. But if you're right about something, he mean it. You know, if you come back later and say, Phil, you were right about Street Fighter V. It is just a guessing game, and I'm fucking stuck in bronze, so the game must suck. If you tell him that, then yeah, man, yeah, man, you get it. He mean that because you feel the same way. But if you call him wrong, I'm a fallible human. I didn't mean it, dude. I was just talking. It was just banter.
I say. The problem is that when I'm in that emotional moment, I don't always say it like that. I don't say what I mean because it's shooting out of my mouth faster than it's processing in my head. Okay? And this happens with everyone. It's not, trust me, do I think, no, everyone does it. The difference is, I'm Phil Burnell. I'm Darkside Phil.
Really
I'm the
buffer.
one who broadcasts that to the internet. And thousands of people see it. So you can be in your own house and say, oh, fuck League of Legends players and that, and no one gives a crap, right?
So was he the only person that do videos on the internet?
Because I said it publicly, even though I didn't mean it. All right?
What?
So I need you guys to understand that I am human, and I do apologize that there are times when I do go off the hilt, and I do say ridiculous things. Now, there's different ways to go about it. You can say, Phil, you really shouldn't have said that. Did you really mean that about that? Or you can go take a snippet of a stream chat where I typed that one day in a moment of anger because I was trying to stream and Twitch didn't work because there was a 200,000 viewer League of Legends
he must
stream
have. Oh,
destroying
this.
the website.
Okay, I know what he's going at.
The screen capture.
Yeah,
of
he
the
should own
fucking
League of
stream
Legends
chat
'cause he
and
couldn't
make
do a
video
shitty
about
stream.
it. DSP hates League of Legends players. Fuck DSP. He's a little shit. And then it goes viral and 10,000 people see it, and now everyone thinks that I'm some kind of a jerk because of one thing that I did in 6 years. Okay? That's the
Now, you see how we just went with this? We went from I'm saying it out loud in the video and I'm a human, so I make mistakes. We went from that to I typed it in my chat. You typed something up and hit enter and was like, wait a minute, I didn't mean that. You got mad at me for it? That never happened. Come on, man. It take a lot more effort to type
There's
something
the
out.
mature way to go about it because you actually want things to change, and there's the incredibly immature kiddie way to do it to get views for yourself. That's the difference in the
They shouldn't have made a
approaches
video
that
about
people
it.
take, okay?
Okay.
So,
Big sip.
that being
All
said,
right.
I do apologize to anyone who feels like I have attacked you, personally targeted you. I do admit that it's happened, and I obviously admit that there's different times in my life, these past 2 months in particular, where I say 2 now it's actually 3. These past 3 months in particular, since I moved to Washington, I've been incredibly stressed. I've been on edge because I'm trying to get settled in, and there's all this stuff happening at once, and you guys hear about it. You guys hear about it daily on my pre-streams when I bitch like an old fart, that, this happened to me today and this happened to me today.
It's funny, he still do this now every day.
And that's one of the major things that we're going to talk about tonight that is going to change. But anyway.
Yeah, that didn't change.
You hear me complain about stuff all the time, and all these real life, real world things are happening to me that weren't part of my normal life back.
He also used this excuse when he called the people that didn't watch him play Pokemon lazy. His excuse was, well, views have been low overall, and I'm stressed because of this and this and this and this and this. So therefore, you shouldn't have got mad at me for calling you lazy for not watching my Pokemon Let's Play.
When I was the bachelor back in Connecticut, life was easy, right? I paid the bills.
Wait,
I
life
grabbed
got
some
harder when
food
you
once
moved
a
in with your
day.
future
I didn't have to
fiance?
worry about registering
Oh, she
a
was a
car in
trash
another state
girlfriend,
and
huh?
all these healthcare issues and the problems with the house and this and that. And things very quickly have changed, and really,
When you was
I'm
28, you
starting to
didn't have
settle in now
healthcare
that
issues?
This is my adult life, and I
You
hate
wasn't
to
an
say
adult
that
then?
because I am the kind of person that I
You
want to
became
feel like
an
I'm
adult
very
at 32?
young. You know what I mean? I want to feel like I'm the young, vibrant, guy who can jump at a moment's notice
can't even
and run out
stand
and
up
do something
straight.
quick and be energetic and be vibrant and be young. And I'm 32
Oh
years
my
old, and I'm
God.
really not that young anymore. All right, it's finally settling in that
Okay.
I am an adult. That even though my job and my hobby is fun and games, that my life is not all fun and games. Right? That there's gonna be all this stuff, and I apologize to anyone in the past couple of months who's just like, Phil, every time I go on your stream, you're bitching about this, you're bitching about that, you're bitching about the game, you're bitching about bitching.
This still happens now.
Sorry. You're right.
4 years
It's
later,
been
this
a
still
lot.
happens.
It's been a lot
and
on
this
me,
kept
and
happening
it's been
after
a lot
this.
weighing on my shoulders, and it feels good to actually come out
His
and say that to
pre-stream
you
clips from
guys, that I'm sorry
2015
for
with
it,
him
because I
crying
am-
about everything.
I don't mean to be an overbearing negative asshole.
And this is
okay?
before Patreon,
If anything,
too.
I'm glad
I
that
think
didn't
Patreon was the year after this.
direct it in a wrong direction. At least if I'm bitching
Yeah, I
about
think
my
he
everyday
left Twitch
problems,
and then
I'm not
into
bitching
2014. It was either that or
about
into 2015.
views and money and haters. But I was still bitching. So it doesn't matter what I'm bitching. If I'm bitching, right? And, I come to that realization talking to some people over the past couple of days. I'm like, you know what? You're right. You're absolutely right. This is something that I need to address, and this is something that I need to change.
You talked to
because
KG.
people don't want to attend the DSP Bitch Fest, right? They want to attend.
The funny
D-
thing is, people actually do want to attend the DSP Bitch Fest because a lot of times, if you're playing a game that's not that interesting or it's not new, his view count drop off the pre-stream. So a good bit of people, me included, show up to just hear his pre-stream, and then when you actually start playing the game, they kind of just opt out. Worst case scenario, well, I guess best case scenario, they just leave it open in another tab and do something else. So people actually do want to see the DSP Bitch Fest because when they play games, they don't even talk. At least on his pre-stream, he talk.
DSP gaming stream. Or if you want to hear the Bitch Fest, tune into Hate Live where I'll tell you what's going on in my personal stuff, but you want to see gameplay. You don't care about fucking my trash can didn't get emptied for 4
Yeah, they want to
months
see
or
his
whatever,
gameplay where he don't
and there's
talk.
fucking smelly bugs or whatever. Who cares, right?
Smelly
If you
bugs.
want to hear about that, you'll watch the podcast. If you want
Are
to
they
see
friendly
gameplay, you
dudes?
watch the gameplay. And you're right. 1,000,000% you people are right who've been criticizing me for that. I agree 1,000,000%, all right? Now, recently, what I do want to say is this. I do admit that these past couple of weeks have been very stressful for me because we are heading right now into the busiest
Hardcore
time of
gaming
year for
season?
gaming, the hardcore gaming season.
Yeah.
And as you guys know, I moved to Washington. I incurred a lot of debt to make this house work.
Uh-oh.
And I had a slow ass summer.
I like him saying he got a lot of debt to make the house work. He spent, like, shit, I forgot how much he spent. But 2014 60-something inch TV, 3D TV, you can just figure out how much that cost back then. And that was a TV to not even play games on. He needed to buy that TV. He had to buy it. And he didn't upgrade his laptop. He didn't upgrade his desktop. He didn't upgrade any of his systems. He didn't upgrade his equipment until he got Patreon. And he didn't buy a new TV to play games on. He bought a for fun TV. He needed to go into debt to move. Come on, he had to buy a TV to watch movies on.
Because there was nothing going this summer.
Oh,
we know
yeah.
this. There were no games this summer. The games that people played were few and far between.
It's either, yeah, I
Of
think
course,
it's a
some
3D
people do
TV. I don't think
criticize
it's
me
a
and
4K
say, Phil, why didn't you
TV. I
play
think it's 3D.
these PC games?
Yeah, it
There were
is
a few
3D,
PC games
'cause
that
you got
came
the
out that you
glasses
could have
for it.
checked out. Well, first of all, I did.
To
I
not
played
play
a few
games on.
PC games, and they didn't turn out well at all. People didn't like them. Okay, and in particular, there were a couple that I really didn't like. But you have to understand that I was here, I was just getting set up. I wasn't ready to fully jump full-fledged into PC gaming. If anything, I just did Sims 4 for a week, and that was kind of difficult, but at the same time, I'm learning, okay, it's easier now for me to capture PC games, and here's how I can do it
Playing The Sims was difficult, by the way.
easier on the fly and stuff like that, okay? But coming out of 2 months where it was really freaking
I mean, he had to
dead,
play with Panda Lee,
and
so
then heading
I
into the
can see why
hardcore
it was
gaming
difficult.
season, and I had all these big ideas. I'm going to start capturing and live streaming the Nintendo 3DS, and I think this will catch on because this is something
It didn't
different.
catch
This is
on.
out of my comfort zone. This isn't something that an overabundance of people are doing right now. Yes, there are people who do it, but it's not like normal Let's Players. Normal Let's Players, there's 5 zillion of them. There's 100 people who maybe do good Nintendo 3DS playthroughs. So I
Well,
thought
they
I could
chose
maybe
good.
jump into that. And me again, being outside
What's the
of my comfort
qualification
zone,
to be
trying out new
good?
things like Sims 4 and stuff. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
3DS
None of this
capture
stuff has
card
really
cost
caught
a
on.
lot now, and it cost a lot then. I don't
for
think people was
me,
buying those to do bad videos.
It's not too disheartening about me, and what I mean by that is if you look at stuff that didn't do
Okay.
well, right?
It's like 100
The
people that do
Walking Dead
good
season
ones.
2 did great, just like every episode of The Walking Dead. They
No.
always do great. People have told me since day one, Phil, we love to see you play narrative-driven games because number
Who
one,
the hell says
you're
this?
a great addition to the story with your commentary and your takes on what could possibly be going on in the game as it's
Ooh,
going
okay.
on. And we really like to see your reactions when crazy stuff happens in a narrative-driven game, and especially if it's a game like The Walking Dead.
They like to
people
see a
my
sausage on the
choices
couch.
in the game.
Well, he didn't have
okay?
a face cam
So
back
in that
then, though, so-
regard, it wasn't like I didn't do anything that was successful this summer. No, that's not the truth. The truth is that when something great came out, it did really well because people wanted to see me play that style of game. The problem
I need to rely on games to be good in order to be successful. And I don't see this as an issue whatsoever with my business model. Sounds good.
is there aren't a lot of narrative-driven games out there anymore. If you actually take a look at all the games that I'm just playing recently. The Sims 4 has no story. You make your own story, right? Destiny literally has a bare-bones story. It's all repetitive grinding gameplay. Look at the stuff that I'm doing, all right? And I can't make games. I can't develop a game, and I know that there are probably great narrative-driven games out there, but I have to also have variety in my content. If I only do narrative-driven games, then what happens when they run out, right? So for me, coming out of a stressful move, all these real-world problems that have been attacking me, 2 months of really just boredom because there wasn't a lot going on during this summer, and now heading into the hardcore gaming season, and here we are basically 2 weeks into it, and nothing's really caught on with any.
So some hot context is he spent like $4,000 or $5,000 extra to move minimum, so he would have his equipment quicker to be able to do Let's Play videos. And everything he didn't catch on because nobody wanted to watch it. So he spent that extra money to move for nothing, pretty much. Well, at least he tried.
One. In fact, if anything, a lot of people think the games are disappointing. It got to me, and you hear me
This is the
sit
game's
here and
fault,
I'm
by the way.
bitching,
They should make
I'm
better
doing
games so I can
versus
make more
right,
money off 'em.
And I'm so pissed because the views are low, and and that's stupid because people don't want to hear a baby bitch about views. Okay, I know that there's those of you out there that care about me, right? You care that I get to
4
continue
years
doing
ago,
this and that my
people don't
business
want to
is
hear me complain
successful,
about views.
And that I
4
keep
years
getting to
later,
do this in the long term.
still
because
complain
keep in
about
mind,
views.
Now I live in Seattle. What does that mean? That
Seattle,
means that
by the
for
way.
the next couple of years, you're going to see me attending cool events like Emerald City Comic Con, and maybe I can get into PAX Prime, and maybe I can get into other cool events here. Guess what? I live on the West Coast. That means I can go south down to California to attend
That didn't
cool
happen.
events, and I can cover those.
Literally
for you
never
guys.
went to Cali yet.
And now that I have the office, I'm doing better.
At least not when he was living on the
gameplay
West Coast.
PC, meaning much higher quality.
PC
I can
games
make it
didn't
look
happen.
better, and there's all these PC games. I know Witcher 3 is going to look amazing.
Witcher
on
3 was
PC.
played
You
on
wanna
console.
See me do all. You want to see me succeed, so that I can
None of
get
this
to
shit
that point,
happened.
but I have to get to that point. And it's just it's
Man,
a lot on me. And
he
it
hyped stuff
wears
up
me
way
out,
too early.
Okay, it wears me the fuck out, and it does it in particular with a game like Leighton versus Wright, where I
Remember, you guys, when he moved to Washington, one of his reasons for wanting to move was that people out there will have the same interests as him. Those people in Connecticut didn't get him. They didn't understand him. Everybody that plays fucking Super Turbo and shit at his house, none of them really understood him. He's just an American, American heterosexual guy. He had to move to Washington for people to really understand him. That's why every time we talk about Washington or Seattle now, he just bring up hipsters, because apparently those hipsters understood him in 2014, and they developed into being hipsters in the last 4 years, and now everybody vaping have man buns, I guess. I don't know what the fuck he was. I don't know what to believe with these weird stories. I honestly
am
don't.
really going the extra mile, in my opinion, doing the voice acting. A lot of people
Extra
say, how
mile,
does
by the
voice
way.
acting? You're just reading the lines. How does that strain your voice, okay?
We're gonna listen to some of DSP vintage voice acting. I played a good bit of this playlist one day. It was months ago.
Hello,
It's a long ass playlist. I think it's Leighton versus Wright. I want y'all to hear some of his amazing voice acting. He was working his ass off. He actually said it himself. He was working his ass off to do this. 10-minute video.
All
10
right, so he
minutes
wants us
on
to
the
look
dot.
at the court record and the. Wait a minute.
This better not be a whole
Door.
video of a puzzle.
Blue Knight. This contradiction is between your so-called desire to find the truth and the fact that you are interrogating a parrot.
This is his voice acting, by the way.
That's not what I'm talking about, Inquisitor. There's a contradiction here that makes one thing particularly clear. The fact that we have really clearly all made a wrong assumption. How so? Luke, can you ask Cracker to repeat the incantation once more?
Sounds good to me.
What you are?
He gave the boy a voice, though, so that's something.
What you are?
See? And his Patreon people about to meme him and are playing another fucking Professor Layton game, by the way. No, I think it's Phoenix Wright. Yeah, I think it's a Phoenix Wright game. He might get memed into playing through Patreon. So get ready for him to talk about voice acting and complain about his throat hurting. And because it's current year DSP and not 2014 DSP, you have post-nasal drip year-round. So it's going to be him saying like 4 words and clearing his throat. That's going to be nice. And then I hope it's not a 3DS game he might play. I don't know. I don't know anything about them fucking games. But if it's a 3DS game, that means you're going to get webcam with a 3DS game, which is going to be him looking at his crotch all day. So that's going to be nice. I hope you're excited.
Because I'm not just talking. Right now I'm just talking normally. It's easy. I am changing my vocal cords and reflecting a British accent, high
Changing
pitch,
his
low
vocal
pitch.
cords.
It's actually very stressful. Ask any voice talent how stressful it is, how taxing it is on their voice, and they'll tell you it's a really tough thing to do. And I'm trying to do it for this playthrough because people requested it. In the past I did it with other Phoenix Wright games, and I started doing it, and in the beginning the playthrough kind of caught on, and then all of a sudden the viewership dropped off to almost nothing. I can't even get my normal numbers for a stream. I can't get very decent views on YouTube, right?
I bet you
And so
his low
obviously
numbers
gets
for a
to me
stream
when
was
that
higher than
happens.
they
I'm
are
like,
now,
you gotta
by
be
the
kidding
way.
me. I'm really going the extra mile, and it seems like people
fell
fell
off
off
hard when
somewhere.
it
They
comes to
watch some
streaming.
of it, and then they don't care
It
about it
doesn't help that he
anymore.
don't fucking
And it's hard
talk,
for me for a
you
game
know.
like that. By the way, the game is over 30 hours long.
He was just blaming on
and I've
people
already
not,
played
like,
16
not having a good
hours,
attention
so I don't
span.
want to give up on it. It gets to me. But you don't need to hear that. Okay? You don't. You're the viewer of the content. You're the person who wants to just watch and enjoy the gameplay. You don't want to hear about my personal problems on a daily basis. You don't care that I fucking stubbed my toe on a rock on the way across the street, and that pissed me off. So when I came in and I sat down and Twitch wasn't working. I said that League of Legends players are assholes. You don't want to hear me that do that. I know that. The problem is I need to be better at it. I need to be better at focusing my anger and focusing my bitching and not putting it all on you guys. And I know there's some of you that are saying, but Phil, that's the relationship that we have, and we love that you are that personable with us. We feel like you're our friend.
And the funny thing is, he bring up that stub toe thing, and it's something from a couple of weeks ago. He pretty much stubbed his toe on his arcade stick, and he was like, "Oh, stubbed my fucking toe." So years later, even for something as minimal as him hitting his foot before he sit down, he still got to tell us a 5-minute story on how he hit his foot before he sat down. God damn
Rather
it.
than a content creator, because you share your life. You say that you're the realest dude on the internet. Well, that's what we like about you. I know that, but at the same time, there's people who don't want to hear that. And so I can't overabundantly give you that shit, okay? I can't put it on you. So I apologize for anyone who's been hearing me bitch, who's hearing me be negative and say these ridiculous things. I apologize, because it's me being stressed and being emotional and not having control of myself in the moment, and it leads to
It must be
ridiculousness.
PMS, am I
And that's
right?
why you can go
Just like
watch
those nuns.
idiots who go make the montage videos of, oh, did you see that DSP in 2009 said that Minecraft
Idiots,
is
by the
bad
way.
and burp, burp, burp. Yeah,
Burp, burp,
when I
burp.
was uninformed in 2009. I didn't know what the fuck Minecraft even was, and someone gave me misinformation about
It's the other
game
person's
on a
fault.
random episode of Ask the...
It's everyone else's fault why I went out of my way to shit on Minecraft. It's not like he was like, well, I don't really know what Minecraft is, but it sounds stupid. That would have been pretty easy. A lot of people say stuff like that. He was like, man, fucking stupid kids play Minecraft, shitty fucking game. Why would you charge money for it? It used to be free. It looks like fucking trash. I think he said like Call of Duty and Skyrim would have been bigger. I guess technically Skyrim was bigger, but I feel like Minecraft probably made. I could go out on a limb and say Minecraft made more money, but it's the other person's fault. It was a random question that asked the king, even though he's scanned all of the questions like a day ahead of time. It's everybody else's fault.
King,
They
it might
should
not
have
even
watched
been
him
that.
play
Might have been my
Earthbound.
fan mail series. I made a stupid remark about, wow,
Stupid
Notch must
remark.
be dumb if he's giving the game away for free and stuff like that. But to think that, oh, well, Phil hates Minecraft players, and that's what you hear. And of course, that's in a snippet of truth from a moment of foolishness on my part.
Foolishness, by
And
the
of
way.
course, no, I don't think that anyone who plays Minecraft is an idiot. Obviously, the thing's a huge viral fucking thing. It's the biggest video.
I can't wait for the random like hate live segment 3 years from now, when he say, obviously I didn't mean. What's the whining voice? What's the best whining voice I could do right now? Obviously I didn't mean everyone that plays Fortnite is a fucking kid. I was being mean and negative because I didn't get those views then. That's gonna be a segment like 3 years from now about Fortnite. Multiple times he went out of his way to say only kids play Fortnite. And then when somebody say, Phil, you say only kids play Fortnite? Then he go out of his way, I didn't say that. He said it so many times. It's not even a good meme anymore. It's like it's Fortnite. If you bother by it, you can leave it alone. I don't think Fortnite now is as big as Minecraft was back then. I don't think anything gonna be that big for a while. But he still go out his way to shit on Fortnite because fuck it. People play Fortnite and get popularity, so let me shit on Fortnite.
Game probably of all
Sounds
time.
good
If
to
you
me.
actually see dollar signs, how much money Minecraft has made through merch, through sales.
It made a
through
lot of
every
money, so it's
fucking
cool.
Platform on the planet. I could probably play Minecraft on my ass right now if I wanted to. They'd probably have a port for the ass.
Assport.
So I'd have to be a moron to think that Minecraft is not something that was popular or was good. But
I have to be a moron to think this thing isn't good because it
No,
made
you
a lot of
dumb
money.
bitch, it wasn't fraudulent.
It sounds
Why?
good to me.
Tipping helps me the most. Every time I get a tip, I sprint straight to the bank.
Thank you for the $1. Lock and tonic? Yeah, lock and tonic. I go right to my bank account. I go right to my PayPal and send it to my bank account. I get those immediately.
unfortunately, I'm human, and I make mistakes.
I'm human,
and
by the
here
way.
to wholeheartedly apologize.
Let me say whatever I
to
wanna
any
say.
of you
I'm
who I may
human.
have insulted over the years. And keep in mind, I try my best to keep in touch with people's feelings and to find out what's going on, but there are times when I don't. And I fully understand that there's a forum
Man, you
right
don't
now
do
that I
that a
paid
lot.
for. Earlier this year, I paid thousands of dollars to get these forums, thekingofhate.com, up and running and owning them. I actually owned them for the first time. And then immediately after I did that, I got caught up with work, with buying this place, and I didn't really go back. And there's a whole forum full of people there, hundreds of people, who feel neglected because I didn't go back, I didn't discuss stuff with them, and they have all these feelings towards me that they could help me improve, and I didn't take any of their input because I was too fucking busy with myself, okay?
Not his
willing to
fault.
admit
Nothing he
that.
can do. This is the mover's fault. It's the country fault for being so big. I have to move
Excuse me.
across it.
So, now that I've gotten that out of the way, I've gotten that off my chest, effective immediately, we've got some changes that are going to be going into effect, okay? And there's going to be some cool new changes for kind of the midterm and also the long term. So let's talk, because I think you're going to like these, all right? Effective immediately. No
Something he
longer
didn't
will
do.
there be 15 to 30-minute long pre-streams before I start gaming. If I go...
Well,
Let's talk, because I think you're going to like these, all right? Effective immediately. No longer will there be 15 to 30-minute long pre-streams before I start gaming. If I go live on a broadcast on Twitch TV, I will be playing that game within, say, 10 to 15 minutes tops, okay? Only exception being... if
he
there's
had to do
something
those
incredibly
pre-streams because
important that I
apparently
need to
he don't. I mean, he don't have
mention, or if I'm having
friends,
technical
and he can't talk to
difficulties.
Cat apparently.
And it also
He got to
effective
tell everybody else
immediately
that watch him
when
about his bullshit problems.
the streams go live, you're not going to hear me bitching about my personal life. The
Well-
bottom line is, I know there's people that you guys, there are people that want to hear that. You want to hear what's going on with Phil, what are the things that he's come up against. A lot of people have even expressed, Phil, thank you for relating those things to us because you help us in life as we grow up. We're coming up against the same changes.
Wait,
to know
what?
that you came up against the same thing and hear your solution of how it got resolved
Okay.
directly helped us. So by no means...
His solutions in life directly help people. Let me tell you about how he got his bed put together. He told the movers that he would give them a shout out because he couldn't put his own bed together as a grown up. So he got the movers to put his bed together by giving them a shout out. Is that how normal people get their bed put together from movers? I'll give you guys a shout out on my YouTube channel. Can you put my bed together? Okay.
am I saying
guess.
to you guys, excuse me,
Sounds good.
that I am not going to relate that stuff. However, guess where that's going to happen? Right here
Yeah, that's the
on
thing.
Hate Live.
He got the people who
That's
put his
gonna
bed
be
together. He didn't
part
know
of
how
the
to do
first
it.
segment of Hate Live, where it should be, where I tell you, gee, what was I up to this week? Well, this happened with the trash, and this happened with this, and this was a technical difficulty. Not that you're sitting there with your thumb up your ass, waiting for me to start playing a game. It's dumb. I agree. It's fucking stupid. And I need to control myself and have self-control.
Well,
not just
DSP
not
is
a
an
bitch
alpha
all
male,
day.
just a
So that's
heterosexual
effective
guy.
immediately. Shorter pre-streams.
Obviously, he can't put his
no
bed
bitching
together with it
on
for
the
his future
pre-streams about
fiance.
personal shit. All right?
Sleep on the floor,
If you wanna
bitch. I'ma
hear
get somebody
about
else to
all
put it
my personal
together.
stuff going on, watch Hate Live. That's where you're going to get caught up on it. All right?
If you want to hear bitch and watch Hate Live, it's pretty much what he told us.
In the meantime, if there is no Hate Live for a couple weeks for whatever circumstances, maybe I'll do a special video, but it's not going to be in the pre-stream, so you're all sitting there, what the fuck happened? Why is he doing this? Okay? So that's number one. Okay?
Number one.
Number two, there's something that I've had as an idea in my head for a long time. All right? There's something that I hate to say it, because you know me, I don't like to follow the YouTube trends, okay? But a lot of people who used to do full playthroughs of games, let's plays of games, like I do, basically changed their model up over the past couple of years and don't
he
do
fucking
full
doing that
playthroughs
now.
anymore. What they do
His
is
video was
first
just shout-outs.
look videos,
And him pausing the game to give
first
people shout outs
impressions
for 20
videos,
cents. 25
montage
cents, excuse me.
videos. Maybe they play the full game out on stream, but then they actually do a good montage for YouTube or whatever, okay? By no means am I telling you that I'm changing my formula. I like being the guy known for playing
The
games
guy?
from start to finish.
I'm watching his
fully
Twitch.
on stream and on YouTube, and you get the full experience. And
Are
I know
you
that
the
a lot
guy?
of my viewers and fan base are people who are
Is
here
it
for
really
that. That's how I
him?
got my start. I'm not going away from doing that, but what I'm brainstorming in my head here is extra work. I know, like I need extra work.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't
Basically,
need
when
extra
I
work,
finish
guys.
a game that maybe didn't catch on as a playthrough. So first off,
This didn't happen, by the way. I'm already going to call it. It's going to be an edited video. It didn't happen.
Destiny, okay? Destiny is by far a game that is fun to play with others, especially if it's your friends or comrades, and is not a fun game
Comrades?
to
Is he
watch
Russian?
because it's a lot of repetitive fucking shooting. The whole game is shooting. Oh, look, there's an enemy. Shoot him. Oh, look, there's a fucking car. Shoot it. Oh, my God, there's a giant, huge, elite level monster. Shoot the fucker. And that's the whole game, all right? It's catchy. It's addictive.
It's almost
There's
like it's a
loot, there's all
first-person
kinds of
shooter or
stuff in it,
something.
but it's not something that you would want to watch someone play for 40 hours. Because it's fucking boring to watch. It's fun to interact. So in that regard,
cheers.
what I'm thinking of doing for a game like Destiny is doing less videos. And what I mean, if you've actually seen the playthrough this week, I did it. Instead of doing 10-minute videos like I do for every playthrough, I've been doing videos 1 per mission. So if you actually look at the Destiny gameplay
well, he didn't
I've done
keep
so
up with
far
this,
this
but he
week,
did do it.
most of the videos are over 15 minutes
wasn't the
long.
best
in fact, the
idea in the
majority are
world.
around 20. Some of them are as long as 43 minutes long because of a long mission. Okay? And I'm going to think I'll do that for games that seem like that. It's not a narrative-driven game. It's not a great game where that's going to be a fan favorite and everyone's going to be watching it. Okay? Instead, what I'll do is I'll do like I'm doing with Destiny now. A few shorter or longer videos, less videos a day.
I feel like,
but
what month was this? This September. I feel like he already stopped doing this by November or December. He didn't keep this
What I'll
up
do is
for
when
a
I
long
finish
time
the
at all.
game, I will do a montage of
This
here's
didn't
the
happen at
greatest
all,
moments
as I
of
knocked
Destiny.
something over.
Here's a giant epic boss
need a
fight where we
Patreon to do
almost
this.
won, and I was running out the door trying to survive.
Remember
and I
the
died
hits
at the
of the
last
week or
minute.
whatever
It's
that dumb
hilarious.
shit was?
Here's all of us shooting and
Them
attacking and
dry-ass
doing some
montages?
epic gameplay. Here's a time when I was completely surrounded by enemies about to die, and all of a sudden I do my super attack and I blow away everything. Here's a funny commentary that I made during the gameplay. Oh my
Funny
God, right?
commentary.
So that way, okay,
That
I don't
always
want to
happens.
see Phil sit there and create his character and go through the fucking beta gameplay again, and I gotta fish through.
The best thing about his hits of the week thing was that he pretty much did it for, quote, free. And then he made it a Patreon thing. And then he still complained about the views, even though he was getting paid to do it. And then he dropped it. And I would get Patreon money for nothing, technically. Sounds good to me.
500 hours of footage to find out what the good part is. If I make a
Blaine, let
montage
your mom
of it,
know if you want a
can
t-shirt.
fucking watch it. And then it can even say, well, if you want to see the whole playthrough, you can. And here's how you find it. Here's the link to the playlist. Okay.
Big sip. All right. Wow. Delicious.
In fact, if you guys don't realize this, I did this in the past. It was called Suicide Kings. It was a little series
Oh, that was
I
one
did for Red Dead
fucking game.
Redemption,
Get out of here.
Where
And you
myself,
had
John
Rambo
and a few
carrying
other
you.
people jumped into the open world gameplay of the game, and we did a montage of the funniest moments that we came up with, and it did huge. It did well, hundreds of thousands of views. One of the most successful things I've ever done on YouTube. But I got away from that as people said, we want to see you play the game, so I would just play the game, right? So that's how I'm going to approach it. Not saying that I'm not going to be playing the whole game, but that I want to, at least for those of you who don't want to watch all this shit, you can get a snippet. Here's a taste of the game, and if you like it, go watch the whole playthrough, okay?
Go watch the
so
whole
I'm actually,
playthrough.
in my
Okay.
brain, this popped, and people give
I
me
really like
the
this
idea today on
15-minute
the
clip.
forums.
Let me
I'm
watch
thinking,
the whole
okay,
playthrough. That's
here's
what people
the thing,
do now.
Though, here's the catch. Ultimately, when this stuff like that, okay, you love this idea. I see people on the stream chat are really liking this idea. This is great. You should definitely do this, okay?
They were pleased, obviously, with the end
Unfortunately,
result.
it has to pair off with something because there's
Uh-oh.
no time to do it, right?
I got to get rid of something.
So if I'm taking time to go through all of my hours of footage of Destiny to find the greatest moments
Here we go.
and compile it into funny and great moments of Destiny,
The
into a
merchant has been
montage,
activated.
that means I can't be streaming and I can't be playing another game. So whether that
I can't
means
work
that
extra. What the
Monday,
fuck? Get outta here.
There's no second stream Monday
I'm
because
just
I
a
have to
lonely
take
Let's
2
Player,
hours
dude.
to shift through and try to edit this together. So be it. You know what I mean? But that's the thing. Here's the difference between me and other
Here we
people
go.
who do gameplay.
I'm the snowflake.
From day one, I was the guy.
I'm special.
Who
I was the
played
guy.
most games, by far
You're watching my
created the
Twitch.
most videos. So people say when it comes to Phil, it's quantity over quality.
Phil, by the
Phil
way.
puts out an insane amount of content. Phil plays through more games than anyone else, but he doesn't video edit, he doesn't edit out, he doesn't do voiceover. Everything that he does is kind of on the fly, impromptu, and just loaded raw.
So he's lazy.
okay? So that's the thing.
That's the
if you
thing.
want me to take the time to do that kind of edited video, I can do it. I'm not saying it's going to look
If you want me to take the time to be less lazy, I have to counteract that by somehow being more lazy.
Sound good?
Sounds good.
good because I'm not a great video editor
Sounds
by
good
any
to me.
means. I didn't get any training for it. I have a crappy
Apparently you
program
need to be
do. I'm
trained to
probably
edit
eventually
videos,
gonna
by the
have
way.
to start using a better one like Sony Vegas and learn how to use it because I don't. but I will do it. So I need your feedback. What do you guys think? And then when I beat Destiny supposedly tomorrow, do you want to see me afterwards take time out and not do gameplay one day and instead work on this montage and make a cool epic here's the best of Destiny montage that I can put together for you? What do you think?
Yeah, maybe he
Okay.
should have went to fucking college for editing videos. Because apparently what he went to college for don't do anything. And he's not a very good businessman at all. At least the LTG gave us the high quote time and revenue. DSP can't even give us that. He the realest dude on the internet though. But he can't just straight up tell people I'm not fucking doing this if I ain't making money. Weird.
So I'm going to see what people
Let me look
say.
at the chat during this
Okay,
YouTube
let's see
video.
what people say. Obviously, I can't read the street chat right now.
I
guys,
can't read
but
it right
you can
now,
go
by
on
the way.
comments of this video on
Wait, what?
Twitter, on the can't read the street. So I'm going to see what people say. Okay, I'm going to see what people say. Obviously, I can't read the street chat.
You just told us that you was looking at it like right before this. Oh, people in the chat love the idea. A couple minutes later, obviously I can't look at the stream chat. Yeah, fuck you for showing
Right
up
now,
live.
guys, but if you could
Go
put on the
fuck
comments
yourself.
of this video,
Comment under
on
the
Twitter,
video.
on the forums,
And I'm gonna delete it if I don't
you can
like
let
it.
me know what you think about that idea, and then for longer playthroughs like this, I'll do that. Okay. Now, I'm not going to do it for playthroughs where I feel that there's critical moments, like for example, The Walking Dead. If I just highlight the critical moments of The Walking Dead, not only is it huge spoilers, right? But it kind of ruins the immersion.
The
and people
playthrough
just watch
spoils
that
the
video and
game.
completely
Who
spoil
cares?
themselves versus watching the playthrough. So I'm not doing it with everything, but I think there are certain games
What?
that if I do it, people will be interested in it. Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, excuse me. So let's see what people have to say.
I thought you couldn't check the comments. You couldn't check the chat. Oh, never mind. I can't read it.
So that's one.
Let me
other
look at the
major
chat and tell
change,
you
okay?
I can't look at what
Other
you're saying.
changes that are coming. Okay, I already had this idea,
Oh man.
and I noticed that as I was sharing information over the past 2 years with people on Twitter about mobile games that I've been playing, that people have become incredibly interested. There are people who are playing the same mobile games that I'm playing, and they're like, Phil, wow, what did you do in this situation? Phil, how do you get past this? Phil, what do you do?
Phil.
And I don't do playthroughs of mobile games, and no, by far,
Oh
I'm not
snap!
planning
He
on
wanted to do
starting
mobile games. I
playthroughs of
forgot
mobile
about that.
games.
That never
However,
happened. I think he might have did a couple
yesterday
of
I was out
videos,
and
maybe.
I purchased
Look at him.
the HDMI adapter for the iPad.
He's showing it off like
and
it's a
for the
$200 piece of
iPhone.
technology.
So what this allows me to do is output the audio and video of those devices to my capture device and rip video and audio from them. What I'm planning to do in the near future, which again is going to
Now
take
that I
time,
think about it,
so
I
there's
don't
gonna
think he
probably
did
be less
one
games being
video
played
on
a
this.
stream and such.
I think
is
it's
use
actually
this little
nothing he
boy
did with this.
to make videos of the mobile
And this
stuff that
could
I'm
have
playing,
turned out to be a big
okay?
thing for him
And
too.
give you guys tutorial videos. So, for example, right now for WWE Supercard,
Well,
an app
can't
that I've
change
been
who you
playing
are, I
for
guess.
2 weeks, I've got an incredible amount of pointers, tips, and things that I could give you to help you do better. Because I see people playing that game all the time that did it wrong. You could just tell when you look at the card that they're using, what happened?
Oh, they did
here?
it
Why is
wrong.
it so
Those other people that
underleveled, or
upload
why is
videos
this
are
happening?
trash. I'm good at the
I
game.
can help you with that. I could tell you the tips if you're stuck. I can help you with that. I could just do it's a very simple walkthrough explaining what the game is and then give you the advanced tips, and it's a 20-minute video. I could do that. And that's easy. That's just taking raw video and slap.
I like how he can tell us ahead of time that he has advanced tips for a mobile game, but he plays any console game in existence ever, and he has nothing. He don't know what to do. He didn't block. He dodged all of that. Couldn't block. Couldn't do this. Combo didn't come out. But when he pick up a mobile game, I got advanced strategies. I can teach you how to do good at this game because I spent $1,000 on cards in it. I know what I'm doing. Just buy an iTunes card like me and you can be just as good. Sounds good to me.
Slapping it together and doing a voiceover. It's one of the easiest things I could possibly do. I do it at the end of the
he
year.
played
every
Hearthstone
year
on PC,
with
and that was
the
way
year-end
after this.
videos, like the Game of the Year awards and stuff.
He was using the
I
cards
think
that
I'm
he
going to
bought
do
probably
that.
during
in
this time.
particular, the two games that I'll be covering are WWE Supercard, which is a newer game, and of
Supercard
course
Tactics, by the
Injustice,
way.
which is a very old game.
Advanced
but I
Tactics
get the
and
feeling
Supercard.
next year, guys, this is going to be a big one.
Just buy the same cards I bought.
Next year we got Mortal Kombat, what is it? Mortal Kombat 10 coming out? Or Mortal Kombat X, it's 10, whatever. I guarantee you there will be a mobile version of the game. And the reason I say that, the Injustice mobile app, I don't know how many people know this.
It's almost like NetherRealm and Warner
made
Brothers
so
like
much
money.
that they actually, NetherRealm was told to stop working on the console game to make an expansion for the mobile game. And they did. They stopped making DLC characters for the console game because there was more money being made on the mobile game, and they went and made more stuff for the mobile game.
I wonder why.
I know. I know
It
it's
can't be
something
because of
weird to think
microtransactions. It was
but
because it was just a
mobile
good
gaming
game.
is becoming so effing huge, okay, that it's a market that's actually breaking that much into console games. And I guarantee you that if there's actually going to be a Mortal Kombat app next year, I'll learn stuff. I'll be able to share it with you guys. There's one catch, okay? And the catch is kind of a big one, and it's annoying for me.
Let me guess. Oh, well, you need to be lazy again?
At least from what I can figure out, with my setup here, with my capture devices that I'm using, I can only get 30 frames per second.
Oh, no, the frame
with
rate.
the iPhone and the iPad.
What are we gonna
Now, it's not
do?
going to matter for you guys because on YouTube, videos only run
That's
at
the
30 frames
issue
per
here, the
second.
frame
so the
rate.
gameplay
Wow.
you won't notice. But for those of you who've played the games, okay, like for example, Injustice, it runs at 60 frames per second. It looks beautiful. It actually looks better than the console
he is
game.
completely
I shit
cucked
you
by
not.
Twitch now.
But I can't
stream
even
it
show
whatever
you
they let him
that because
stream at.
YouTube doesn't support it. If YouTube does support it, that
DSP
thing
is
only
the
outputs
1080p
30 frames per second.
anyway.
That's a little
master.
nitpicky thing. It doesn't matter in the long run. So anyway, in the near future, expect me to start working on stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah, working. He didn't work on
Long
anything.
term, what is going to happen? Well,
I wonder what
right
was
now
his
we're in the
excuse
midst
for
of the
not
hardcore
doing it.
gaming season.
I think he left Twitch in 2014. So I guess his excuse would have been he was focused on trying to find a new website to stream on, and he was moving to YouTube and blah, 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 drama, blah, blah, blah. I think that's the excuse here. And then by the time 2015 came around, Patreon paid me to do everything. And then after that, well, my views low, so I can't do new stuff. And then 3 years later, go fuck yourself.
And we're in the middle of a bunch of games. In fact, I'm about to start talking about Destiny and what other games are coming up this week, by the way. So don't tune out. Oh, God, Phil's going on a long freaking marathon here. When's he going to stop and start talking about other stuff? Right now, I'm going to be stuck playing games.
Stuck
I don't wanna say
playing
stuck.
games,
Why did I
by the
say
way.
it like that? I always just say it the negative way.
Yeah.
I'm going to be busy
Yeah.
playing games.
Yeah.
I'm excited to be doing.
I wonder why he always says it the negative way.
Right now, I'm going to be stuck playing games.
I wonder
don't
why
wanna
he
say
says it a negative way. It's almost like you don't like video games.
stuck.
We're going to be stuck dealing with this stupid
Right now,
shit.
I'm going to be stuck
I
playing
hate doing
games.
this.
I don't want to say stuck. Why did I say it like that? I always just say it the negative way.
Stuck.
I'm going to be busy playing games. I'm excited to be doing it, okay? Until probably mid-December. And finally, in mid-December, I'm going to have a little bit of a break. Starting in 2015,
Once he was like a year
I'm
into
going to
doing this
start
full
up
time, he
several
hated
new
doing it.
projects, which I've been very excited to hopefully start up, and now it
Stuck.
looks like I'll finally have the opportunity to do so. First is going to be a new series where I am going to do, it's going to be a parody comedy
This
series
didn't happen.
where I pretend to be an employee of Google and or YouTube.
Literally didn't
And every
happen.
time that Google or YouTube changes something, fucks with
Let me
something,
do a parody series making fun of the way I make my money, by the way. It's a job. I upload all of my videos to YouTube. Let me fucking do a parody series fucking making fun of YouTube. Sounds good to me. Didn't happen, by the way.
screw something up, this person will not
It don't
only
even
make
sound like a
video
good
to
idea on
inform you
paper.
about it, but to pretend like it was intentional. Like, oh, we took out the ability to add things to playlist in order because we like the spice of life and
Yeah, this
variety is
sounds
good, so it's
dumb.
good to have part 3 before part
Even
7.
on paper, it
you know,
sounds
this
dumb.
is an example, but you'll see what I mean when it happens.
It
It's
didn't
not
happen.
that simple. It's going to be an interesting series. That's something I've wanted to do for a while, and I have props for it. I have all kinds
Is
of
he going to
inputs.
tell
I
us
haven't
about
gotten to
game
it.
day?
Just haven't gotten
He
to it,
had props,
okay?
by the way.
Another thing,
Game
ladies
day?
and gentlemen, is the return of the original
Project
Project
7.
7.
Didn't
ladies
happen.
and
Pay me
gentlemen.
for
Not the
it.
Project
Oops,
7
I didn't do it.
that had John and
Go fuck
Howard
yourself.
and Respect the Pack doing all fancy effects. Absolutely not. We're talking the D-movie level, horrible editing.
You could almost tell right here that he might have maybe had Patreon in the back of his mind because other people was telling him about it at this point in time. And then not even 6 months later, hey, I got a Patreon. You want me to do Project 7? Pay me. Wait a minute. I got paid and didn't do it. Whoops, sorry. I'm just a human. I'm a fallible
horrendous
human.
effects, original Project 7, okay, that I originally intended to do way back when, including the original game that I was planning to play. I'm going
Final
to bring
Fantasy
it back
VII,
next
dude.
year. It's coming. I've decided 100%
Why the fuck
I'm
people
doing
never
it.
voted for him to
I'm
play
bringing
Final
it back.
Fantasy
It's
VII?
going to be the original plot line that I had
Even
intended
before RPGs was
before it got
quote-unquote
all
banned.
overblown with crazy
I don't know
effects
why.
and stuff. And it's actually...
And I hear Project
Wow,
7.
Panda Lee. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, honey.
Am I in it?
No, you're not in it. Get out of here.
Would you...
Go away. Go buy a ring.
So, Yes, it's coming back next year.
The fuck was that
So that's
about?
going to be one of my major projects for next year. I'm going to be doing Project 7 with, yes, the return of Death Face and the return, you know, of course there will be some effects. It's not going to be completely just silly crap, but it's going to be pretty cheesy, really bad level.
He was so disgusted when she came in like, this bitch here, get out of here.
Got all overblown with crazy effects and stuff, and it's actually...
Did I hear Project 7?
Like, what are you doing here? It's not a fire in the house. Get out of here.
Am I in it?
Would you... Oh my goodness.
Get out of here.
So,
Go take
yes,
a pill.
it's coming back next year. So that's going to be one of my major projects for next year. I'm going to be doing Project 7 with, yes, the return of Death Face and the return, you know, of course there will be some effects. It's not going to be completely just silly crap, but it's going to be pretty cheesy, really bad level, just like I did the original series. That's how I wanted the original
tell us it's
series
going to be bad on purpose.
And people
That
loved
way
it.
you can't
So I'm
complain.
going to continue on with that, and it is going to not be a gameplay thing. I got to make that clear to everyone. Project 7 was not a video game playthrough. What Project 7 was, it was going to be me basically being forced to play a game I didn't want to play, that I didn't like from my childhood.
Wait a minute.
Okay?
Him playing a game he don't want to play. Isn't that every playthrough he do? I guess they're not from his childhood, though.
Being forced to play it and relive the horrible moments in the game
DSP
that
got
I
the
don't
longest
like,
childhood,
kind of,
bro. His
you know,
childhood
complaining about
ended when
it,
he was
Dead
like
Face kind of
23.
sticking it to me while I
Stuff
was
from
doing
the
it, and me
80s,
kind
the
of
90s,
trying to
and
get
the early
back to him,
2000s
and us
count as
going
his
back and forth. So
childhood.
it's going to be like skits along with the gameplay, and I really want to do this so badly, and I finally have a place where I have filming locations, I can do stuff with it. I
Filming
think it would be
locations,
great.
by the way.
I hope that that people will like it. You know what I mean? We'll have to see.
Wow.
Okay. And there are other things as well. Other things that I'm planning on doing. As you know, I bought a green screen. I just have not had
Didn't
any
use
time
it.
to touch it. I want to start using it, but that's going to come next
Nope,
year. I
didn't
think
happen.
2015, really, if anything. 2015
Well, I guess
is gonna be
technically
a
it did.
year
He needed
of
to use Patreon to buy
rejuvenation,
another
of
green screen.
rebirth. I'm going to probably reboot all of my video
I
series.
really wish I could get an answer on this. That's not me trying to bait somebody to ask him about it. He probably say he don't know what you're talking about. But when he first moved to Washington, he said he had a green screen. He just didn't use it. And then months and months and months later, when he had Patreon, he pretty much took Patreon money to buy a green screen. And even, I remember he even showed it off on Twitter, like, ooh, this is the fucking green screen I bought. And it was some overpriced nonsense that came with fancy lights and shit. And then he used it to make those weird videos. So does he have 2 sets of green screens? I never got that all the way. I don't know why he got money to get a second green screen. Don't make sense to me. I guess he would say the first one he bought was a quote piece of shit, because everything is a piece of shit. So maybe he would say it was a
Have new
piece of shit.
intros and stuff, because I want
This
2015
is
to really feel
fucking
like
green
this is
screen.
the
It's a
beginning
green
of something
cloth. Come
great.
on.
It's not just me messing around in my condo and doing just playing a game and raw gameplay. I'm trying to actually get back to that level that I was at once, where I was doing creative projects.
I'm trying
and I
to
was
actually
doing
try to
fun
be a
stuff, and there was
YouTuber now.
variety, and there was not just gameplay, but this and this and this. And I lost that. I lost touch with that as I got caught up in everything else.
No,
and now I'm
he
finally
was making
in a
a lot of
situation
money
where I feel that I
easily,
can
so
do
he
it
stopped
well.
trying.
And I
That's what
hope that
happened.
you guys, at least the longtime fans, are excited to hear some of the stuff that I just revealed to you. Okay? All right.
Let me check the chat. I can't read.
So, those are the big announcements in regards to new stuff that's coming up, okay? So, again, before we move on, I wholeheartedly apologize for getting so caught up with the negativity, and not necessarily the haters anymore, but just being negative every day. I'm going to try not to do that anymore, because I feel that you guys
That didn't
don't
happen.
want it anymore, right? You just want to get me get right on stream, get right to gameplay. You don't want to hear me bitch and moan about different stuff. You don't want to hear me go off the cuff and yell and scream at one
That
group of
still
people and
happens.
say that Minecraft sucks. You don't care about that.
Except it's
You
Fortnite
want-
now.
You know, yes, you want my opinions, but you don't want the ridiculousness, and I gotta tone that back.
You
and
want my
especially
opinions,
now
but
when
you want the
we're gaming
fake ones.
season, I gotta
You want
be
my
careful
boogie opinions.
that I don't go off the cuff.
You want my
and,
fence-sit
accidentally
opinions.
blame.
The other ones are too
I got low
toxic.
views, and it's everyone's fault, and this and that. No one wants to hear that shit, right? No one. I shouldn't be saying it. I shouldn't be thinking it. You don't want to hear it, and I'm gonna commit myself to try to stop doing that. I apologize.
Well,
to
he
anyone who
do.
I
He did stick to
insult,
this
who I
kinda
did
because he knew to the fuck
basically
out of himself
upset
now.
with
But that's
that,
because he's scared
okay?
Twitch gonna ban him.
And if I do say
He even
stuff,
scared
for
to say
example,
people's name unless it's
a couple weeks
PewDiePie
ago
or
when I talked about
Logan
the Ice
Paul for some
Bucket
reason.
Challenge and how I wasn't doing it, and I didn't really explain myself fully. And then last week on Hate Live, I did explain myself fully, and I actually got a bunch of nice messages from people saying, Phil, thank you for clarifying the
Phil.
situation, because when your original video came out,
Thank you
and
for
it was taken out of
clarifying it,
context
Phil. I
and you weren't
appreciate it.
explaining the whole
Wait a minute,
situation,
why
it
didn't
was
you
just a
reply to my
pre-stream,
email and you name
it
dropping
seemed like
in
you
this
were being
video?
an asshole. But once you actually explained the situation last week on Hate Live, my opinion changed, and I think that you were actually correct. I actually agree with you, but you didn't express yourself like that. So I apologize if there are times when I don't express myself well. Saying
He's
something
32
quick.
years old and
I'm
can't
going to try
express
not to
yourself
be
well in a
distracted
video
and
that you
be like
recorded and
that.
uploaded?
I'm going to try to focus
That sounds like a
myself
really,
on what I'm
really
supposed
bad
to be
problem.
doing, and hopefully that works in the future.
That
There
sounds
you
like
go.
a pretty bad problem.
Okay. Let's
Sounds
talk
good.
turkey. Destiny. Destiny
Time to shit on
is
Destiny. This'll
exactly
be
what I
fun.
thought it was beforehand. Destiny is a combination of Borderlands and Halo gameplay.
There you go.
The campaign plays just
That's
like
the review.
Borderlands. The multiplayer plays just like Halo. And really, that's the game. Okay? Now, there's more coming. Supposedly, next week they're going to start raids. Okay? You have to be a high level, though, to even do that, which makes no sense. Why would you have an introductory raid?
I like
for
how
lower-level
Destiny is
people
pretty
who
much
maybe
like The
didn't play the
Sims.
game that much?
You gotta
No,
wait till
the
they
raids
put
have to
all
be
of the
max
DLC
level
out and then the game is
20-something,
good.
which is like way high. It makes no sense, of course, but
Just
I
go and
digress.
play Destiny 1 now and wait till they finish Destiny 2.
There is more content coming, but the game at its core seems
It's
to
like
be
Civilization, too.
Borderlands, Halo. It's not an MMO. I hate to say that. A lot of people, oh, but Bungie said this is an
Just
MMO.
play Civ
It's
5.
not an MMO.
Wait till they're done with
An
6. I don't know if they're
MMO
done with 6
is
yet.
a game where you have massive
Or you could
interaction
actually play
with
3
a
or
large
4
group of
actual
players.
good
You
ones.
actually have reason for interaction. You have
Some
a
people
social
like
aspect
Civ
to the
too.
game where you talk
Those
to each
people are
other
weird and probably
have
old.
maybe trading and crafting, and you make clans and you do all that stuff. And none of that happens in this game. This game is I team up with 3 people and I go shoot things. I go online and I shoot against other people who
Popsicle,
play
Kaken,
Halo
and that black
multiplayer.
dude.
That's Destiny.
That's Destiny.
Okay? That doesn't mean the game's bad, and that doesn't mean the game's great. It's going to depend on your perspective. If you like Halo and Borderlands, you're going to fucking love it. If you don't like Halo and Borderlands, you're going to hate it. If you're someone like me who enjoyed playing Borderlands 1 and 2, but did get kind of bored with them near the end because it was kind of repetitive and the same thing in a grind the whole game. If you're someone like me who can understand the fun aspect of playing some Halo multiplayer, but really isn't so enthralled with it that thinks that you're
Boy,
a
this
huge
is some
fucking
fence
fanboy
sitting.
of Bungie,
I like it, but I
I'm
don't
kinda on
love
the
it.
fence about it. I think that
I like
maybe
everything. I don't love
Bungie
anything.
misstepped here because really they advertised this game as this is the most fucking amazing, innovative game ever. The ads on TV said it's more than a game. All this hoopla
He
and
actually
hype and
mad
all the
because
ad
the
revenue
ad
they threw at it.
lied to him.
And it's really just 2 games put together with nice, shiny graphics. By the way, don't even run at 60 frames per second, which baffles me in this day and age that a next-gen game that you're saying is like the big thing can't run at a high frame rate. That's insane.
It's almost
okay?
like Bungie
But
really
then
good at
again,
developing games.
It is made by Bungie.
30
who
frame
last gen,
masters.
Remember when the Xbox 360 first came out and they came out with Halo 3? That game wasn't even HD. It was just an upscaled, low-definition game.
Whoops.
So I digress, I
Good
guess.
job, Bungie.
But, however, Destiny is a huge seller. They've already said they've already reached the $500 million mark. They've sold 4 million copies or something
$500?
like that. It's selling insane amounts of money because everyone bought into the hype. Everyone bought into the TV ads, to the media outlets, to everyone who, I gotta play Destiny, I gotta play Destiny. And everyone bought into the hype. So this is actually a case, because if you actually go to Metacritic...
I wonder how different the world
Metacritic
would be
user
now
ratings are like a
if when the
5.8
PS4
on
and
average.
Xbox One was
Most
coming
people
out,
who play
if
the
all of
game are
these
saying
fucking
this is kind of a
developers didn't
mediocre
shove
game. I don't
frames
get
per
what the
second
hype
down
is
our
about.
throat.
But if all you did
I
was
don't know
watch
what
the
the fuck
ads
they
and the hype,
thought.
you
I
went
guess
out
they
and bought
thought
the
they
game,
would be
you're
able to
playing with
keep
your
up with
friends, it's
that.
the best game ever.
So that didn't happen.
Typical big
Not
budget
even a
stuff that
year
happens
later,
every
we was
single
getting
year
shit
with
at
a new
30
game.
FPS already.
Personally, I don't dislike the game. I'm actually having fun with it because I chose to play
Oh,
every
well.
day with different people.
Battlefield 4
and
is
we're all
good on
interacting and we're
PS4.
having fun
That's
with it.
something.
And I think that so far my playthrough has been pretty enjoyable. Maybe not to watch for you because the game is a grind and repetitive and boring, but for me to play it has actually been quite fun.
That doesn't
So I
matter.
am going to be finishing
You don't
up
get
Destiny
money if
come
you-
tomorrow.
What?
At
You don't
least
get
the
money
story
based on
aspect
your
of the
fun.
game.
Get out of here.
Next week, whether or not I participate in the raids, I have
gotta
no
entertain
idea
the
because I
children.
think
Come
there's a
on.
20-something level requirement. And no, I'm not going to be repetitively playing the game to grind and get up levels to participate in a freaking raid event. It makes no sense. Why wouldn't you have one for introductory players? No, you must grind to participate. It doesn't even make sense to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be completely off base. But all I know is I'm reading what I read online. That's what it said.
Also,
So
did
I
he
could be
actually
wrong.
tell us that he was having fun playing Destiny? That doesn't match with anything he's said in the last 4 years. Look at this fancy ass water he drinking, by the way. What is that? Big baller fucking shot caller. Holy shit. This dude drinking like a $4 bottle of water. Tasty.
Okay. So
I miss when he used to drink
now
small
let's get
water.
to the one big. Well, actually, hold on. Before
It's
we get to this,
it's a
what
really
games are coming up
specific thing about DSP and some of these old videos. You can if you watch them in a certain order and watch certain ones, you can see his water choice degrade. He was drinking out of fancy bottles for months, and then it turned into like canned water, and then now it's just him. He still drink bottled water, but he don't have like the good shit. And sometimes he drink out of the mug. Is very, very disheartening.
the next few days. Well, first of all, tomorrow.
Yeah,
the
the
conclusion
Aquafina
of
sips. Remember the
I said
Aquafina
Borderlands,
sips?
The conclusion of Borderlands tomorrow. The conclusion.
His water
of
qualities
Destiny
went
tomorrow,
down in
Destiny's
the last
campaign,
4 years. It's
as
terrible.
well as we will do more Leighton versus Right on second stream. Yes, despite the fact that I bitched and moaned about views, I'm still going to play the game, okay? And by the way, that is one thing that I am going to say. I'm going to pretty much at this point, moving forward, not talk about views anymore, all right? I know that some people want to know how I'm doing.
Yeah, people want to know
geez,
about
Phil,
how your views are
financially,
doing.
is he doing all right? How are the views doing on this or that?
People open up
But
a
people, there's
Phil
too much of a
stream
negative
and say, I wonder
backlash
how
whenever I
Phil's
talk about it
doing.
anymore at this point. At this point, if
Yeah.
I even say the word view, it's like, oh my God, that's it. Here it comes. And forget it. I'm just, from now on, I'll just tell you if I'm going to continue to play a game or not. I'm not going to tell you what's on my mind in regards to views of a certain playthrough, money, or anything like that. And we're just going to move forward, and you're never going to hear that from me again.
That's not true.
And if I start getting bad about it and talking views, you have every right to call me out on it and bitch at me about it and call and basically say, Phil, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Because
bitch at him so you can
I'm
get
just not
banned.
going to bother with it anymore. Okay.
Post in his
Okay,
chat. Why
there
does
you
he
go.
talk about views so
So,
much and so you can get a message deleted?
Coming up,
Cake
we
and
are going
gonna
to do
ban
more
you.
Leighton versus Right come Friday night. Saturday, I have a code to get into the beta of Mighty Number 9, ladies and
Wow,
gentlemen.
remember Mighty
I actually
Number
announced
9?
this on
Remember when he
Twitter,
defended
I
Mighty
think I
Number
did?
9?
Yeah. A viewer
I remember.
who got a code for this was nice enough to say, I don't want to play it on PC, so here's the code. I was like, holy shit, that's awesome. So I'm going to be checking out the Mighty
That
Number
dude
9
wasted
beta
his
this
beta
Saturday
code on
on
Dave.
stream. I have
I don't
no
wanna
idea
play
how
it on
long it is.
PC.
It could
What?
be 10 minutes.
Okay.
But that's going to be what I start with. And then whenever that finishes, I am going to be doing some Tales of Exilia 2 this Saturday
Remember when
on
he was
stream.
playing Tales of Exilia 2?
This Sunday.
And then he wage quit
All
it?
right. After all these months of build-up,
Remember when he was
ladies and
playing this
gentlemen,
guy at 5 and he
Sunday,
wage quit it?
Ultra Street
Remember when he
Fighter
was
4,
playing
I'm going to be playing
Xeno something?
with the characters
Forget the
who
name
I
of
have
the first game.
determined I'm actually doing
It's not
well with
Xeno
and want
Gears.
to learn more and
Xenosaga?
play with more. So we're
Oh.
talking, in no particular
Wage quit it.
order, Rolento, Zangief, Blanca, M. Bison, Rose, and I'm trying to remember if
You
there
ran
was
out of
one or
fingers.
two. Oh, Gokin was definitely one. I'll go back and I'll look at the different characters that I've played with in the past several weeks. And
Remember when he
decide
tried
who
to
it is
learn how
that
to
I
play
actually
with
want to
multiple
play with
characters
and
during the
continue to
Street
play
Fighter
with
stream?
and try to do better with.
And
this
now he's so
Sunday
fucking
is the
scared
first
he uses
Sunday
Akuma
I'm
for
going to be
5,
going
6
with
streams in
throughout
a
those
row.
characters and playing with them and focusing on having fun, having
And Street
good
Fighter 4, I
gameplay,
think Street
and
Fighter
winning.
4 is deeper
Not, oh, I'm
than
trying
Street
to
Fighter
learn
5.
this character,
A lot of
or I
people probably
don't know
think
it.
that.
No, these are characters
He was
now that I
using
know
multiple
enough that I have
characters one
basic,
stream.
at least basic understanding. I'm going to try to focus on these characters when I play Ultra Street Fighter 4.
Weird.
It begins
And he
this
pretend like
Sunday.
he don't care about losing,
So,
but he uses
please
Akuma
come
for
by, check out the
5 streams in
stream,
a row.
or check out the videos on YouTube, okay? I think you're really going to like them. It's going to be definitely higher quality stuff than a lot of the stuff that I was putting out during those weeks when I was trying to learn the characters. I think you're really going to enjoy it. Sunday night, we'll do the weekend preview. We'll do Tomodachi Life. Monday, I'm going to leave wide open right now. The reason I'm leaving it wide open is because I actually don't know how far I'm going to get in all these games, right?
Hey,
Is it going to be
stop
Leighton
playing
and
a lot
then
of them.
Tales of Exilia 2? I don't know, okay? Next week, we do have a new game with Naruto.
Did you
and
wage
I
quit
may be
that
doing
one?
some other stuff. We'll have to see what happens. I'll talk about that later this week in the weekend preview, okay? All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, now, let us, very, very briefly, because it's not really too much that I have to talk about this, but I want to talk about the gaming news story this week. The big story is that Microsoft is in talks to possibly purchase the Minecraft
I'm
franchise
fucking
and
skipping
even the
this. I don't wanna hear
company. I
about
forget
this.
the name of the company. Oh, that Minecraft
You don't
was
even know the
produced
name of the
by for
company.
$2 billion.
Money, money, money.
If you're a fan of Minecraft, how would you feel if your thing that you really felt you were
That
part of
was
this
a
community
long
all of a sudden
break.
get
Yeah, I don't think $2 billion is a lot of money, you guys.
Okay, everybody, welcome back
Notch,
to
notch,
Hate
notch,
Live.
notch.
This is
Complain
going
on
to be
Twitter
back in the
about being
day
rich.
segment
Fuck
where
Notch,
I go
blah, blah,
into
blah.
detail about myself and my experiences over my life. Sometimes it's about games. Today, not so much. Today, we're actually going to be talking about a period of time in my life when I was young. I was just kind of coming of age,
DSP
as
was
they
a gang
say.
member, obviously.
Probably the time when between I was maybe 17 to 19 years old.
Cocktail of medicine.
And I was basically reaching the end of my high school years.
Stalking girls.
Excuse me. And the very beginning of my college days. And it was a rebellious time, let me tell you. Let me give you guys some backstory on this whole situation as to why I kind of did what I did.
Oh,
all right? And by no
boy.
means, I want you guys to preface this. Before I even get started, let me preface this. I am not exactly proud of everything that I did as a youngster.
That's
In
why I
fact,
wanna
there's
tell
gonna
you
be
about
many
it.
things in here that I'm going to tell you about that I do not recommend that you do or try, okay? As always, in your life, it is of your own decision and volition whether or not you want to do things such as drink and or smoke or try drugs or do those things. And I'm not going to say either way.
Don't try
bad or
drugs.
good,
Just give
whether or
$50
not you
perfume
should,
to your third grade
because
teachers.
everyone's different.
Your nun teachers, so
There's
they can
some
go get
people
laid.
who go through life perfectly fine in moderation. There's people who go out of control with substance abuse, and so it is what it is. All right.
And practice
But
moderation when you
I'm
use
not
your
advocating
cocaine.
nor
You'll
naysaying.
turn out
I'm not
alright.
a straight edge, but I'm also not a raging druggy alcoholic. Okay.
Nice, not.
Sex pot fiend, whatever you want to say. So let me give you some perspective.
Alcoholics are
My
sex
life
addicts as well? What?
was pretty freaking weird.
Whatever.
All right, I'm pretty much the exception to the rule. When
Exception
it
to
comes
the
someone
rule.
like me, because I know a lot of people
DSP
say,
as usual.
Phil, you
being
seem like
special.
you're, kind
Exception
of
to the rule.
the big rough and tumble guy before you got
Every
into your
fucking
injury.
time.
You probably played a lot of sports and football and all that, and that is true. I did enjoy very much doing that kind of stuff. But at the same time, when I was younger, I was always kind of like the goody two shoes, very, very kept to myself.
Wait, you just told us in a
introverted kind
nun
of
story that
person.
you wasn't a goody
I wasn't
two
very
shoes.
outgoing. I didn't have a ton of friends throughout grammar school. I had friends, but it wasn't like I had a ton of them and I was Mr. Popular or anything like that.
What?
And also, when I was growing up, I would always do what my parents told
What
me.
about the nuns?
So, my parents would say, Phil, you got to go to bed. Well, let me take that back. Philip. They call me Philip. They
Of
would
course.
say, Philip, you must go to bed by a certain time. I wouldn't argue with them. I'd go to bed at that time. Philip, you must, eat your greens.
That's
and
why
do
the
this
people
and
in his
that.
head
Most
call
of-
him
for the
Phil
most
now.
part, I would do it. Let me give you this
Eat your
perspective.
greens,
You'll be like,
Philip.
huh? When I was a kid, my parents used to take me to the toy store.
They
They'd give me a
didn't call
toy,
him
and I would just sit
DSP.
there and look at the toy while they walked all around the store buying stuff that they needed.
told him
or
he was
whatever.
good at
And I
games
don't mean
too,
toys, I mean
probably.
like a
That
variety
his
store
life
that has
had-
toys
his
for
life
25
had
different other stuff.
meaning.
I would just stare at the figure, and then at the end of the trip, they would just
Wolverine
put the figure
figure?
back, and we would leave, and I wouldn't cry about it and say, "Oh, can you buy me that figure?" I was just happy to look at the figure.
Is this gonna be Wolverine
I
story?
was that much of an obedient child. Like, I was always the one, oh, Philip, you've got to get straight
the
A's.
fuck?
You've got to study your ass off. You're not going out with your friends, and you're not going to play video games, and you're not going to play Street Fighter. You're going to stay at home, and you're going to play or do your homework. You're going to get straight A's.
Yeah, the 4 hours
I'm
of
like,
no
okay,
3
okay.
hours of homework
I
that
was
that
like
nun
that for
gave
a lot
you.
of my life. I always thought that, my parents knew better than me, and they were going to have my best interests in mind. The high school years and
Okay,
the years
good. We
where
didn't
that
get Wolverine
train
toy.
of thought starts
This
to
was
change.
part of the
'Cause when you
story
hit
for
your high
Wolverine
school years,
toy.
that's when
He used the same
a lot
plot
of
for
things
later.
kind of happen. You
Well, it
get
might
your
have been
first
earlier than this, I don't know.
sexual urges. You get your first desire to think freely about religion and about your own safety and about your own life and your
Wait, I
own
thought you had
direction and what
sexual
you wanna
urges
do
in the
with your
third
life.
grade.
Your college is coming up, and you really have to decide when you go to university.
What is this?
What are you going
It
to
took
study?
till
It's
college
like
now?
this really interesting time of life where all this stuff is coming together at once. And at the time, you're so young, you don't even realize that it really is a determination of what's going to happen in the rest of your life.
All right, throw clear snot.
So, at this time in my life, my whole life, I'd done what my parents had told me, got great grades in school or whatever, and it just got to a point where it was like, okay, as long as it's within reason, okay, as long
You
as
can
it's
do
within
drugs
reason,
within reason.
I would listen to what my parents told me. But there came
Just
a
don't
point
get in the
when I
car
was
wreck. We're
probably
gonna
around
fuss at you if you
16,
do that.
17 years old, when I had friends, and
Did
my
he tell a
friends
car wreck
we
story
want to
yet?
go out and have fun. We want to go out one night and maybe do something. And I'm not talking, go out as soon as you get home from school and be out all night and come back at midnight and not do any homework and not eat dinner or anything like that. No, we're talking reasonable stuff. Like, okay, you got home from school at 4, you do your homework till 6, you eat dinner, then you go out for maybe an hour or two, you come back by 9, you go to sleep. That was reasonable stuff.
Yeah,
well, my
reasonable.
parents basically did not like this. No, but Philip, your whole
Philip.
life you've just done your homework and you didn't go out on
Your
on
whole
weeknights
life
and
you've done
didn't do
homework.
this
You
and
can't
didn't
leave
do
the house
that.
now, Philip.
So I started finding excuses.
No Street Fighter.
Reasons to go out and do other stuff. So I started doing official school things. So
Wait
for
a minute.
example,
I thought your
I
parents
know
dropped you
people,
off at
I
the
joined
arcade and you played all day. That's the story
musical.
you told us when
There
you
was
was
a
younger than
musical
this.
every year at my high school, and I actually did it a couple of
What's
years.
going on here?
And my
It's
friends
almost like these stories
would
are
come
nonsense.
by the musical, and we would bullshit and do stuff that we weren't supposed to be doing there, basically. So that we had opportunity to hang out.
What
okay?
about all of the black people you hung out
Eventually, I
with?
started going out and doing whatever the hell I wanted because my parents basically pissed me off. All right, there was this big situation
Car wreck?
where my parents didn't want to teach me how to drive.
Oh,
They didn't
pre-car wreck
want to
then.
do all these things that all the other teenagers were having the opportunities to do, and they didn't want to do it. But they still expected me to be home every single night, doing my homework and doing everything, and never going out or anything like that. And I put my foot down. And I said, no, I'm becoming an independent adult. I should be able to have
I
time
thought he
to do
became
what
an
I
adult
want.
when he was 32.
At least within reason or moderation. You can't control my life.
I
and
thought he
dictate my
became an
life.
adult when he
I
moved to
actually
Washington.
think that is one of the hardest things.
Now he
for
was
a
an adult when he
parent
was 17.
is to look at your child and say how much is too much and how much is too little. Because it's just as bad if you're too controlling.
It's pretty good, by the way. It's a 32-year-old telling people on the internet about how he got mad at his parents for being parents and also trying to give parenting advice at the same time, as he doesn't have kids to this day. And according to him, his girlfriend doesn't want kids either. Obviously. What's the clip for this?
Obviously.
Obviously.
As bad as if you're not controlling it all and you let your kid do whatever they want. Because in one case, now the kid feels sheltered and shut in and has no friends, and really they can't break out and be their own person, and maybe they're going to become kind of a introverted person for the rest of their life,
that's what
almost
happened to
shut
him.
in, versus if you do the opposite, now your kid's going to go out and do whatever the hell they want, and now they're going out and they're causing mischief, and there's no consequences.
They
'cause
started
the parents
making
don't
detractor
care, and they don't
videos.
punish the kids. That's got to be
Get those
tough.
kids out of here.
And so, can I fault my parents for not knowing where the right line was at some point? No. But at the same time, I'm not going to say that this didn't happen, right? I'm not going to pretend like it didn't. I didn't get along with my parents when I was in high school. I just didn't get along
Cocktail
with
of
them.
medicine. Or was it drugs?
And
I
basically,
forget.
when I was finally around 17 to 18,
Bunch
there
of
was a point
drugs.
in my life where I would just start going out every
Hella
night with my
drugs.
friends, regardless of what my parents thought, to the point where my
was
parents thought they were
depressed,
going to
dude.
throw me out. And I said, fine, throw me out.
Yeah,
I'll
fine,
go live
throw
with
me
my
out.
friends.
Throw me out, bitch.
It's not
That's
a big
what he
deal.
told his
If you're really
parents.
going to be like
Fine,
that,
throw me out.
rather than talking with
I
me,
wanna go play
like,
Super
nicely
Turbo.
about it and figuring out and making a compromise, if you're just going to
Brave
threaten and throw
boy.
me out, then throw me out. Do it.
Throw me
I
out.
don't care.
Go fuck
That was
yourself.
that was my mentality back then.
Oh, yeah.
So
He was depressed. That was his
some
depression
things
talking.
that my friends and I would do. I had a friend. Okay, his name was Mark.
Shout out to Mark.
And Mark was one of those people. Well, was never like this. His family had a lot of money,
Oh, shit.
and he was basically able to do whatever he wanted.
It was Tut.
Okay? He had a Camaro.
Marcus Tut.
In high school.
Camaro,
Put that in
son. He
perspective.
was big ballin'.
He had a Camaro. His dad bought.
I like
him
you say a
fucking
Camaro like
brand
it was
new
$1 million
Camaro.
car.
So of course, everyone flocked to him. This is the cool kid. He's rich. He's got all the stuff that everyone else.
probably
wants.
never
It's
even paid that
unbelievable
Camaro
how,
off.
Pampered this kid is, right? And his dad owned a nice house near where I lived. Much better area than where my parents lived, by the way. It was like the nice side of town.
Oh, yeah. You lived in the hood, right,
And
Dave?
his dad frequently wouldn't be there. His dad would go on trips. His dad would be
Shootouts happening
on
outside.
contracting jobs. His dad would be here or there. And so Mark and myself were left to our own devices. Now, let me tell you.
Drugs.
When you have a house to yourself, a Camaro, and basically unlimited funds because
Wow,
his dad gave
really?
him a ton of money,
Unlimited
you can get into a lot of
funds?
trouble. Okay? First of all, we used to get alcohol.
What did you do?
No, we did not buy it legitimately.
Did you
there
buy
actually
beer?
used to be a liquor store in the area where we knew we could buy whatever the hell we wanted. We
Oh,
would
it
just
was one
walk
of
up
those
and he would
stores.
charge you double. Don't get me wrong. You wanted like a case of beer.
Yep, beer.
He wouldn't charge
Of
you the
course.
$30.
They gave him
He'd
the
charge
Star
you
David
$60,
price.
right? Because he knew he was breaking the law, but this guy was making tons of money hand over fist doing it, and we used to buy liquor from this guy. Not only beer, but hard liquor and everything.
That's a
okay?
really good story to take a teenage audience.
Also, his dad kept the house stocked.
Just
So
get
we
friends with
constantly had
Camaros and
different
you can
kinds
buy
of
alcohol.
and stuff there. Okay. We had his dad, if you can believe this, had a boat.
Yeah, he blaming the other
His dad
dude
had
for
a
this
boat
shit, by the way.
That used to be down.
That's exactly what he
there's
doing. I didn't even notice that.
Sound near where I used to live, where it would be docked, and we would be able to go out on
He's
a
straight
boat
up blaming this random
and
dude for the
basically hang
dumb
out
shit
on the
that he
boat.
was
We would
doing.
take girls
It's
out to the
Mark's
boat
fault. He
all
had a
the time,
Camaro.
Okay. So I want to tell you a few interesting stories of things that happened during these visits to these different places, because they're pretty wild. Some of the stuff.
He had a
happened,
boat.
okay?
Was he a YouTuber? He had the yacht, like what his name is, the
So,
Vape Nation dude.
Here we go.
He had a yacht, man.
So first of all,
H3 was riding around in the
My
yacht.
first experience with marijuana
Uh-oh.
was actually kind of lame. All right, I remember
It was Reggie. It was kind of
myself,
lame.
Mark,
It wasn't the good shit.
and two other friends of ours.
Mark had a bad
We were
plug
out
that day.
on his boat, his dad's boat. Let me think that it wasn't his boat, on his dad's boat. And I was like, fine, we're gonna do it. We're gonna smoke for the first time. I want to see what it's like. Everyone's talking about it. Some people were heavily
Everyone's
into- one of the
talking
kids we were
about
with
it.
was
The
heavily
new
into it.
drug,
Like,
weed.
He was all about it. He loved the lifestyle.
The
of just
new
smoking up and
drug.
being lazy all the time.
The
Okay?
lifestyle, by the way,
One
is
of
to
the
be
kids
lazy
was
all the
kinda,
time.
He's done it a few times. Mark and I had never done it before.
That's the stoner
So I
life.
remember
Be lazy all the
smoking,
time.
and nothing happened. Like, literally, I smoked a weed, nothing
The
happened.
new thing.
And I was like, what the hell is this? Like, it doesn't really do anything, okay?
Wow.
And it is true. It's actually, some people say that certain people, when
Well,
you smoke
reefer
weed for the
madness
very
happened,
first
what,
time,
50 years
nothing
later, I
happens.
guess?
It doesn't really affect you at all. Or maybe your body just isn't accustomed to the chemicals or whatever it is in it yet, and nothing, And I
Imagine
didn't-
how
that
trash it
first
would have
time,
to be
I
to
really
smoke with
felt
this asshole.
Just kind of normal.
Good
And
Lord.
we just kind of sat around in the boat having a few beers and talking all night about different stuff.
Oh, it could
And I
have.
didn't really feel any effect.
Talking
A couple
all
other
night.
times that we did it out on the boat, I did start
It
to
could
feel,
have blossomed into
lightheaded
something.
and a little dizzy, but you feel a little paranoid. Uh-oh, is someone outside going to catch us smoking this stuff? And
Those
then, of
the
course,
rival
yes, you
gang
get
members
munchies,
outside.
you want to eat. All of a sudden, you get hunger in your stomach, and you want to eat stuff, and you start talking about wild.
This is such a
stuff
meme,
that-
by the way.
I can't. I just remember one time I was so stoned out of my mind. We
I've
were
never
talking
heard
about
somebody that
space
actually
and
smoked
bullshit
weed talk
and
this
the
way.
supernatural,
Man,
you know,
I was
you talk
eating
about
a
such
whole bunch
nonsense,
and I was
but
talking
whenever
about
you're high,
crazy
when you-
stuff and I was
you
being
know, wow, that's a
paranoid.
revelation. This is
It's like he
amazing,
watched a
riveting
movie with
conversation.
Ice
You're,
Cube
like,
in it and
getting
was
these
like, wait a minute, this is
life-changing
how it works?
conversations where you have amazing realizations, and really you're just talking about bullshit. You're probably talking about a fucking dirty sock or something. That's what it felt like to me, at least, the couple times that I actually smoked up.
Of course.
And the truth of the matter is, I didn't like it. And the reason I didn't like it, there are two reasons, okay? Number one, because you stink. You do. Even if you use air fresheners or whatever,
You spray the
still
air
kinda
freshener on your
stink
clothes?
like the marijuana. And it's a pain in the ass, especially if you're not supposed to be doing it, to make yourself de-stink unless you're going to fully
De-stink.
change your clothes, which, I didn't live with my friends, so I didn't have multiple changes of clothes with me at all times.
What?
I found it annoying. I actually didn't find it very, very interesting to have to do that, and then, oh no, I
Just
gotta be
smoke in
around
your
people I can't
boxes,
stink
dude.
like
Come on.
marijuana.
You wanted to do it
Number
anyway.
two, I hate smoking with a passion.
I
okay?
hate
it.
smoke,
The
dude.
reason
My
that
mom
I
grew up
hate
as a
smoking
smoker.
with a passion
Fucking bitch.
is because my mom
I knew it.
smoked her whole life.
He always
my whole
blamed
life.
his
She
mom. He
still
blamed
smokes
his
to
mama
this day.
why he
She
don't
smokes
like
Cool
weed.
Milds, which I find absolutely
That's so wild.
disgusting. I actually have weak lungs. I do.
Listen to this.
Because my mother smoked when I was in the womb, and then my whole life in the house as I was
Wow,
growing up.
I
she
didn't know
smoked,
about that.
And my
I
lungs
probably
are fucked
heard it
up.
and missed
If
it.
I go outside in cold weather
Well,
and a cold breeze
thanks,
blows,
Mom. You
my
smoked when I
lungs
was
can't
inside of you.
inhale. They go like this.
Good job telling
I
us
can't-
that.
I'm stuck. I can't breathe until the wind stops and I can cover my
All
mouth
right.
and I can breathe again.
Sounds good to
And
me.
there's she smoked. My mother smoked when I was in the womb, and
Whoops.
then my whole life in the house as I was growing up, she smoked, and my lungs are fucked up. If I go outside in cold weather and a cold breeze blows, my lungs can't inhale. They go like this, and I can't. I'm stuck. I can't breathe until the wind stops and I can cover my mouth and I
Is
can
it
breathe
her fault
again.
why he got
And there are
post-nasal drip?
situations where I'm like very short of breath in certain situations. I don't have asthma. I'm not that bad, okay? But I know that
I don't have
I'm
asthma, I just
shortness
can't
of breath.
breathe.
I have these issues because of the smoking that's been in my life. And even me, just the thought, I'm sucking the smoke into my mouth or whatever, I hate it. I fucking hate it, okay? On the flip side, I actually do enjoy smoking cigars. I haven't done it since high school.
Wait a minute.
A few times we smoked cigars, and those actually have a good scent and flavor to me. Like
What?
you inhale, okay, and then blow it out. Because cigar smoke, you only breathe into your mouth. You don't necessarily breathe it into your lungs and everything. You just kind of do it for the flavor.
What?
And I actually enjoyed smoking the cigars a few times that I did, but I just didn't like marijuana.
Oh,
Cigarettes, I hate cigarettes.
I'm not
I hate
even gonna
marijuana.
say
Anything
anything.
that's a smoke, I hate
I'm
it.
not gonna even
And
say
so,
anything.
Maybe that was a good thing, because I can tell you right now, there were one or two guys who I knew who got heavy into the shit. To this day, I have a friend who's still heavy into the shit. And it's like, damn, like stuff that you see them, and every time you see them, their eyes are fucking bloodshot like this, and it's like, dude, like you're an adult now, like you're still doing this seriously? Like, stop.
Wait. Dude, you're an adult now. You still smoke weed? Come on, man. That's what all the 12-year-olds do. And apparently, when you smoke weed, your eyes look like that. You look like a cokehead when you smoke weed.
This, and it's like, damn, like stuff that you see them, and every time you see them, their eyes are fucking bloodshot like this, and it's like, dude, like you're an adult now. Like,
you're an
still doing
adult
this
now. Stop
seriously?
smoking weed. You
Like,
should have did it when you was a
For
10-year-old.
like 5 minutes, can you not fucking be smoking up when I see you? Because it's
Yeah,
really
stop
stupid
smoking
and
weed.
you're
It
trying to do
ignores. It
yourself.
annoys me.
So I never
Change
really,
your life for me.
never really got into it. Okay.
You get punched in the face
I've
acting
always
like that
liked.
around somebody.
Alcohol is a thing with me that
Stop fucking
it's
smoking
my
up
one
around me.
vice,
You're an
my
adult
poison,
now. Go fuck
so to
yourself.
speak. I remember when I've tried
You're an
tons of
adult now.
different
Stop
kinds of
telling
alcohol,
everybody
mostly
about your bank
because
account
my
overdrafting.
friend Mark's dad had alcohol in the house all the time. We used to drink the shit out of all of it. All right, tequila. Oh my God, Jose Cuervo. We used to take a handle, which is the whole giant fucking thing of tequila, out to the boat, and it used to be him, me, and a couple of our friends there with snacks, playing cards, shooting the shit, drinking, having fun. It was
Yeah,
it was
5
cool
people drinking a
because
handle of
we,
tequila.
unlike a lot of other
17-year-olds.
people, when we drank, we didn't fucking go drinking and driving and being assholes. We would put
We
ourselves
didn't drink
in a
and drive.
place
We
where
just
knew
drunk
if we
sitting on the
drink, we were
back of
gonna
a
get
boat.
Drunk. We're gonna stay there.
We were more
weren't trying to be
responsible.
we were trying to have fun, but not risk other people's lives at the expense of us having fun. You know what I mean? That's where it crosses the line, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's where it crosses the line.
A few stories for you. A few fun stories that I think you guys will like. So there was this one time that we were over my friend Mark's house. It was the middle of the winter.
We back at Mark's house.
And
What
it was
the
my
fuck?
friend Mark, myself, my friend Mark's cousin, whose name was Liam.
Ooh, Liam.
And a bunch of our friends. And we were all just, again, hanging
Is
out.
he a
Having a night. It
foreign
was snowed in. We
exchange
actually got
student?
snowed in that night. It was a weekend.
Snowed in, by the
Snowed in
way.
Mark's place.
It sounded like the
alone
start of a
because there was
porno.
like a foot of snow outside.
Him, Mark, and
Now,
Liam snowed in
my
and
friend
getting
Mark's
drunk and
dad also
high.
had a hot tub.
In a
that was
hot
outside.
tub? Wait a
But
minute.
In the winter, the hot tub was kind of off limits. We were told, don't use the hot tub. The hot
Wait a
tub,
minute,
you don't
Phil,
want to fuck
no.
with it because during the winter the chemical balance could be off, and
Don't tell
also
us
at
the
this
rest of
point,
the
I think there was
story.
something wrong physically with the top of the hot tub. And we're told we know it's the winter. Cool. Is it a fantasy of everyone to kind of be out almost a lodge atmosphere and
It's
sit in
such
a
a
hot tub
unique
outside with
opening.
snow around you? That would be cool, but we were told it's off limits.
Me, Mark,
So I
and
remember
Liam
we were
getting drunk and high in the hot
drinking and we were
tub
fighting
during the
and
winter.
we
We
were
snowed
having
in, by the
fun.
way.
Mark and Liam, for whatever reason, kept getting into arguments. And
I
I can't
wonder
remember
why.
specifically what the arguments were. I do remember that there were a couple girls with us and that they were
Oh,
hanging
now it
out
was
with us and
girls
flirting
now.
with us
Oh,
and
come
doing
on.
different things at the time.
He took so long to tell us that it was girls. Now. Get the fuck out of
And
here.
Liam was really sweet.
Get
on
outta
this one
here.
girl. So he would like make an
Bullshit.
insulting joke to Mark in front
The
of her. to try
girls
to show
fucking
off.
appeared out
So
of
then
the
Mark
thin
would,
air.
like, all
You
of a sudden,
forgot
you know,
about him till
make him
now.
slip or fall or pick
Okay.
a beer and like splash it at him and shit like that. And they were at
just
each other's
popped
throats
up.
all weekend during this snowed-in
He
weekend.
teleported
right?
him in like a sim.
So I remember.
It was girls there, by the
I
way.
do remember at one point Liam was like buzzed and he went to sit down and Mark pulls the chair out from behind Liam.
Yo,
He
man,
busts
this
his ass
dude.
like boom, boom. So he's fucking, he's hurt. He's like, oh, you fucker.
It's
He's
just
drunk, so he doesn't
instantly
feel the
girls
pain, but he's all
now.
pissed. Oh, you fucker. They get into like a fight. They're like trying to punch each other seriously, beat the shit out of each other.
man.
But they did this
You
from
give us
time
the
to time.
open
I don't know
to
why,
a
but they do
fantasy, and you're
all
like,
the
wait a
time.
minute, it was girls.
So they get into this
Whoops.
fight or whatever. Finally, it calms down. So we all go to sleep, okay? And this is where the mischief happens. So it's nighttime.
Are the girls still up?
And Liam takes it
They
upon
snowed in. They
himself,
gotta
'cause
still
he really
be there.
likes this girl. He wakes her up and says, hey, let's go out in the hot tub.
So wait a second here.
But your cousin, Mark.
This is even 18. This is 16, 17, maybe 18-year-old Dave. Liam and what his name was? Mark. Random girls snowed in at Mark house with a hot tub. This dude is a fucking sim. He is a sim.
He said, don't go in the hot tub. The hot tub's off limits.
This is like
Why
a
would you-
Sims hot
Fuck
date
him.
ass story
You've been a dick
right
to me
here.
all weekend. Fuck that piece of shit. We're going to go in the hot tub together, Toots. Come on.
Toots,
So they wake
by
up.
the
They don't wake
way.
anybody else up.
Toots.
okay? They go outside.
It's a boomer
And they
story.
go in the hot tub.
Get in the hot tub, Toots.
So they're in the hot tub together.
Come on, take
right?
your
They're
top
supposed
off.
to be they're in the hot tub together without any permission or whatever. They're
Toots.
flirting. I'm sure they're doing hanky-panky, whatever in the hot tub.
Hanky panky.
This is so good.
Wait.
I'm sure they're doing hanky.
What?
Right? That's supposed to be. They're in the hot tub together without any permission or whatever. They're flirting. I'm sure they're doing hanky-panky, whatever.
This story has gotten so fucking weird. Hanky panky. They were woohooing in the hot tub. It's a Sims. This is like a
This is
session of
so
The
good.
Sims.
Keep in mind, it's frigid fucking cold. There was a foot of snow outside. It's
Yeah, this
frigid
is- this
fucking
is session
cold where
of
the
The
hot tub
Sims.
is outside.
You
So
got the
they're
seasons
only
pack
warm
installed in the
because they're
hot
in
tub.
the hot tub.
This is
So
the
my
fucking
friend Mark
Sims.
says, okay. He wakes up. And he wakes everyone else in the house up. Like, what are you doing? Why are you waking
They've been
us up? He
drinking
goes,
bubbly
"Watch
water or
this."
whatever
He
that
goes,
shit was
Guess
in The
who's in the
Sims.
hot tub? And he opens the
Get in the hot
blinds
tub,
a little
toots.
bit, and we could see it was Liam and the girl. He goes, watch this. He goes outside.
Was he naked?
Takes the clothes. He takes
He was
Liam's
naked.
clothes. He goes, yoink. Because they were naked. They were skinny dipping
I
in the
wanted to
hot
see
tub.
Liam, huh?
Grabs the clothes, goes inside and locks the door. And he goes, oh, by the way, the power control for the hot tub's inside.
Sexual
and he
harassment.
turned it off.
They Me Too'd Liam.
So
Why would
after
you
like
do
10
this?
minutes, the two of them out there, oh shit, oh, let us in.
What if they got
Let us
pneumonia? They
in,
could have
freezing their
died.
fucking asses off on the back porch. Let us the fuck in. And Mark's like, I told you not to fucking go in that hot tub.
And that was the first
So
time
finally,
we saw Dick.
after like 15, 20 minutes,
Feels
they let
good,
them in.
man.
They're freeze to the bone, of course. So we dried them off. We warmed them up.
They
Come to
warmed
find
them
out,
up,
Liam got
okay.
into huge trouble because he broke the top of the hot tub.
Oh, no.
Apparently, it had like a latch or something. He was
Mark,
supposed to
what
unhook
happened? Is
before he
Mark still
released
alive?
it.
Did
He
his
was
parents
drunk,
kill
He
him?
didn't know what he was doing. He like ripped it and he like broke the whole top, which was like $100 repair. And he got into tons of fucking trouble for doing that. It was pretty funny.
Pretty
It was
funny.
Pretty funny. Another story again at this house, Mark's house, was
Oh my
that I
God, we
remember
still
this
here
one
with Mark.
time. It was a bunch of us. It was myself, Mark, a few of our usual friends, another friend of ours who used to hang out with us at our high school, who actually is someone who was
Did
a
they
Street
play-
Fighter player
Yo!
at the time, locally, who I knew.
I was just
And a
about
few
to
other
say it. Did they
people.
play Super
And-
Turbo?
Pretty girls.
Oh my God. Get the fuck out of here, Panda Lee. She watching the stream in the other room and butting in and ruining his fake story.
Your C
This is like 15 years ago.
It's 15 years
care.
ago.
Oh my god. So anyway, so we're all there and we're drinking. Now,
Cat
keep in
don't even
mind,
watch the
this is
streams, though. At
after
least
I
Panda
had
Lee watches
actually
streams.
tried marijuana before, okay?
Weed time.
But I didn't like. Remember, I told you guys I didn't like marijuana. I just didn't get it. I didn't get a buzz that it was too good.
He probably
out of it or
felt so
anything,
dumb
and I
telling
ate.
his story and knowing that she was watching in the other room.
So we're sitting there, we're all drinking. I don't remember if it was beers or hard liquor, probably a mixture combination
Yeah.
of the two.
I don't remember what I
usually
was drinking.
was. And
Of course.
all of a sudden, one of my friends, he pulls out, whoop, a doobie,
A
you know,
doobie?
a joint.
A joint,
Lights
dude.
it up, starts passing it around. Everyone's passing. I said, and we
One
got to me, I
joint,
said,
they
no,
all
I am
passed it around.
Totally good.
It's a bunch
with
of
my liquor
tweens
right now. I
smoking
got a
weed.
nice buzz going. Okay, I don't need to go overboard or anything. I'm good where I am. I'm having a good night. I don't want to smoke the marijuana.
I got a good
My
buzz
friend
going,
said,
dude.
Come on, man. Just take a hit.
Just take a hit, man. Just
It's
take a
not
hit.
going to be a big deal. This is good stuff.
some good
You'll
Reggie,
feel
man.
better.
Just
It'll
take
be
a hit.
Great. Come on, man.
You'll
Just
feel
take a hit.
good.
And I said, listen,
You'll
I
be
know,
better
look,
Super
everyone's having
Turbo.
a good time. Everyone here is smoking. I understand you guys kind of want everyone to be part of it. Listen, I
Listen.
wouldn't give a shit.
Look
but
here.
I'm already drinking.
Look, listen.
I'm at a good place. I have a good buzz
Smoking
going.
a doobie
I
is
like
not
the
gonna
buzz that I
fucking
have.
fix it.
I don't
So
want to
stop
ruin
giving
it.
me fucking
I
advice.
just want to stay here, and I want to drink my beer
Feels
instead.
bad,
And he
man.
says, "Listen, man,
Listen.
come on. Everyone's
Come on.
doing it. Take the joint and just smoke it. Don't be a drag."
Everyone's doing it. What a fucking meme. Let me tell you the story about when I smoked weed. This guy peer pressured me. He told me everyone was doing it. I mean, I'm here drinking beer and drinking alcohol, hard alcohol. I don't know what I was doing. But man, I tell you what, I got peer pressured and smoking the doobie.
Like, you know, we're all getting to the same kind of a high or whatever. Take the joint. And
Take
I
the
said, man,
joint.
listen, I'm saying one more time. I don't really want it. I'm good. I got a good buzz going here. I just want this drink. I don't want anything
Did you
else.
just
I'm
wanna play
having-
games and
I
have
says,
fun?
Take the fucking joint, smoke. All right, fine. I take the joint. 10 minutes later, I'm vomiting profusely.
From one
into
hit
the
on a
toilet.
joint.
I'm not kidding you.
Maybe you
Because
was
it
sick
too
from
much.
drinking
This is actually
alcohol.
what happens. Once you learn where your level is, where you get a nice buzz, don't ever
One
go
hit
past
off a
it
joint
because you go
raised you
overboard.
over your peak
It basically
of
didn't agree with whatever was going on
drunkenness?
inside of me. I felt awful.
Yeah.
I felt like super
South Park
dizzy, like
story,
the
by
whole
the way.
room was spinning. I ran to the bathroom, right? But that's not the end of the story.
Yeah, I don't want to
That's
smoke,
not the
man.
end
I
of the
just want to be
story.
an underage drinker.
So I'm in the bathroom.
Come on, dude. I got a good buzz going.
Blood, vomiting, can't stop vomiting. I feel awful, right? I feel so bad. And also, I'm like, oh God, I gotta shit too.
Of
I'm
course.
gonna shit my pants. So I'm vomiting. I get up. Oh God, I gotta
Shout out
shit.
to South
I pull my
Park.
pants up. Oh God. Oh wait. Oh, I feel sick. I gotta vomit. Oh God. I get over. Oh fuck.
Not a clown, by the way. Not a
Now, this
children's
is literally
entertainment.
happening for like 15 minutes, okay? I'm just dying. I'm absolutely dying in this bathroom, in this toilet. So finally, keep in mind, I have to keep throwing up, and as I'm throwing up, it's too much. I don't even have time to flush.
Listen to
I'm
this.
literally vomiting into my shit and shitting into my vomit. It's like the most
Just wait.
disgusting
give it a
combination of
minute.
stuff you've ever seen in a toilet ever. So finally, I'm like, oh, all right. And I go like this. I go... And then my friend Mark walks in and he goes, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you that toilet's broken.
This is called impromptu comedy. Mark with the rich parents apparently only had one bathroom, and they let this dude poo and throw up in it multiple times, and then say, oh yeah, the toilet don't work. What? Where did the hot girls use the bathroom at? What about Liam? Where did Liam go to pee? Okay. Of course.
Like, what a dick. He didn't tell anyone the toilet was broken,
Wait
so
a
I
minute,
run in
what?
there,
No.
and now I'm stuck with my face in a vomit and shit, and I can't clean the toilet. I can't flush it.
Of
So
course.
I can't move. I'm still sick. I'm still like sick. I can't leave the room. I'm like,
So much puke and poo inside the toilet. Toilet literally overflowed with puke and poo. Is oozing out the top. Mark hilariously opens the door. It's like a moment from Seinfeld. Toilet doesn't work. And then I actually got the little music I could play, even though if I can get your videos content I did. Where is this shit at? This is taking way too long. I don't know where it's at. I feel like I got a little... There we go. Toilet don't work. Mark let all of that happen and was like, oh, toilet doesn't work. Mark, what are you going to do? What are you going to tell your parents, Mark? Or some dude got drunk and high and puked and pooed a bunch? I had diarrhea that day? How are we going to finish this, Mark? What are we doing here? Did we tell our parents the truth? What about the hot girls? Did he have toilet paper? I don't know.
oh, I can't leave the room, so I'm stuck. So someone's gonna help me, right? Oh, we gotta help Phil. All right, let's help him. So they come back with this box of oyster, or no, was it oyster? I think it was either oyster or Ritz crackers, some kind of crackers. So like usually when you have a real bad stomachache, you eat
And
some
the
bread, eat some
crackers
crackers,
were
you're good, you'll get better,
moldy.
right? So okay, good, thanks, man. I feel awful between my vomiting. Let me freaking, eat these crackers. So I start eating the crackers. I'm not
Why
looking
would
at
you
what
eat
I'm
them this
doing.
fast?
Eating the crackers. Oh my god. Oh, they don't taste
People eat
good, but then
fast a
again, my
lot
mouth
after
tastes
throwing up, by the
disgusting.
way.
It's full of
They
vomit.
eat really fast
Eating
after that.
And then I look.
And the crackers,
The crackers are moldy. They expired a month before. I go, oh. It was the most disgusting
Not a
thing
clown,
ever.
by the way.
And eventually we ended up having to, if I remember correctly, we left it there because we couldn't clean it, right? We had to get eventually a wet vac or something.
Yeah, something. I don't know.
To clean it
Shout
up.
out to
It was
Mark.
the most
Mark had a wet
fucking
vac.
absolutely disgusting,
Did Liam help?
revolting
What about the
thing
girls? Did the girls help?
ever. It was just terrible. And after that, I said to myself, from then on, I would never drink and smoke up at the same time ever. And actually,
I'm never smoking weed again because this time I allegedly drunk beer and hard alcohol together. I threw up a bunch. So I'm never going to smoke again. And the crackers were moldy.
incidentally,
And yeah, he got
I
the
only
panda
smoked
chain
up
on.
one other time ever after that. And I already told that story. That was in college. Did I tell that story?
Squinty eyes.
Did I ever tell you guys the story about
Did I
in
tell us
college
other
when I
lie?
smoked the weed that was laced with something and I basically lost almost 2 days' time? Did I ever tell you guys that story?
He talked about that
I'm trying
recently.
to remember.
He was like, oh, I smoked and
You know
fucking
what?
forgot like 2 days
That'll
after
be
that.
another day. That'll be a totally other day.
What kind of story can you tell,
because
though? I smoked weed and forgot what happened for 2 days.
Let's
It's not a
get into
story.
college right now. I don't remember if I told you guys that, but that was the last time I ever smoked up. After that, I said, fuck it. And since then,
What
I've
if you
not put a
kill
drug in my
somebody
body.
during that time? It's a hilarious story.
I did a few things during
forgot
high
what I
school
did
and
for 2
college,
days. It's
different
funny.
drugs and stuff, and after that, I was like, I'm done. I'm just not going to mess with the shit anymore. People are saying, yes, I did.
Powerful snort.
Some are saying no, but some people are saying, yes, I did. Okay. All right. So finally, a final story that I'd like to tell you from this time. Actually, no, I have two more stories. Two more good stories, okay? So, if you guys remember, I told you that my friend Mark had a Camaro.
Oh my God, we're back to
Now,
Mark.
when you're in high school,
You hung out with Mark
you have
way
no
too
money,
much.
right? You're trying to be, you're trying to act and show off in school or whatever. Imagine the kind of tail you pull if you drive in with a fucking Camaro, a brand new Camaro.
Tail,
that your parents
by the way.
bought you. You know what I mean? And so
Imagine the
obviously I
tail
was
you pull
incredibly
with a
jealous
Camaro.
of him. But he had this Camaro, and boy did he love to flaunt it. Oh, after school, come out and see my car. Oh, we'll go for a ride. We'll go to the Merritt Canteen, which is actually a nice local burger joint, and we'll, and he would pull the women and all this stuff, right?
Oh my
So,
God, Mark, you have a car?
At night after school,
Have
we
my
would be
babies,
assholes.
please.
Oh man, he would take that Camaro and he would fucking drive 120 miles per hour on the highway. I kid you not. And again, please do not take this as an example of something you should do. It's not smart. It's fucking incredibly dumb. And as an adult, I know for a fact it is 100% wrong.
Yeah, that's
one
why
should
I'm
be
telling you
speeding
about it
on
now,
the
'cause it was
highway
so
like
much
that
fun.
For jollies. It's incredibly dangerous. It's one thing if you're taking risks with your own life, but to take risks that you could hurt someone else, don't fucking do it, okay? But he used to take
Sounds
this
good.
fucking thing and rip it. I mean, here we go, burnouts. And then you go, here we go. Puts it in and drive. Boom. 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds, and we're fucking.
Wow, the
big,
Camaro was apparently a
smoke trails
Ferrari.
flying up, right? And we are just fucking ripping it on the highway. And he used to do that kind of stuff. And we'd like, oh, we got to get somewhere fast. Oh, go with Mark. Mark would get there in 5 seconds because he'd drive 100 miles per hour on the highway, right?
Of course.
He ended up getting a few tickets and stuff, but it wasn't anything that was like, he never got into a car accident or anything, okay?
Oh.
So, this is the funniest part. I believe the Camaro was a lease. He did not own the Camaro. I don't think his father told him that. So after like a year and a half to 2 years' time, I think it was like sophomore.
Yeah, it's
to
funny. I
junior
said that in the
year,
beginning of the story. I'm sure that shit wasn't paid off.
he had to trade the car in or trade it up. He brought it in, and the dealership said, "What the fuck did you do to this car?"
You went to the dealership with Mark?
The tires are like worn out. The suspension's completely fucked and wrecked.
He
It
went
looks
to the
like someone's
dealership
been
with Mark?
drag racing with this car, and his father was like, "You motherfucker! You were racing with this car. I spent all this money on you to get you a nice car and to get you laid in high school, and you fucking destroy the car, you piece of shit."
Did
So
he
he got into a
snort
shitload
too?
of trouble. And his dad said, well, I can't drive you around. Because, by the way, I forgot to mention
Did
that
the dad
my
snort
my
the
friend Mark
story?
lived with his dad, and the mother was not in the picture. They were separated.
Mama
She was somewhere
died.
else, so
Shout out
they
to
didn't live
her.
together. He's like, I'm not driving
She
you to
was
school
dead.
every day. I got
Not in
work
the
to do. I
picture.
own my own business. I got to be a responsible adult, and I can't fucking drive you to school.
Did
so I
Dave
got to
cuck
get you
Mark
another
dad?
car. But since you want to be an
Maybe he did.
asshole, right? And you want to fuck with the car that I told you not to fuck with. I bought you a nice car, and this is how you treat it. I'm going to get you a car that you could beat up however you want. I'm going to get you a shitty Jeep. And he did. He bought him a shitty-ass Jeep.
That's the name
Low
brand.
end, like no fucking
Shitty
features
Jeep.
in the thing. I remember the top of the Jeep.
It's my
leaked
favorite
like
brand of
crazy,
Jeep.
Okay,
The
when
shitty.
it rained, it was like a low. It wasn't like the higher end models. It was the lower end piece of shit Jeep.
Yeah, piece of shit.
So of course you can't drive fast in a
It
Jeep.
wasn't
The
like
thing
a
barely
BMW
moves
at
'cause it
all.
has, the four wheels are way spaced out. It's way different than a Camaro. Let's put it that way. And he wasn't pulling any tail with that Jeep. No,
you
he
don't
was
get
not.
tail in a Jeep.
So I
It's
remember
literally
one day,
a car in
we
high
were
school.
such assholes. I remember one day he goes,
That's good enough for
"My
a lot of
fucking Dad
people."
buys me a fucking Jeep. He fucking, because that's what I mean. You're so ungrateful when you're that age. You know what I mean? No matter what your parents do for you, you're so pissed at them because it's that rebellious age. And he goes, "You motherfucker, buy me a fucking Jeep. I can't believe he would do that. I'm gonna get him." You know what my dad told
Fuck
me? He
my
says, "If I'm
parents
gonna
for
off-road,
buying
I'm
me a
gonna race,
vehicle.
I'm gonna
Piece
do
of
all this
shit.
with my car.
I miss the
He's gonna buy
Camaro.
me a Jeep because the Jeep won't get damaged when you do that."
What?
Fuck him. We are going off-roading. What do you mean? He's like, watch this. So he actually waited for like a muddy day. Like it was raining, it was muddy.
Wow, he rode around in a
construction
Jeep
site
in the
that was
mud.
private property and
What a
off limits, but
fucking
they didn't block
daredevil.
the entrance. He drove the Jeep in, and
No
for the
one
next
does
15
that.
minutes, we were driving the Jeep up these mud hills and down and all around, and there was fucking dirt and mud
This
flying.
is
It was
what a
basically
soy
the kind of
fucking
stuff you would do in
Phil
like one of those
story.
crazy motocross
He drove
video
a Jeep
games
in the
and shit,
mud.
or that you go to one of those
What a
monster
crazy
truck rallies
guy.
that monster trucks are doing, and we did it in his Jeep.
Wow.
Because he was so mad at his dad. He's like, fuck this, I'll destroy this fucking car. I don't give a shit. He tells me I took my Camaro off-roading, I'll show him off-roading.
He started
So,
the story too.
My God, that car got so covered in fucking mud and dirt, right?
I'll show
My
him
dad,
off
I'll show
road.
him off-roading. So tells me I took my Camaro off-roading. I'll show him off-roading. So, my God, that car got so covered in fucking
Where's
mud and dirt,
Liam
right?
during all of this?
So finally, the end of the day,
I
he's
need
like,
to
oh, I'm
know
gonna
what
show it my
Liam was
dad.
doing. Liam, what a girl.
He drives the car
You
up.
didn't have hot girls in the
to my
car?
dad's place. The dad's place. Yes, he lives there. My dad looks at the car. Car's completely covered with mud from top to bottom.
Oh,
Praise
man.
be.
Mark gets out of the car with the biggest smirk. I got him. He's got that look on his face. I got him. Huh? I
Oh,
got
yeah,
him. Good.
I taught him a
And
lesson.
Dad takes one look at the car.
I drove around in the mud in my Jeep.
Okay. Okay, Mark. I see what you've done there. He goes, I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, how do you plan to get in and out of the Jeep without getting covered in mud when you go back into it? And number 2, who do you think's going to pay to wash that?
Wow,
I'm not
car
giving you a
washes
dime.
didn't exist in
You're
the
gonna pay for it
30s.
yourself. And Mark's face was like, I got him. To like,
You needed to hire a small
like,
town to
panic,
wash
like,
it.
oh. So it was funny. Mark had
What
the
a
hand.
dumb
He made him
story.
hand wash the fucking Jeep right there with the hose. He had to hand wash
Wow,
the Jeep.
he had
It was
to
disgusting.
wash
It was
mud
covered in
off a
by the
Jeep.
time he was done.
Terrible.
Oh, it was disgusting. But it was funny too. I mean, this is what I mean. The stories were crazy, stupid shit, but it's funny stuff too.
Oh,
So,
man.
all right. I've got one more story, one more good story for you. And unfortunately,
What an
everyone, I hate to say it,
amazing
Hate
story.
Live did run late tonight. I can see we're almost out of time, so I'm going to tell this story, and it's pretty much going to be the end of Hate Live.
What
We're not going to have
happened to
time for
Liam?
live callers this week, and I do apologize
Oh,
for
look.
that. Sometimes we don't get to it, okay? Hate Live tonight, I can see we're almost out of time, so I'm going to tell this story, and it's pretty much going to be the end of Hate Live. We're not going to have time for live callers.
I can't take callers because I've been lying to you for the last 30 minutes. It's not because I've been getting trolled before this and I keep making excuses why. I don't have time, dude.
This week, and I do
That's why
apologize
you don't
for
take
that. Sometimes
calls
we don't
now.
get to it,
He just-
okay?
he never has
And I did
time.
want to get to the live callers, but it looks like we're not going to because I'm going long.
He
to
really
Hate
didn't
Live,
wanna do
the
live
back of the day
calls. He
segment,
kept
but I am
making
enjoying it. I hope
excuses.
you're enjoying it too. People on the stream seem to be loving it.
I
Okay?
thought you couldn't read
So
the
there's
chat.
not going to be any callers tonight. I apologize. But there will be one more story.
The chat
okay?
loved my
And
South
then
Park
keep in
and
mind, next time
Seinfeld
we do
stories.
Hate Live, I promise we will do more callers.
You promise? All right, we'll
All
see.
right. So, final story. As I told you, we used to go out to a boat, my friend's Mark's boat.
Oh,
and we would
boy.
periodically
We
drink
still
and have
hanging out
fun,
with
have
Mark.
girls out there, and boy, I could tell you some stories, but I won't get too much into it tonight because we don't have enough time.
Oh, my Lord. Thank
I
you
got
for
some
that.
good stories. I have some
Tommy
more stuff I can
Jeterna.
tell
Oh,
you
yeah, I
later
remember
on,
that
but
name.
we won't get to it
What
tonight.
the praise be. We still hanging out
Some
with fucking
embarrassing
Mark,
stuff,
bro.
but that'll be another night. So anyway, there's one particular story that I want to tell you about. Was a friend we had.
Liam?
Okay? And let me put it to you this way: he was always a little unbalanced. He wasn't a
Uh-oh.
bad guy. At heart, he wasn't a bad guy.
It was his
okay?
depression.
He just had some issues upstairs, and everyone kind of knew it. He would
Sadella?
get angry for no reason. He would get upset. He would be uncertain of himself. He would cry.
Oh
He
my
would get
God, it
emotional-
was
emotional
Sadella.
wreck. Okay. And just to give you perspective, he didn't want anyone to call him his real name. He wanted
Are we gonna? Okay, I'm gonna say this before we get to it. We might actually get a bullshit name. We get Mark and Liam. The girls don't have names, and this dude that might be mentally challenged so far doesn't have a name.
you to call him Beavis.
Call him Beavis.
Like Beavis and Butthead. He wanted to be called
Shout out to
Beavis, no
Beavis.
matter what. Like, don't dare call him his real name.
What is
you
his
have
real
to
name?
call him by what he wants to be called. Right?
Mm,
So we
Mark
called him
and
Beavis.
Liam get
Fine,
named.
If that's what you really want to be called.
Beavis
we'll call
doesn't
you that.
get
I don't know
named.
what the hell's the problem
Okay.
with your, your mind or whatever.
He doesn't
So,
get named.
He used
But
to hang
Mark
out
and
with us
Liam
do
get
stuff with us,
named.
and there was this one particular night, I think that like there was a girl
Whatever
or
his
someone that
name
he had asked. I don't
was,
remember the
he didn't wanna
situation.
have
Something
Doc
had
Sim.
happened where he
I'ma
was
find-
like
I wanna
really
find Mark.
upset, really upset about
Mark
something,
probably still
right?
riding around in
And
that fucking
He
Jeep.
was just like, I want to drink it all
36
away.
years old and
I want to
smoking weed all
drink
day.
until I fucking pass out. We're like, dude, don't, because you
Fucking
drink too much, you
Mark.
get sick. Now we're gonna have to call the fucking ambulance to get your stomach pumped. Don't be stupid. Drink, but don't go nuts.
Fucking Mark.
So he's drinking, he's drinking and drinking, and we're all kind of staying. And he keeps going, and then all of a sudden we're all buzzed,
Mark
right?
probably
He's like,
got
oh,
a fucking
they're
mullet.
buzzed. They can't stop me. So he's
Riding
there,
around in
with
a
big
Jeep with
handle of
shades
tequila.
on.
I'm gonna drink this. He's just like drinking and drink. No, stop! You're gonna
Saying
get sick.
radical
You're gonna
and
fucking
cool
get
all
so
the
out of your
time.
mind that you're gonna
He act like
get
it's
to
the
hospital or whatever.
70s.
He gets so upset. He's like, what the
You see
fuck,
him walking
man?
the mall
Who
trying to
didn't
holler
tell
at
me
high
what to do in
schoolers.
my life? You know,
It
again,
was
he's one
good
of these
up,
people
babe.
who's
I got a
emotionally
fucking
imbalanced. The
Jeep
alcohol just
outside.
made
You
it
want to
worse.
see
And
it?
he's like, now
You
he's
want
off
to
the
smoke a
How dare
doobie?
us we even look out for him or try to help him? We
Goddamn it,
thought it was like
Mark.
an attack on him, right? So he's like, oh man, you're gonna tell me what to do? Fuck you
Fucking
and
Mark.
fuck this and fuck this and fuck this, right?
And
We
shout
get
out
into
to
arguments.
Beavis.
Like, dude, just calm down. I don't know what you're so pissed off about. You know what? You don't even care about me
Beavis.
anyway. Fuck you and get into fights with us and shit. And then, so now
Beavis.
here's the thing. We used to be it was a marina. And at night, all the boats would be docked there. Some
And we
people
back
would
in the
actually
boat.
stay do night fishing and stuff, and other people would
Come
sleep
on,
on their boats,
man.
even though it's not ideal. And we technically we could be there because we owned the boat, but we couldn't have the alcohol. We couldn't have the
We
stuff.
back
that
in
we
the
had. We were
fucking
underage. So we didn't want anyone to
With
know that we were
Beavis
out there
and
because there was
Mark.
potential that someone could find
What
out
happened
what
to
was going
Liam?
on. And
Did Liam go to jail?
Get us into trouble. Wow, a bunch of underage kids out on a boat by themselves with no
Maybe
parental
Liam went to
supervision,
jail.
drinking.
Maybe
That's
it's
not
a sad
allowed. We could
story.
get into a lot of trouble. He starts leaving the boat. He's drunk as
Well,
hell.
no.
He opens the door to
My
the
law
boat.
for
He gets
Liam is
up.
he a
He's
foreign
like, "I'm gonna
exchange student. You have to go
I'm
back
gonna
to
get
France."
out of here. You guys don't care about me. And now he's trying to get off the boat and walk to the dock, and he's slipping, and his whole leg goes into the fucking water, and it's like he's gonna
What the
drown.
fuck?
Motherfucker. So Mark and I are grabbing
This
him.
is
We're
a
like,
small
what the
ass
fuck is your
boat.
problem, man? We pull him up out of the water. His shoe comes flying off onto the dock somewhere. He gets up, what the fuck, my shoe, you fuckers, my fucking shoe, my shoe. He's
What
so
is
like
this?
rage-induced drunk at this point. His face, I remember, was like beet red. It was like you could see veins popping out of his head. Like, God, this kid is out of control. We're gonna have to like deck him to knock him out or something because he's out of control. So we were trying to calm him down. He would not calm down,
Oh
right?
my god.
He jumps up. He goes, fuck you guys. And he runs off into the night.
What?
Right? And I looked and I said, we're not going to come after you. You're fucked. He's like,
What
fuck
the
you.
hell
He
was
goes
wrong
away.
with Beavis?
We literally...
I thought he was in a lake. Now we
waited like
running
an
into the
hour. He
woods.
never came back. We're like, where the fuck did he go? Like, he's out here and it was cold. It was a cold night. I remember it was probably the fall. It was a cold fucking night. And we're like, where the fuck did he go? He never came back. He's got to be freezing his balls off out there. Like, what the hell's happening? So, what are we going to do? And finally, Mark and I decided we're just going to go look for him. Like, we have to at this point. Because at this point, it's been an hour. We're, like, not even drunk anymore. We're kind of coming down a little bit.
Yeah,
We're like, all right, we got to go
NPC.
find out where the hell this idiot went.
Fucking
Because, you know,
Beavis.
who knows? Did he run in front of a car and get hit?
Get him outta
fall in
here.
the fucking water somewhere else? We got to find him. We spent 2 fucking hours. 2 hours looking for this kid.
They came down from
Could
being
not
drunk, by
fucking
the way.
find him
It just
anywhere.
wore off.
Where the fuck did he go?
That was that handle of
And
Jack
eventually, Mark
Daniels
and I
or
were
whatever the
like,
fuck
fuck,
they
we
had.
have no idea where
Jose
our friend
Cuervo.
is.
Handle
And
of
we
Jose
looked for 2 hours,
Cuervo.
we
Wore
can't
off.
find him. What do we do? I don't know. Do we call the
Let's
cops?
go look for Beavis.
You know, we don't know that he's in trouble. The cops, you know, are going to find out that we were drinking. So eventually, we
Beavis
both
was
went
in the
back to the
middle
boat
of the
and
woods
passed out.
naked.
Great, I know. Responsible, right? We really took care of our friend. He could have been in trouble, and instead of taking the heat for drinking, we didn't call the cops. I know. And again, these are the things I live with. These are the things I don't recommend that you do.
These are the things
by any
I
means.
live
This is just
with.
my
Did you
personal
kill
experiences
somebody?
from the past. So we wake up in the morning. It's like maybe 8 a.m. We're like, we got to get out of here. People are going to start showing up soon and see us here, and we're going to get in trouble. So we wake up, and we're like, we never found this kid. Where the fuck did he go? So I grabbed his fucking shoe, which was still soaked.
Did
from
he find a
falling in the
dog
water.
and a
Grabbed
dog
his fucking
found him through the
I
shoe?
said, let's find him. I'm going to make him eat his fucking shoe when we find him.
No, you're gonna make him eat it.
We're walking, we're looking around. We finally find, guess where he was? Of all places, the dumbest kid ever. The entrance to the fucking marina, there's a gate, obviously, with a sign that says the name of the marina on it.
Can't dox the
He's
marina.
sleeping behind the sign on the ground, huddled in a fetal position like this.
What?
We wake him up and he's like, whoo, freezing because he was out there all night by
He
himself.
fell asleep
right?
in the middle of the
Thank
night
God he had
that
the liquor
cold.
in him to keep him warm, or else he might have died. I don't know what the fuck would have happened. Finally, I wake up. I say, you motherfucker.
What?
So you got us looking all night for you because you had to act like a fool. And I took his fucking shoe and I went, boom, and I just basically spiked his shoe into his face. I went, boom.
Harassment.
And it bounced off his face. He's like, oh.
Physical
wake up,
assault.
Okay. I'm like, oh. What an asshole.
What an
No,
asshole.
seriously, when you have someone like
Thanks
that,
for giving me a story like 15 years
you
later,
gotta be
Beavis.
careful with him because that kid was very mentally unbalanced. Later
Mentally
on,
unbalanced,
he threatened
by the
to kill
way.
me for nothing.
He tried
literally
to
for
kill
nothing.
me
Like, when
for
they lost the
nothing.
line on,
See,
you
Chris
gotta be careful
Benoit
with him because that kid was very mentally imbalanced. Later on, he threatened to kill me.
threatened to kill him for nothing.
Literally for nothing. Like
He
when they
did
lost
nothing
the line,
wrong.
he threatened to kill me. I said, "So you're serious? You understand what you're saying to me? You're threatening to kill me because once you threaten
is
to kill
Sardella.
someone, that means not only will we never be friends again.
Oh, no.
I won't be able to have any interaction.
I can't be friends with you
because
anymore. You
I have
said
to
you would
be
kill me.
basically like a life or death situation every time I see you, to the point where when I see you, I have to treat you like you're going to be an attacker." He's like, "Yes, I mean it."
Yeah, it is
"Fuck you." And
Sardella.
I walked away. I never talked to the kid again. I saw him around from time
What
to
the
time.
hell?
And I just said, "Fuck you. Don't talk to me." He did try to talk to me a couple times. "Fuck you. You threatened to kill me. Fuck you. I
Fuck
want
you,
nothing to
you
do with your
threatened to kill
mentally
me."
deranged ass. You're gonna be doing that kind of shit. No, I gotta live my life.
A normal
You're gonna fucking threaten
conversation.
to kill someone face to face. You're out of your mind. I want nothing to do with you. Do I really think he was serious about it? No, but the thing was, the kid had no like authority figure.
Sardella.
He could just say or do whatever he wanted
It's
and get away
Sardella.
with it.
It was his version of
No,
him.
I'm not gonna let him just bully me like that and say shit like that and get away with it. And so I think that might have been the one time in his life where he actually had a consequence for something that he did. I don't know if he ever wised up and became an
Sardella's the
adult. I don't
second
know
coming
anything
of
about it.
Beavis,
After a couple
yep.
of years when I was in college, I lost contact with him and never heard from him again. So
Whoops, hopefully Beavis is still alive.
it is what it is, right?
What the hell?
All right. Wow, what a back in the day
Wow.
segment
Yeah,
that was.
that
I hope
was a
you
back in
enjoyed
the day
that. That was
segment,
some
all right.
really, stories that I saved up for a while until I got to a time where I thought you guys would really enjoy them. So I hope that you did enjoy those stories, okay? And that's going to be it for Hate
What
Live
the
tonight. I want to
fuck
remind everyone that next week we are not
was
doing
this episode of
Hate
Hate
Live. Next
Live?
week we're actually doing Ask the King, where you guys submit your questions to me.
Like, I knew
on
the
my
one I
forums,
watched earlier
ithidebate.com.
was
There's
shenanigans. I
already a
didn't know
thread
this
up
one was
for it.
shenanigans.
Submit
This
your
was
questions
something.
for Ask the King next week, and I will be
That 2
pulling those
hours
and
flew
answering
by.
those live on stream.
What
and
the
on
hell was
YouTube
this?
As well, next Thursday when it comes by. So when we do return to Hate Live, which I'm not going to make any promises because I know there are a couple crazy weeks coming up, I will let you know when it will return, but when I do, there will be callers. We'll try to get a full segmented show. Today was just, there was so much important stuff for me to cover in the early show that it was worth it for me to go long on that and get those feelings out there. So,
Yeah,
thanks
him
everyone
ranting
for the
about
great
stuff.
Again, another night we had great stream attendance.
Great attendance,
and
by the way.
actually, past few episodes have had really great attendance on YouTube as well. Thanks a lot for that. Hopefully this will follow suit, and hopefully I will see you next week for Ask the King. That is going
Wow,
to
he
wap
was
it up
really
tonight
doing
for
way too
Hate
much
Live,
vlogs back
everyone.
then.
Live from Washington.
Live and
Thanks
Ask
a
the
lot.
King the
I'm
same
Darkside
month.
Phil. Have a good
He don't
one.
even do-
Hope to see you for new
It's
gameplay
like a 3-month
tomorrow,
gap
and I hope
between
to see you
those now.
next time on Hate Live. Peace out. Have a good night.
Did he really think he had that much important stuff to talk about? With nothing to play off of?
God damn it, that's not the right thing. Is this it?
I mean,
There,
I guess he can if he can just talk about stuff
let me get
that
rid of
Beavis and Liam did.
Good night, everybody.
What the fuck? He needs to pay Dog Maggot to make emotes or something. Look at that DSP face. That could be a great emote. Now, Dad, get that out of here. I'm not going to be able to get in the I think it's in the beginning. It's not in the beginning. Well, go fuck yourself. What the hell? Mark and Liam and calling the girls toots. And what was they supposed to do in the hot tub? I forget what he said they was gonna do in the hot tub. Whoopee? It wasn't Whoopee, huh? I don't fucking know. The hanky panky, that was it. The hanky panky. Hanky panky. Well, that was definitely more than what I wanted to watch, I guess. That Hate Live was something. The hanky panky. Oh yeah, I forgot I had that tab open. What an amazing hairline. It's hard to tell which picture of it is fake and which one real, because it's so unique. He should just buy a hairline like LeBron James. Or wear a hat all the time like Neo. Not to be confused with the fake Dark Souls. Well, I'm done here. This, since I couldn't record it locally, I guess I'm gonna quote unquote upload it whenever YouTube done processing it. It seems like YouTube process stuff faster. It's a certain amount of subs it seems like you need to have between them giving a fuck and not giving a fuck. I don't know. It's YouTube being YouTube. But they seem to process stuff like this faster than what they used to. So that's exciting. The hanky panky. I don't know when I'm gonna do another stream like this. Maybe next week. Maybe in 2 days. Who knows? It depends on if I find something weird. But it's a lot of weird stuff in old Dave land. Did I watch that? Yeah, I already watched that. That's the purple one with the Mario shirt. July 10, 2014, Washington special. Oh man, was Panda Lee in this one? That got a shit ton of dislikes. People was not happy for something.
I mean, so it was this big. In the state of Washington.
Oh, he took
that
calls
really
too.
expensive. I do know that.
And this is July. Oh, that was before this thing. So maybe he got trolled in this one or something. Got a lot of dislikes for something. Top comment, the call-ins always make me cringe. Well, this might be one to watch eventually, I guess. I think this is just random shit. I don't think this was anything people remember. I feel like if I saw the loophole when I would remember the picture from it. I think he had a picture. This is like just random assholes. Oh, I'm sure this was hot. Those weird Skype calls. Oh well, I'm done. I'll stream something somewhere.
I died
later
from
today.
nothing. Nothing even hit me.
I didn't want to play that. But I'm done for now. Thank you for showing up, everybody. It's been a fun time. And maybe one day we'll find Liam and see if he's still alive. And maybe Beavis is still alive. The unnamed NPC Beavis. And Mark. Mark probably, like I said earlier, he probably still riding around in that Jeep smoking weed all day. Living off his rich parents. They was rich, but apparently couldn't buy a Camaro. But was able to lease a second Jeep after he fucked up the Camaro.
What is Glow Gang? Well, Glow Gang is GLOGANG. It is Glory Boys. We are Glory Boys Entertainment. It is GBE, but it's shortened. It's shortened. You know what I'm saying? So it's GLO Gang instead of Glory Boys. You can say either one though. It don't really matter. You know what I'm saying? I won't get offended. Gang won't get offended. You know that's what we are. Glory Boys. You know what I'm saying? But Glow Gang is just a short abbreviation for Glory Boys. You know what I'm saying? It's just GLOGANG. You know, we be on a lot of gang shit. You know, we got everybody saying gang now. It was squad. You know, we changed the gang. It ain't none of that squad. We don't really. I mean, it's just, you know, we got Savage Squad. You know, my cousin them. You know, Fredo and them. But shit.
Tell your friends. Tell your family. Tell your mama. Tell your brother. Tell your uncle. Tell your sister. Tell your cousins. Tell your cousin's sons. Tell your cousin's daughter. Tell anyone about this.
This guy's a bitch. I've already tried to talk to him like millions of times. You know he's not going to change. He's going to be the same asshole that he's always been.
Obviously.
Come on, let's go have sex now. It's been too long. I'm horny as hell.
I will fucking deck a bitch. You can't even make this shit up. You seriously can't make it up. No spicy sausage for me.
So try me, bitch. Try me. Try me.